Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I'm a few minutes late, but you know how these things go. But I hope everybody has your coffee or your tea or your libation of some type, whatever time of day it is for you there. Hi, Sandra and Michael. Good to see you. Varillion, you haven't been to bed yet. Halko, it's nice to see you. Mark, Autistic Shield, thank you for being here always. Always good to see you. And Cher, hi. Anna, it's good to see you too. So good morning. Everybody's like here bright and early. You know we're going to start with the defense first thing, right? And you're ready? And you got double coffee, donuts, something? Good morning. Good morning,
Donuts.
Raga Wrecker. How are you?
Good morning.
Are you awake?
I, I'm the living dead, so close enough.
Close enough. I was going to say, isn't it like quite early where you are? I mean,
It's only what 3:15 a.m.
Oh my
It's
God,
not
the
that
sun!
early.
Oh God, the sun's not even up, and you got your eyes open. This is like, or unless you haven't gone to sleep yet. Oh wait, let's see. Beck's gonna wake you up. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Morning, Beck.
Hello, everybody.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
We're just talking about whether Wrecker's actually awake or not. Like it's 3 something. It's 3:20 in the. It's 3:15 in the morning where he is. I don't think he went to bed yet. What do you think? You think he was up
15
all
a.m.
night?
Bad
Or he got up?
MC. Bad boy.
Ooh.
I closed my eyes.
You did? Okay. You got some sleep?
Yes. I don't know about that, but I closed my eyes.
How are you this morning, Miss Claire?
Yeah.
I am on my second cup of coffee. For some reason, my eyeballs popped up at like very early this morning. I did go to bed early, and I got a couple of hours, and then I just woke up and I couldn't go back to sleep.
Well, that's awesome.
So-
You slept though. That's great.
Yeah, I did sleep a little bit. Yes, I did. You know, I had a cranky sleep. You know, like when you go to bed cranky, you're just like rassing, frassing, dick dastardly like that. I did go to bed like that, and I'm glad I didn't wake up that way because there's always the danger if you go to bed that way, you're going to wake up like that. You know. Yeah, I try not to go to bed mad, but sometimes, you know, I don't know. What are you doing, Beck? Are you like rearranging your kitchen, or is that you, Wrecker? Somebody's building houses while we're talking.
It's
here,
me.
like-
It's no,
Okay.
it's loud because my cabinets, I have mechanics cabinets, so they're metal in my house, so they're loud.
Oh, okay. Oh no, that's okay. I was just like, I could hear like there's like major construction going on there. I feel safe when the stream savior is present. Beck is the seam stream, the seam. Bleh, I can't talk. I need more coffee. The stream savior for sure. But anyway, Recker, have you been keeping up with the trial? Like I know you work during the week.
I have
and
been.
I
I've
see
been
you.
mostly keeping up with it. It's been good. It's been. Getting a little bit more straightforward to guilty, not guilty verdict.
Really? Did
Mm.
did you catch any of yesterday's testimony with Dr. Kinsey? I know Kim and I were doing like happy dance in the chat, and we were like going nuts because he's so educated. He's like a scientist of evidence. He actually teaches it. He's the instructor for it for SLED and several other major large, law enforcement agencies. Even more than just his state. He's got more accreditations than like you can shake a stick at. But he's so personable. Like he was laying out what he thought was. He actually took the evidence that the first pathologist, Dr. Reamer, put out, and then he not only said the evidence, but he said his scenario or his theory about it and how the crime could have committed. It was the first time somebody told us where they thought the murderer stood or what happened with the victims, where they were standing, what they were doing. It was quite compelling, actually.
I
believe
loved
do
it
remember
because he
that.
proved me right on where the guns were.
That's all Beck cares. That's all Beck cares about. I was right, damn it. No,
I was really excited. I had to wait weeks to find out if I was right.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I'll give that to you. You did. Yeah, you did. But we were talking about, how we've all been talking about theories. We've got the theory that Colin and I are kind of looking at like with the dog and the accidental shooting of some type, and actually some of that evidence did pay into play. Although Beck's right, they didn't catch Bubba in the feed room with chicken feathers in his mouth. There's no evidence of that, so I can't keep saying that. Although I did go to bed thinking about Bubba. I will admit, like I've been unfaithful to everyone. I went to sleep thinking about Bubba.
It's all about Bubba. It's all about the dog.
Did someone at least get Bubba's gumbo recipe? I heard it's amazing.
No, we did not. Gumba's not talking. He lawyered up.
Yeah.
Bubba, the news break. Bubba has lawyered up, and that's it. That's all we're gonna hear from Bubba. He refuses to cooperate, which to me speaks loudly of maybe there's something going on with Bubba. Yeah,
I know. I think he's guilty.
Chicken
chomper.
Chicken chomper's guilty. Oh my God.
You reckon he made the chickens too scared to talk?
Pretty good. Yeah, I think he did. Well,
actually, I should say too scared to squawk.
Yes. Oh God, Punny, you're too young for dad jokes, dude.
Oh, yeah, for real, record. Way too
Oh, we're gonna start that again. We're gonna. Oh my God, what a way to start. At least you got me laughing. But seriously, defense is up. Defense is up against Ryan Kelley today. Ryan Kelley, the agent who actually interviewed Alex Murdaugh for the third interview, which we heard, which was as to be expected. But then we heard the tapes from rehab, right? We heard the rehab tape where he's just telling everybody his sad story. And I mean, yesterday the poll about whether or not that was going to sway the jury for sympathy. Nobody had, until the very end of the day, not one single person had any sympathy for Alex Murdaugh. And then somebody gave him a pity vote. Somebody gave him a pity vote, I guess. I don't know, but he's an addict and he did sound distraught. To me, I thought that might weigh a little bit with the jury as to sympathy, but I don't know if that's sympathetically like not guilty though, because it does actually put him in a state of mind to where he was either really just guilty about his actions in general, being awful to his family. And they wonder if he could go so far as to hire a hit on himself. Could he have gone so far as to like try to correct the problem other ways?
What do you
And
mean?
maybe that he's trying to commit it, off himself because of the guilt of it.
Hmm. That is a fair assumption.
Yeah, but like
I was
go on.
sorry. Oh, I was going to say that is a fair assumption because at this point, at the point of the roadside thing, he had already, had what 2 interviews and or was it 3? Yeah, it was 3, right? Yeah, it was 3. So he already knew he was screwed. So yeah, that's very viable, Claire. I agree.
Yeah. So I mean, this trial is a little different for me because I'm not trying to be as unbiased or straightforward with the legal part of it or any of that. I'm having a little more fun with the murder minions, like speculating as far as to what happened, But this one, I mean, I don't know. It looks like Brilliant might have cracked the case for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I see that.
Yeah, you see that? Oh.
Yep.
Bubba bit
AM on it. Go ahead.
Bubba bit Alex on the ankle, causing the first shot. Everything after that was just dominoes. Like in pizza or no, I know you mean like the game, like when they stand up. No, but like
After all of that, it was just dominoes, you know?
It was just God,
it was the day of my daughter's wedding.
What the Beck? Yep. Oh, look, who's this guy? What the Beck in the chat? Like, sorry about. Oh no, not that one. That's not what I wanted. Wait a minute. Oh, but don't worry about the noise. Okay, wait. I thought you said something about the trial. Now I'm pulling the wrong one up. Where's this one? It's okay. Oh, they see. Nobody's worried about that. Don't worry about
know.
that.
I was really. It was just a joke more than anything because Mark Caesar was you and your cabinets back.
Yeah. Hey, Mark. Oh, really? It's just like, good morning, Maya. How nice of you to join us. And Sandra, I think I caught everybody.
Talco, Pija, Pija. I can't say that name.
Yeah,
I dated
Maya
a chick with
Tisha?
that name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you couldn't say her name?
No. It's just hard to say the way they say it. It's more complicated than that. There's more nuance in it. But her nickname was Peach because it sounds so much. When she was little, she ended up with the nickname Peach, and when I dated her, everybody just called her Peach.
That's a nice name, though, Peach.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart. She is really a peach. We just didn't click. We're friends, but yeah.
Okay, so Brilliant says it's that damn pineapple pizza disagreement. Alex Murdaugh doesn't like it, and everyone else does. All right, that's it. Alex Murdaugh doesn't like pineapple pizza. Guilty. That's it. That did it for me.
Hey, wait! I don't like it either.
Well,
I don't like any sweet. I don't like anything sweet with meat. I know I'm weird.
Wait.
Nope, that's okay because we're allowed.
Do you like cranberry sauce?
Well, yeah, but that's not sweet with meat.
It is when you have it.
Yes, it is. Dinner. Exactly.
Yeah, but see, I grew up with mom's homemade cranberry sauce. It wasn't sweetened.
Yeah, that's like my homemade too.
It was just natural sweet.
Yeah, it's just very tart. I use just natural sweetener. Yeah, like
there are a few exceptions in this world. Like I like. Has anybody ever had like the double thick pork chops and you stuff them with apples with cinnamon and sugar?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, now that I do like. There are a couple, and yeah, I like cranberry sauce on my turkey for a sandwich later on.
You just it's okay. You're allowed not to like pineapple and pizza because actually, when it comes to the polls, it's a 50-50 split. I've never disowned anybody. It's just we'll never be able to date. That's it because it's on my list. So, like, if you can't, because I make the best pineapple pizza. I'm telling you, I make a pineapple pizza that will knock people's socks off, and you literally has. Yes, it
I've
literally
never had a
has.
homemade one.
Oh,
I mean,
pizza dough is so easy to make, Beck. It's so easy. Yeah.
and
What?
I normally don't eat pineapple on pizza unless it's done in a very particular way. It has to be done in a very particular way, or I just don't like it.
I can guarantee you would like my pizza. I have not. I have turned many people that don't like pineapple in pizza into connoisseurs because it's got pickled red onions and it's salty and it's got bacon and it's only fresh pineapple and it's only white cheese. There's no sauce. It's
Ooh,
pretty
that
damn
sounds
good.
different.
It is very different. It's based on unami, sweet and sour and hot, and it's got hot peppers. It's got chilies. It's got red
See, the hot
chilies.
peppers is what just got my interest because if it's
Yeah.
sweet but hot, it's different.
Yeah, but it's not
Mm.
only sweet and hot, it's salty too, and then savory with a good cheese, like a
Okay,
really
now you
good
want me to.
cheese.
Now I want to try your pizza. Damn it, Claire.
Yeah,
Why do you
I'm
live in New
telling you.
Jersey?
Let me tell you, I'm telling you, I've turned not pineapple pizza haters into lovers, literally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you're doing it way different than the pizza places do it. That's not commonly how they do it. It's just like
Mhm.
Canadian
Well,
bacon, which I don't even like. With
I don't do Canadian bacon and ham. I'm talking real bacon, people, like the
yeah,
hillhead of the
no,
stuff. No, I want the salty because that's what it's all about that. And then sometimes if you want even extra salty, you can add either olives or capers, like to get that sour salt. Like it's
yeah,
all about unami, which is the balancing of the four taste buds,
yeah.
on your tongue.
Yeah.
And you add warm dough to that and you've got heaven. And it's like my go-to uh date pizza. It's my go-to, hanging out on the weekend pizza. It's just like my win friends and influence people pizza.
Claire's
Yes.
like, if I make this, I'm keeping this guy.
No, well, not to brag, but like I'm a very good cook. Anybody who gets to have my food really doesn't want to leave. I told you, I'm serious. The exes
No, I believe
call
you.
me up to try to get their new girlfriends to make something I've made, like some favorite food that I made. I'm like, how do you freaking just because I'll talk to you, dude? Don't push it. Like, don't push it. Like, it's like train the replacement. Are you out of your fucking mind? No,
Trade the
I'm serious.
replacement. You want to tell
Yeah.
her how to suck your
No,
anyways, so
like
what's
this is a family show. Well, not so much. It is about
anchovies,
Juice
murder.
box.
Rosty?
Yeah.
You are I hate anchovies. That's the one thing
And
that I will never ever. Too salty, too fishy. Can't stand them. Disgusting.
uh, okay. Now, okay, I don't eat anchovies regularly. I will not. I agree with you. They're kind of slimy, disgusting, overly powered, whatever. But if you're making a puttanesca, which is a type of an Italian sauce with olives, and you
Yes, it
need an
is.
anchovy for the salt, you have to melt it into and you don't taste it afterwards. But
But
if you
see,
don't
that's
melt
different.
that anchovy into the garlic before you create this sauce, you just don't have an authentic puttanesca.
No,
Yes,
and you're
sir.
right. And I actually do like that. I don't like if it's mixed like Caesar dressing. It's
You
delicious.
need a little bit. It's delicious. You need a little bit there too. If you do not melt that
Exactly.
in the beginning, it's just not. It's going to taste off as far as Caesar dressing. But
Exactly. But
Mm-hmm.
when people use it like in dishes, like pieces of it,
yes, yep.
I can't.
Good
I
morning.
hate the
Robski
taste.
always shows up when I start talking food because Robski, he would love my pineapple pizza. He's a big food connoisseur. There you go. And anchovies and pasta sauce, yes. Puttanesca with those really heaty olives, like those really salty ones, the really brined ones. What are they called? Oh
I
yeah.
can't
Calamata.
remember.
You need
Yeah,
Kalamata off.
calamari.
You need Kalamata olives with yeah. All right, now you guys got me talking fancy food stuff.
And
Now
that's my
people are
fate, by the
there.
way.
You
I
go.
love
Yeah. So
Kalamata
the
olives with some good expensive
right.
cheese and some hunks of bread. Oh, so
If
good.
you want expensive cheese, you just come to New Zealand.
Yeah, apparently the cows don't want people to use their cheese in New Zealand. Like, there's a lot of cows in New Zealand. Would you all agree that when you think about New Zealand, you think about like
livestock.
cows and
I
livestock and
don't,
like
but okay.
roaming beautiful green fields and like everything. You think of New Zealand, you just think of like this picturesque tabby air people and stuff like that. But here, you go to the supermarket, you can't get cheese. Can somebody explain that to me? There's a lot of dairy cows.
Guess how much a 1 kg block of tasty cheese is here?
Mm-hmm. I don't know how much.
It's like $14.
Oh, that's a lot for just regular cheese. I know we're talking food again.
Your regular run of the mill 1 kg block of cheese. It's just
this is it.
And that's on the cheap side.
Wow. See, and I don't understand that because, like, if you got so much you got the potential for so much dairy there. You think they'd be giving away milk and cheese like on the corner?
I think that's the reason why, though. We give all our best cuts of meat, and we feed the rest of the world.
But you got to feed yourselves too. Like, you got to come to America to get a cheese platter. That's pretty bad, you know. Anyway, but all right, well, let's move off of food before all our murder minions leave. They want to talk death and destruction here. That's it. But what we really want to talk is defense. The defense is coming up. What do you think? It's going to be Harpootlian, you think? Who do you think?
I think he usually starts and ends things, so I think he will definitely at least start it.
I don't know, because it's going to be against Kelley. It's going to be against Ryan Kelley, because he didn't have very much questions for Kinsey. Like, he went a little bit, but not anywhere near as long as Creighton Waters did. And he was a little doddering. I thought it was going to be Phillip Barber, but Phillip Barber was just the dummy he used, like, to show the weapon on itself. I was like, poor Phillip, carry my easel. Now lay on the floor while I pretend to shoot you. Like,
I really, really enjoyed the little that I did watch was that man is waving a shotgun around the courtroom as if it was a fucking...
That you enjoyed that? That made me so nervous. Here he is, he's doddering around. He barely shuffles through the courtroom, and he's like waving a rifle around. I'm like, oh Lord,
he's just like shuffling around like an 80-year-old octogenarian, and then flings this shotgun around like it was it was a Cowboys and Indians plastic pop gun.
Record, did you see the state's table when he picked up out of the box and he aimed it towards the gallery? Did you see that shot?
Yeah.
They leaned and split the table in the middle.
They were like, dude, like, get away from us. Like, yeah.
And then he aimed it at the witness towards that door that they take Alex out of, and the guy jumps up on the witness stand to get out of the way.
It was insane. See, everybody else was thinking the same as we were. Like, they were a little nervous. But the Rocket Couch, he's got this opinion in New Zealand, which I kind of agree with, because I picture it this way. Oh, I think they're coming in. Judge is interrupting you there. No message for you, Rocket Couch. Sorry. There we go.
In that beautiful state.
Yep. Okay, wait. Why is he not? Oh, I didn't put it up. That's why. Hello, Judge Newman. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Judge.
Good morning. Ready to proceed?
One brief housekeeping matter, Your Honor. When we put in the disc yesterday, which for the record is State's Exhibit 552, I provided the court reporter with one that was a shortened one. We actually put in the full one, so I'm going to replace 552 with the full disc with the consent of defense counsel.
We consent, Your Honor.
Okay, very well.
So it's these
Wait,
points
it's
where you can
9:30.
totally slip anything in.
They bring the jury.
It's 9:36, and Dick Harpootlian is still getting ready to do his cross. Do you see this?
Yeah,
okay.
I noticed that.
What happened to being prepared?
Today. He's ready to go. He's up. He's awake. I don't know. I forget I got my mini mod mic. You guys can hear me chortle and snort. I should stop that.
Yes, sorry about
Well, that's
that. But
something pretty
he,
important right there. He just covered his mouth so we can't read his lips. Oh, I'm sorry, Griffin.
oh yeah, he's talking to him. He doesn't want anybody to hear what he's saying. Wait, hey, Griffin's been a bit quiet. You think he's like been told like that's it? That's the last foot in the door. What else you gonna tell? Like my social security number? You want to tell him where my Bahamas account is?
Yeah, give
You
him
got
my
the
credit
code to the
card.
Cayman Islands? Yes. Right? Could you zip it,
I,
Jim?
I'm an
I don't think that-
Arabian
Cool.
prince. Would you care to partake in this very lucrative idea that I have?
I swear,
Oh my
if the
God.
Murdaugh trial crosses over to my SBF FTX stuff, I think I'm gonna have a heart attack. I really am.
It's like SBF takes a stand.
Can you imagine Samuel Bankman-Fried there? I mean, damn.
I'm out.
Okay, so
I'm out. This is it.
mhm.
I don't know how he managed to get in there, but I'm out.
I agree with your
Good
turtle
morning.
moves. All right, we're
All right,
gonna
day
mute,
number
guys.
20.
See ya at break.
Examination. You may proceed.
Report, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see if we can do this quickly. Is that okay with you? It is Friday. Monday's a holiday. So let's see if we can't get through this. You are is it senior special agent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you investigated, your charge was investigating the so-called roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
And as part of that, after Alec was airlifted to Savannah Hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go see him there?
Yes.
And did you talk to the doctors about his condition?
We made contact with medical staff there. I don't know if I specifically spoke to a particular doctor, but we made contact with the medical staff that were providing treatment.
So did the medical staff tell you he had a shallow sort of trough wound in the back of his head, apparently caused by a bullet? Did they tell you that?
They did not.
Did they tell you he had a fractured skull?
They did not.
Did you look at have you subpoenaed his medical records?
We have, but at the
Okay.
time of my arrival, the tests were ongoing and that those documents weren't readily available to me
But you've looked at him since then.
since then.
So you would agree with me, he had a fractured skull, a wound, a trough wound in the back of his head.
I'd agree that's what the medical records state.
Let me see if you can identify this.
These appear to be a portion of Mr. Murdaugh's medical records.
I understand it's a portion,
Yes, sir.
but it's the sort of the summarizing portion, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. I think you furnished these to us. Do you have any objections?
Objection, Rule 801.
Well, let me ask you this question. Maybe this will make it easy. Who subpoenaed and got these records? Did you, SLED?
Yes, at the time of the incident, they weren't discussing his medical condition with us. I mean, we were able to, due to HEPA, they weren't readily providing us access to his medical records or consultation with his doctors. We had a general understanding based on what Mr. Murdaugh told us or told deputies on the side of the road and based what he stated on 911 that he had been shot in the head. So when we arrived and we saw a subsequent injury.
Just let me cut to the chase here. Did you all subpoena the medical records?
Yes, we did.
Are these a portion of the medical records, the business records that you received from the hospital in Savannah, the Memorial Health?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that resolve that issue? Business records? And for the record, Your Honor, redacted any personal identifying matters. That's what's redacted.
objections, no objections.
Did it without objection.
It's, and that's number 124. So let me have you, if this will refresh your memory, look at page 1, what the medical staff says are his injuries.
Yes.
Okay, now, I could have you read that. Do you understand what it means?
I have a general, like I said, I'm not a doctor. I'm a SLED agent, so I have a general understanding of the terms on the
Did he have
page.
does it indicate he had a furrow wound in his head?
I'm not trying to play coy. It just says, I mean, I can read it. If it says,
Okay, let me publish part to you and see what you think. Left posterior parietal subdural hematoma with adjacent blood products. What do you think that means? What's a subdural hematoma?
obviously it's a bleeding on the subdural part of his head. So it
would be a brain bleed.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. It says linear left posterior parietal bone fracture. That would be a fractured skull.
Yes.
Okay. Scalp laceration overlying the left parietal bone. That would be that furrow I'm talking about, right?
If that's what you infer to, I'm not a doctor. I mean, furrow is, I can only testify what it states on the page.
And attending radiologist reviewed all the images and agrees with the interpretation. So radiologist looked and saw brain bleed, saw a subdural hematoma, saw a fractured skull, and made findings consistent with a bullet wound to the head. Did they not?
The medical professionals reviewed his charts and his tests. They came to that opinion. We refer to them as it relates to their findings.
I'm sorry, refer to them what?
We refer to them as it relates to their findings. If that's what they determined happened, we refer to them.
So he had real injuries.
There was a laceration on the back of his head that was consistent with a gunshot wound.
Fractured skull, subdural, brain bleed, right?
If that's what the records say, then yes.
Have you ever told anybody that, specifically the Maggie's sister and her husband, that Alec had been shot in the head? I mean, I can play it for you. You recorded it.
Oh, absolutely. If it's, I'm not denying that I've done it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I just want to make sure you've told somebody that Alec got shot in the head.
Yes, I've never questioned that Alec's been shot in the head.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
Okay,
we're having a difficult time here communicating this morning. I don't quite understand it. The
That's
simple
early.
question was he shot in the head? And you see, I'm not sure until just now you said yes, he was shot in the head.
I apologize. Yes.
So we agree on that. He's shot in the head.
Yes.
Okay. And he was in intensive care for a while, and then he was let out relatively quickly. Isn't that right?
Yes, I believe he was released on the 7th.
Okay. Now I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 125 and 127.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me show these to you so you can identify them. Are these photographs consistent with what you saw Alex Murdaugh at the hospital?
No, this first photograph was photographed by Hampton County EMS.
Okay.
So prior to my arrival, this was taken. When I arrived in Savannah, Alex was not in this condition.
But you would represent that these
This image is something that I saw at the hospital. I didn't see this.
Okay. So, this was taken by who? Hampton County?
I don't know who took the photo, but it was included with the Hampton County EMS records that we obtained.
Okay. So, did I offer these?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So let's look at. Do I have to go to the Elmo, or do you have these? I like the bandage head first. Okay, so this is the photo you indicate some other law enforcement agency took before he went to, that's at the side of the road, or is that, or do you know?
This photo was included in the records from Hampton County EMS that we obtained at the time that he provided the recorded statement inside the ambulance, where he
Okay.
gave the detailed description of what happened to him.
Which we've listened to.
Yes, yesterday. So at some point, his wound was treated and he was placed in a cervical collar outside my presence. I wasn't present when he was transported. I didn't meet with Mr. Murdaugh until I went to Savannah.
Okay. Put the next picture on. And who took this picture?
This picture was, I did not take any pictures. So I believe it may have been, it was Agent Rebecca Gregg who was accompanying me to Savannah.
And is that an accurate depiction of what his skull looked like at the hospital?
Correct.
And you notice blood there?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and kill the animal, please. Now, as I understand it, after he was released from the hospital, he went to detox in Atlanta.
That's what y'all told us. Yes.
I'm sorry?
That's what you told me.
Okay. And we called you from a facility in Atlanta to give the statement we saw earlier, correct?
You called me from a telephone. I don't know exactly what your location. I wasn't there with you, so I don't know where you called me from.
You're telling me SLED can't tell where a phone is?
Mr. Harpootlian.
I mean, if you're going to tell me that SLED can't tell us where a phone is,
Pose the question, you must give him an opportunity to answer.
I apologize.
Mr. Harpootlian, you called me. I don't know what number you called me from.
My cell phone.
Okay, so you called me from your cell phone. I have that number, so it identified as yours.
Right.
But I don't know where you were at. You told me that you were calling from Atlanta. I took you at your word, but I can't testify to where you were calling me from because I don't know.
Did you ever subpoena his detox records?
We made an attempt, but we had issues with them honoring an out-of-state subpoena.
Well, I mean, you can go to a court in Georgia and make them honor it, or we could have given you consent. Did you ask us for consent?
No consent was given.
No consent was asked for.
No
Right.
consent was asked. No consent was given. So
Okay. But we represented on that call that he was in a detox facility before, when we called you to set up the call in Atlanta, and he was now, and I think we've said on the recording that the doctors indicate he's coherent. He's been through the detox, which is a pretty tough process, and he was willing to talk to you once he was competent to do so. Isn't that correct?
that's the information you relayed to me. Yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt that?
No, sir.
Okay. And so as soon as he came out of the initial stages of detox, you don't know this, but we went down, we called you.
Mr. Harpootlian, you can't testify.
Who called him initially?
I called you 7th to reach out to let you know that we had some developments in the case, and I told you that we wanted to speak to Alex.
Okay.
You told us that he was in rehab or was en route to rehab, and we would try to make some arrangements. We had initially discussed agents traveling to whatever facility Mr. Murdaugh was in to meet with him in an attempt to get a statement. That meeting did not materialize. On the afternoon of the 13th, you called me from your cell phone to set up a telephone interview. Given the complexity of the case and the fluid movements of the investigation, we wanted to, agree to that so we could get some type of, at that point, Mr. Murdaugh had obviously the story that he told us was not true. And we wanted to take that as an opportunity to try to make some sense out of the investigation, given that you and Mr. Griffith were there saying he was ready to tell us really what happened.
So he, through his attorneys, reached out to you to give this recorded statement we saw.
On the 13th, you called me, yes.
Right. And secondly, he admitted that he had stolen money, right?
Yes.
He admitted drug use.
Yes.
And he admitted that he lied, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that statement, he was charged with insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. Is that correct?
Yes, he was.
And by that time, he had moved from the detox facility in Atlanta to a rehab facility in Orlando, correct?
Correct.
And you asked that he surrender himself, and he did that, did he not?
Yes, he did.
He had his son Buster drive him from Orlando to Hampton County, and I believe you all met him and by prearrangement, him and Buster at his mother's house.
The agreement was for us to meet you and Mr. Griffith with Mr. Murdaugh, that no stops be taken from Orlando to Hampton. We encountered Mr. Murdaugh and Buster pulling into the driveway of the Alameda property. So outside of our agreement, so Mr. Murdaugh was taken into custody as soon as he arrived at Alameda.
Well, so perhaps if we weren't going to Orlando, stopping to get his lawyers before he surrendered himself would have been a violation of our agreement?
No, our agreement was that Mr. Murdaugh was to go from Orlando directly to your custody. Buster, I don't fault Buster. I don't think that he was doing anything that he thought was wrong. He was just listening to instructions. But we were supposed to meet him with you, and he showed up at his mom's house. So he was placed under arrest at his mom's house.
Well, we showed up at mom's house as y'all were taking him away, right?
After he was arrested, yes.
Right, but I mean, we were there minutes after you arrested him, right?
Well, yes, because they called you. So, and I think I might have called you to tell you that we were arresting him as well.
Right. He went to a bond hearing.
Yes, he did.
And he was granted bond.
Yes.
And one of the conditions of the bond allowed him to go back to Orlando to rehab, right?
Yes.
And he went back to Orlando to rehab.
Yes.
Until he was indicted on the financial fraud charges.
Yes.
And his cooperation, when I say cooperation, the statements he made I understand you were only investigating the roadside shooting, right?
Correct.
So you weren't investigating the murder. You weren't investigating, I'm talking about Maggie and Paul's murders. You weren't investigating the financial crimes, only the roadside shooting, correct?
Are you referring during my interviews with the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh?
I'm sorry.
Are you referring to in the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh, the first 2 interviews were conducted with him being considered the victim of a violent crime.
Right.
And in the 3rd interview, you set parameters as his attorney as to what information we would discuss on the call.
I'm not, but he did, when you asked questions about his bank accounts, he cooperated fully with you, right?
After some give and take, I think between you and I, he disclosed information. Yes.
Right. And he admitted to you he'd stolen money.
Yeah, he confirmed that he had stolen money because at that point we had been told by other parties he had stolen money, and on the 7th we recovered enterprise banking slips. So we knew we had documentation he had stolen money. He just confirmed it with his.
Did you know whether he knew he was just coming out of detox? Certainly many defendants would have never talked to you, correct?
Objection is sustained.
Did he have to talk to you?
Some of the best confessions I've ever got were from a defense attorney. So he spoke to me.
Not this defense attorney. Okay.
Well, he still confessed on the call. So
there are defense attorneys and defense attorneys, right? Okay. So let me say this: as a result of some of the information you got, did you give that statement that he gave you? Did you give that to who was investigating the financial crimes?
That was a joint operation out of our office. There were several agents that were involved.
But no agent in charge like Mr. Owens?
There was an agent, David Williams, Special Agent David Williams,
Okay.
myself, Special Agent Matt Wright. We've all had part in the financial investigations.
Okay, and as a result of his cooperation, partially, and what you already knew, you're aware that he was indicted on 90 indictments of financial fraud, which could result in life without parole for him. Do you not?
He was found.
If you'd answer yes or no and then explain your answer. Was he indicted on 90 charges of financial fraud and for which he faces life without parole? Is that correct? Just yes or no?
Objection is sustained.
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
There's an objection, and I sustained the objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't understand the grounds for the objection.
401, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I understand what 401 is. I don't know why we apply to this.
Objection is sustained.
The information you got was voluntary about the financial piece of this was voluntary by him? No one threatened him? No one coerced him? He has two lawyers sitting there, right?
To the best of my knowledge, no one threatened him. I was not present with Mr. Murdaugh at the time of giving his statement. I wasn't, it was over the telephone. I'm based on what you've told us, no one threatened him. Y'all
Nobody
were
had a
there
gun to his
representing.
head.
I wasn't in the room. If you did, I can't speak to it. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor, may it please the court. When you interviewed the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, on September 4th, that was in the hospital, is that right?
Yes, it was.
Did he agree to speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Did he respond appropriately to your?
Dealt with this matter, and if we're going to go into this, we'd like a Jackson v. Dino hearing as to his competence to talk to him in the hospital.
Mr.
He specifically cross-examined him on the injuries in the hospital that he had suffered, and I'm just following up with the agent about the circumstances generally of his interaction with Mr.
Gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
And already this morning, Harpoo stepped in it.
What the actual?
I don't know. He's acting like an ass this morning. I told you he was.
This isn't acting like an ass. This is the whole butthole and colon in one.
Yeah, I agree.
You're not kidding. Listen, on that tape, did we not all hear Jim Griffin and Dick Harpootlian say that Alex Murdaugh was confident
seated,
enough to
please.
give that interview? They said it themselves on that tape that he was of
What's the
sound
nature of the
mind.
objection again, Mr. Harpootlian?
Yeah,
None.
he asked him.
Several bases. One, that was a leading question, but if you get past that. Secondly, we had an agreement, which he complied with on direct examination, to have him say what happened there in summary fashion and not go into a quoting piece, even though we believe, and if you look at these medical records, he's showing positive for barbiturates and opioids, many of which were administered by the hospital. We believe the doctors will say he was not competent to give any sort of voluntary statement. And he was not advised of Miranda warnings. He wasn't in any way, obviously wasn't in custody, but we believe that we're entitled to a hearing on competence to give a statement if he's going to go further on this. And to do so, we're going to need the doctors from Savannah here to testify what his condition was. So perhaps we should adjourn this and come back on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week.
Perhaps you shouldn't tell the judge what to do.
Yeah, some total of my questions was specifically in response to the cross-examination. I was not going to ask him to go back to to relate what he related to Agent Kelley, which again, they had already agreed for us to do in summary fashion. It was simply going to be questions that he was not in custody. He was voluntarily agreed to talk, and his questions were subject matter appropriate, and he appeared to understand the questions. That was going to be the extent of it, and it was in direct response to their putting in the records and discussing the injuries that are reflected in those records. That was the extent of my questioning, not to reiterate the summary to which, frankly, they had already agreed to allowing us to do, which we did yesterday.
If that's all he's going to ask, I withdraw my objection.
All right, very good. Let's bring the jury in.
Wow.
Get a stretch. Yes, sir.
That's what we're agreeing, if that's all he's going to ask. But if that question leads to another question,
So stand for a few moments.
Everybody rise and get a good stretch in.
Yes, stretch, people. This is going to be some kind of rodeo today. Better get your blood going. Get another cup of coffee or a cup of tea or something refreshing to drink. Man,
I'm gonna need
check
something
your
straight into the
supplies.
vein.
Yes, I think so. I think my coffee IV needs to be refreshed. Wow. Yes, they did,
I
Anna.
think,
In that interview, they said the doctors had okayed his questioning, and both attorneys said Alex was of sound mind and able to because the investigators asked him at the beginning of that interview. This is some go
yes,
around hokey pokey. You know what happened? In my humble opinion, they got the poll numbers overnight that it didn't happen the way they thought, that Alex got absolutely no sympathy for this interview, and they're sorry that they put it in because it's playing really bad to the public, which means they probably think it's playing really bad to the jury, and they just want to get other stuff in there that he was really suffering because it's not going their way. That is a very entitled, upset defense attorney this morning. And then to hear that Alex Murdaugh can't even turn himself in as agreed, he's got to bend the rules
you.
that way.
Mhm.
The objection is withdrawn. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Oh boy.
All right, going back to the question
Pulling
that I
out
asked.
joke for
when
Harpootlian,
you
and I'm not
interviewed,
going to say it.
asking these particular questions. When you interviewed the defendant on September 4th, that was the day of the roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
Did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody in any way?
He was not in custody.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He responded appropriately and consistently to the answers to my questions that were given on the 911 and on the to Hampton County deputies.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
Yes.
And did he respond appropriately to the subject matter of those questions?
Yes.
When you interviewed him on September 6th, he was still in the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody at any point?
He was not.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He did.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
He understood the questions and, again, gave consistent responses to the interviews from September 4th, from the 911 call, and from the video from the ambulance.
All right. And his answers related appropriately to the subject matter of your questions?
Yes, the side of the road.
You were asked a little bit about the circumstances of the telephone interview on September 13th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And did you want to do a telephone interview, or did you want to speak to him in person?
No, our initial inquiry was to go to where he was at. We did not know his location. They took him out of state. Our intention was to go meet with them wherever they had him to conduct that interview. When those plans did not materialize, time was of the essence. When they called us and agreed to have the telephone interview, we made an investigative decision to agree to that and conduct the interview over the phone.
That time period between September 6th and 7th, when all the developments you testified to yesterday on the side of the road took place, and September 13th, was SLED just sitting around doing nothing, or were y'all actively attempting to further question the defendant?
We were absolutely actively in working the active investigation. We were actively attempting to make contact to have that interview and make that take place.
And it was not till September 13th that the defense agreed, but only through a telephone interview. Is that correct?
Mr. Harpootlian called me on the 13th, and he said, "Hey, we have a short amount of time. We can do this. Can we make it happen?" So we had to make it happen and within about 30 minutes notice. So Agent Albayalde and I got to a place where we can conduct the interview, and the interview occurred.
And when y'all had that phone interview that the jury heard yesterday, at the beginning, they put limitations on the subject matter of what could be discussed.
Yes, they advised that they would only discuss the side of the road shooting, the Moselle incident, and the financial crimes were off limits.
Ultimately, some financial information was discussed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But Moselle never was. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked about ultimately when he was taken into custody. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly what date that was?
I don't have the booking paperwork. I don't remember what specific date. I took him into custody twice, so I don't know what date.
And that was after he had finished that rehab stint. Is that correct, to your understanding?
Yes, we took him in custody once on the Alameda property. We also took him in custody a second time when we went to Orlando to extradite.
Well, what you were just asked about by Mr. Harpootlian, when he returned to South Carolina, that was the first time ever that he had been taken into custody. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was for charges related to the side of the road.
Yes.
Thank you, Senior Special Agent Kelley. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Questions. That second time you took him into custody, do you know when that was?
I don't have the exact date in front of me. I apologize.
If I told you October 16th, would that of 2021, would that seem appropriate?
I believe it was in the month of October 2020.
Okay. And tell this jury, how long has he been out of jail since October 16th of 2021? I mean, did he make bond?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, so he's been in jail since October 16th.
Objection 401, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
What opportunity has he had since October 16th of 2021 to manipulate witnesses, to manipulate evidence, to manipulate anything in this case? What opportunity? Go ahead.
There's an objection.
I'm sorry, what's this objection?
Objection 401, Your Honor.
And response.
Well, Your Honor, no question, he's been in jail since October 6th.
Your legal response to the objection.
I
The
don't understand.
401 is the objection, relevance, and your response.
My response is that they have him, they're trying to portray him as this manipulative
Your Honor.
person, and he's not got the ability to manipulate anything after October 16th.
Objection is sustained.
That's not relevant.
Inappropriate argument to the jury.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, did you tell anyone in his family the reason you wanted to see him while he was in rehab was to show him a picture of a truck?
The conversations about the picture of the truck, we obtained the picture of the truck on and around.
Excuse me, if you would just answer yes or no, and then you can explain your answer. We're going to go down this trail, and if you say no, then I'm done. If you say yes, then I'm going to ask you when you did it, and we don't have to go through this back and forth for the next 10 minutes. Did you tell anybody in his family you wanted to see him in rehab just to show him a picture, among other things, just to show him a picture of a truck?
I believe that was one of the items we wanted to discuss with Mr. Murdaugh.
Okay. And so you were giving the impression that at that point you still believed him and you just wanted to show him a picture of a truck.
401, Your Honor.
Relevance? Really?
Let me hear that question again.
You indicated to a member of his family you knew was communicating with him that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck.
To the form, Your Honor.
It's cross-examination.
Thank you. Did you communicate?
What's the response?
I asked the question.
Could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
Are you a senior special agent?
Yes, sir, I am.
Senior Special Agent Kelley, did you communicate to a member of Mr. Murdaugh's family, Randy Murdaugh, that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck? That was paramount to you, and that's what you communicated to Mr. Murdaugh.
Objection 401, Your Honor.
Objection is overruled.
The question you just asked me is that, and I responded to, that was one of the things. That was not the only thing. You know, we knew the identity of Curtis Smith. We knew the truck that Mr. Smith.
I didn't ask you what else you knew. I asked you.
Ask the witness to be allowed to complete his answer, Your Honor.
Okay. You may continue your response.
We wanted to meet with Mr. Murdaugh to show him images of the truck. We wanted to show him to see. At this point, we suspected he was not telling the truth, and we wanted to see if he would continue to not tell it, to continue to lie to us about not knowing the existence of Curtis or the truck, or if he would, show some type of clarity. And
so, and this goes to sort of the same issue. When you wanted to see him, with the exhibits I just introduced. Okay. When you wanted to see him and you contacted me, I indicated he was in detox, right?
Objection sustained.
Were you aware that he was in detox in Atlanta?
I was aware that he was out of state, and based on the information you told me, and I took you at your word, that he was seeking treatment in an out-of-state facility.
Okay. And did I indicate to you, or did anybody indicate to you in detox, you need an uninterrupted period to get off the drugs.
I believe that is what you explained to me.
Okay. And that he wouldn't be competent to communicate until he'd been, there's some hospital records, maybe I want would not be competent to speak with you until the doctor said he was competent, right?
On the morning of, on the September 4th incident, he consumed opioids that morning. He was not detoxing or coming off those drugs. He did not appear to be under the influence of any narcotics. When we met with him in the hospital, he was on his cell phone, he was walking, he was talking, he was coherent. He was the victim of a crime, the only witness that we were aware of for that crime. So we obtained a statement from him so he could tell us what happened.
You would concede he'd been shot in the head on no one plowable ground, but he had a head wound, fractured skull.
Asked and answered.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you ask a doctor if he was competent to speak with you?
Again, those medical records, the doctors
No,
would
that's
not.
not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you talked to a doctor and said, is he competent to talk to us? Did you do that?
Mr. Harpootlian,
Would you just say yes or no, and we can move
I'd
on?
like to ask the witness allowed to answer the question and object to the form.
Let me answer the question, yes or no.
could you repeat the question?
Did you speak to one of his physicians or any medical personnel and ask them if he was competent to speak with you in the hospital?
I did not.
Okay. Now let's look at part of the records that are in evidence. And there was drug testing done on this day, correct?
Again, they did not discuss with me his medical records. Mr. Harpootlian, they didn't talk to me about his medical records.
And you didn't ask them, did you? Did you ask them?
The testing that was
Did
being
you
conducted-
ask them?
We did not ask to discuss
Okay.
specific aspects of Mr. Murdaugh's medical condition. We had to subpoena the records with a court order to have access to them. They will
So
not discuss openly his medical records with us.
did you ask a doc, that's repetitive, but if you had asked a doctor, they would have told you, according to these records, that he was positive for barbiturates and positive for opioids, would they not?
They would have told us they,
Objection sustained.
Were you, according to the records that are in evidence, or were you aware that he was on opioids and he had a positive test for opioids and benzos?
once we have subpoenaed,
Would you please answer the yes or no?
once we got the records,
Would
we
you
learned.
answer yes or no?
Your Honor, I would object to him badgering the witness. The witness is entitled to answer the question.
You may respond as you see fit. Go ahead.
At the time of September 4th, we did not ask the medical doctors or the medical professionals any information about his condition because they would not discuss it with us. So if I had asked, they would not have discussed it. So we did not ask. When we obtained the medical records through court order, we were able to review them and learn after the fact the diagnosis.
Would you still, if you'd had the medical records, would you have still gone forward with questioning, knowing he had opioids and benzodiazepines in his blood system?
At that point, he was a victim of a crime. He was the only witness to a shooting that we were currently investigating. I would have asked those questions, and when I found that they were consistent with the two other statements he had already given, it would have allowed us to move forward with the investigation.
Beg the court's indulgence. Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me call your next witness.
May it please the court, Your Honor. The state calls Special Agent Peter Rudofski.
Raise your right hand. and come back. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth shall help you God? If you would please be seated, state your full name for the record, and spell your last name, okay? Thank you.
Special Agent Peter Rudofski, that's Rudofski, and it's pronounced Rudolph and then Ski.
All right, Special Agent Rudofski, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. If you would, tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Give us a little quick history of where you grew up, where you went to school, and how you ultimately ended up with your current position.
I'm originally from Oakland County, Michigan, Metro Detroit area. Became a reserve deputy in 2015, a reserve officer with Bay City Department of Public Safety while I was attending Saginaw Valley State University to get my bachelor's degree. And then went on to work at Oakland County Sheriff's Office as a special deputy. Graduated in 2017 at Saginaw Valley State University with a criminal justice degree. And then in 2017, moved to South Carolina, worked for the Department of Public Safety. In 2020, came to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, where I am currently. Began in the undercover vice unit, worked in the undercover vice unit until October of 22, where I currently am a special agent assigned to investigative services.
All right, and that was when again?
That was October of 22 is when I have my new position.
At some point in that position in SLED Investigative Services, did you get involved in the investigation of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh at Moselle?
I did. November of 21 is when I was brought on to assist the Low Country region with this case.
November of 21 or November of 22?
21.
And let's talk a little bit more just about some of the experience you've had as a law enforcement officer. Have you had any experience with or had any training with using the FBI CAST program?
I did. I took a basic 16-hour cell site analysis course, which allowed me to use their system CAST Viz, which is what if you saw Matt Wild's presentation, the mapping system and the plotting, it allows me to use that system and kind of do a basic level operation of it.
And what has been your primary focus of your involvement, at least in the investigation after you got involved in November 2021? And to be fair, that was November 2021. You were not working in investigative services when Moselle event happened in June of 21. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So when you came on in November of 21, what's kind of been one of your main focuses and main assignments?
The main focus was to take all of the various forms of data. There's, a lot of phones, a lot of different data, and take all of that and put it into a readable timeline that you could start from, the beginning of the day to the end of the day and see everything with all those different phones and different, media sources all in one document.
Stand by for me just real quick. And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as a defense exhibit 60 that was entered a long time ago in this trial. And do you recognize that? It's already in evidence.
I do.
All right. And what is that? Tell the jury what that is, please.
This would have been a rough draft or working draft of my timeline. I have a date of 1/12/23 at 3 p.m. was an updated time on this.
All right. And that was, who prepared that document though that was put in by the defense?
This was prepared by myself.
And was that provided to the defense a week or so or sometime prior to trial?
It was.
All right. And on that particular document, does it say that it is a working draft?
It does on the top here. It's going to have in yellow working draft. And then as you go through the document, it's going to have the same yellow on the top working draft and draft across the document.
All right. And how long have you been working on this document right here?
Roughly about a year on this document.
All right. And as new data came in, new data has been analyzed from various sources that have been put forward to this jury. Has that been incorporated into your timeline here?
It has.
All right. And since the time that this was initially prepared, has there been additional information added to it and that document continued to be worked on?
There has.
All right. And has that been provided to the defense as well?
It has.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 520 and see if you recognize this document.
I do. This is going to be the full timeline. This is going to be the latest copy.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 519. And do you recognize that document?
I do.
All right, and tell the jury what that is.
This is going to be a condensed timeline of this document here. Instead of having the whole day, it's going to have roughly from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. on June 7th,
2021?
2021.
Your Honor, this time I would offer states 519 and 520 into evidence.
They are admitted.
All right, we're going to get back to those in a second. All right, now you mentioned before that you had some training in using the FBI CAS program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during the course of this investigation, actually fairly recently, did additional information come in related to what you've been working on?
That is correct.
And explain that to the jury. What information came in?
So on Friday, I received a call,
Which Friday?
would have been last Friday, from Attorney General Conrad that GM discovered some new data. I initially did a search warrant back in March of last year. No data was returned to us from OnStar. We get a call saying that they have data and that they're going to be sending it to me. I received an email on this past Saturday with 3 Excel files of data from GM.
All right, and tell the jury generally what was that data?
There was a lot of data in it. Mostly it was a lot of latitude and longitude plots. There was speed data in there and a lot of data that when you start your car up, you might see like your engine lights and all that, those codes and stuff. A lot of the codes was on the data.
And for what vehicle was this for?
This is for the 2021 Suburban driven by Alex Murdaugh.
Had GM previously responded to law enforcement inquiry that there was no such data?
That is correct. All we got was basic subscriber data for OnStar.
And when had they responded with that information?
I believe it was March 18th
Of
of 2022.
2022.
Yes.
And then during the course of this trial, they contacted and said, oh, wait, we found something.
That is correct.
All right. And since that time, have you downloaded that data into the CAS program and analyzed it in that fashion?
I have the CAS data is pretty much a tool that you can take different latitude, longitude, and different kind of data points, put it in the system in an Excel file, and it pretty much plots it and paints a nice picture for you.
All right. And you have you worked in this case as you've been synthesizing the data from various sources? Have you worked or synthesized the data that came from engineer Falfusky with the FBI?
Yes, sir.
And remind the jury who Falfusky is again, please.
He is a vehicle engineer from the FBI out of Washington, D.C. And he's the one that took the telemetry unit out of Alex Murdaugh Suburban, and he took all the data and recreated that, the year-long process to get all the data extracted that he previously testified on.
All right. And is that telemetry data generally synthesized or summarized along with other data in your timelines that are admitted into evidence?
Yes, it is.
Can you compare for the jury the difference between what the telemetry that engineer Falfusky did and the OnStar data that GM recently provided?
The biggest difference you're going to see is on the telemetry data. If you remember, there was that Excel spreadsheet with all the different colors on it. It would show vehicle going into drive or park, moving, propulsion, that kind of stuff. The data we got back from OnStar is mostly a lot of latitude and longitude and speed and different kind of codes and whatnot. There wasn't really any location data in the FBI data. I don't believe there was any for that day. I believe it was all before. But we have mostly, GPS coordinates and whatnot. That's the biggest difference that you're going to see between the reports.
All right. And was the OnStar data recently received generally consistent with the telemetry data that had been developed by the FBI and Falfusky?
It was.
Just more specific?
Just more specific.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 524 to this trial and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right. And tell the jury what this is, please.
This was a presentation I created that is based on the GM OnStar data that was received last week for 6/7 of 21 for a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer in the evidence States 524.
Submitted.
could have input, please. And I'm gonna go ahead and put exhibit 524 up on the screen, the one we just admitted. All right, is this the 524 the exhibit we just put into evidence?
That is correct.
All right.
Well, I guess we'll give her a minute to come back here. I don't know what happened. She might have just lost signal for a minute. Everybody just be a little patient. Right now they're showing a map of the area and where his vehicle went. There we go. Thank you, Wrecker.
I got it.
I don't hear any sound, buddy.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm currently in talking with Claire as well. Her computer has unfortunately crashed a bit.
Okay.
But I've got the feed up.
Yeah, I don't hear any audio though, bud. That's what I was saying.
Might help if I actually turn the audio on.
Nope. You want to try killing it and bringing the tab back up? Maybe you
Can't hear it at all. Okay, hang on, give me a second.
Yeah, Pete, it's your fault. You guys were talking about how good everything was going, and now that's what happened. You guys brought it up. No, I'm kidding.
It's former law firm.
How about now?
Correct.
All right. And what does this represent?
Perfect.
This is going to be the Alameda property that's
Excellent.
been referred to previously. And this is just showing a overview of all the dots for that day.
Basically,
We're about to get in some slides that have very specific references to dots. And just generally, what are you about to go through with the jury as the specific data points that you're about to relate to them?
So for this presentation, we're going to go through all the different drives that occurred that day. You're going to have a data point in a slide that's going to show you the beginning, a couple slides during the drive, and then at the end. And we're going to have a couple different drives that we'll be walking through.
Mute.
All right. Now we're at this slide. What's the title of this slide?
This is Alex leaving for work.
All right. And tell the jury what image do we see right here on the screen?
So what you're looking at
I
is
muted you in
4147
StreamYard.
This is going to be the main entrance, and you can see underneath the little box.
Oh,
is gonna
okay,
be
so
the
I can-
house. You're going to
I can
see,
unmute you
the
in
date is
Stream.
going to say June 7th, 2021, and this plot is going to be 12:06:47.
Okay.
All right. Is that what time the Suburban got
Let's-
underway, according to the GM OnStar data?
That is correct. It does match.
You
up.
show muted, Claire, but your voice is coming through.
Moving to this next slide, what does this represent?
This next slide is representing his vehicle making a right onto Moselle Road during his drive.
All right. What time is that?
The time is 12:07:40 p.m.
All right, come on down here if you would, just real quick. And explain to the jury this box, and in particular, if there's a little arrow on this box, point that out to them so that they can understand specifically what's being referenced with the blue and white box.
So anytime you see a blue box here, it's a little hard to see, but the little kind of triangle down here, that's where it's pointing to on which red dot it is referring to. So anytime you see the box, look for that little triangle, and that's going to tell you the area that the vehicle, the latitude, longitude correlates with.
All right, I'll have to borrow the stick real quick. So this little blue triangle right there is what we're talking about.
That is correct.
And it's pointing to that little red dot there. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we're not going to go through all 4,820 dots, but just representative dots of these various trips. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
I just want to point out quickly, you might see a couple other data points that could be for another trip. Sometimes they have the same latitude and longitude, but different times. So you might see a couple different data points, but that's an explanation for that.
All right. And then the one that's highlighted, though, is the one that's the information is being referred to right there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And right here, we see what?
You see June 7th, 2021,
All right. And then,
12:07 and 40 seconds p.m.
all right, thank you. All right, before we move on to the next slide, what's the car doing at this point in time?
The car is moving.
All right, and what location is it? Just generally in orientation to the property? All right, and what location is it? Just generally in orientation to the property?
Moselle Road coming out of that main gate,
That driveway?
main driveway.
Moving on to the next one, what does this represent?
This is 12:07:42, and this is representing, you're going to see a mile per hour is going to be the new line that just showed up. And this is showing 12 miles an hour the vehicle's traveling.
Generally on these blue boxes is the little arrow at the bottom. Is that kind of in the center bottom in most of these little blue and white boxes?
That is correct.
All right, and some of the entries have a miles per hour reading. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's being recorded by the vehicle and by GM OnStar?
And it's being uploaded to their servers.
All right. And so what was the speed of the defendant's vehicle at this time?
Approximately 12 miles an hour.
Now on here, it's in reference to miles per hour because we're Americans. But the data that you got, what unit was it in?
Kilometers.
All right. And so did you convert that data to miles per hour?
In an Excel spreadsheet, yes.
All right. And just plugged in what the conversion is and it converted to miles per hour.
Yep, you do the equal sign, then you do the conversion, and it converts for you.
All right. All right, going on to this next slide. Is this still on the trip that morning to the law, or that afternoon to the law firm?
That is correct.
All right, and very quickly tell the jury where we're at.
We are still on Moselle Road. We're past the Godley Farms Road, which would be another reference point.
And that's the residence up here at the top.
That is correct.
All right, that's the kennels way up at the very top.
That is correct.
All right, what is the date and time of this reading?
12:08:30, and that is showing approximately 55 miles an hour.
Okay. All right, tell me about this next one.
This is still on the drive to the law firm. This is showing at 12:16 on the dot, and we're showing approximately 60 miles an hour driven.
And where is the arrow on this particular one?
So on this box, the arrow is actually going to be on top, and it's pointing to one of the data points.
The speed again?
Approximately 60 miles an hour.
Going on to slide 13 for the record, what does this reflect?
This is reflecting coming into Hampton to the law firm. And this is actually, if you look, it's pretty much right on top of the law firm. It's 12:21:37, and we have no speed associated.
All right, and then the next slide, slide 14.
This is 12:24:06 with no speed reported. This is when he's arriving. This is the last data point I could find.
All right, so he's arrived at work at that time, correct?
That is correct.
12:46?
12:24:06.
Going to this next slide, explain to the jury what this is, and we're slide 15. For the
So after each drive, we're going to have a slide that's going to show a max speed from all the data sets on Excel. The max speed for his drive from Moselle to the law firm that morning was 12:13:19. The max speed was 65.8 miles per hour, and the average speed of that whole drive was 37.24 miles an hour, and that time was at 12:13:19 during his drive.
All right, we're moving now to slide 16. Tell the jury what this represents.
This one's going to represent Alex leaving work at the law firm, heading to his house. It shows at 6:24:18, and it shows him going 8 miles an hour, just starting to leave.
All right, PM
PM,
and the speed
approximately 8 miles an hour.
going on slide 17.
This one's showing at 6:26:54 PM. It's showing his Suburban going approximately 42 miles an hour on his drive home. The arrow is going to be on the top right.
And
It
the
might
speed.
be cut off a little bit. 42 miles an hour.
All right, and then is that the arrow right there?
That is correct.
All right, at the top,
The top of the screen.
about 42 miles an hour.
That is correct.
Slide 18, what does this reflect?
This is going to reflect at Alex arriving home at 6:42:54 with a miles per hour of 0. This is one of the last data points that without speed.
6:42 PM arriving back at the residence,
That is correct.
and the arrow is pointing to what?
The residence. A little bit to the side, but it's the residence right there.
All right, and tell the jury now on slide 19, what does this represent?
So this is going to be from his drive home from the law firm to Moselle. It represents at 6:34:01 during his drive. The max speed obtained was 54.4 miles per hour. The average speed during this drive was 41.39 miles an hour. And you can see the location somewhere off of, I believe, 63.
Driving home, what was his max speed?
54.4 miles per hour was the max speed driving home.
All right, slide 20.
All right, so now we're at where Alex is leaving for Alameda. This is going to be 9:07:06 PM.
Okay. And again, we'll go through the timeline in a bit, but is this generally consistent with some of the telemetry data that Falfosky did?
It is
Suburban goes underway at what time?
9:07:06 according to this data.
Moving on to the next slide.
Like
Where's
previous
the Suburban- Where's the Suburban at this point?
Like previous slides, this is going to be the Suburban pulling out onto Moselle Road, coming right out of the main entrance, going about 15 miles an hour. This is going to be at 9:08:06.
What do we have right here?
This is going to be 9:08:18 with speeds approximately 37 miles an hour.
Where's the Suburban heading at this point?
Towards Alameda.
All right, slide 23. We have a reference point here. Can you explain what that is to the jury?
So the orange dot, that's going to represent approximately where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was located the following day on June 8th, 2021.
All right, and do we have a time reference for the Suburban at this time?
We do. It's going to be 9:08:36 seconds, and it's showing a speed of 42 miles an hour.
Moving on to the next one. Tell the jury what this is.
In the grayish white looking box, you can still see the little circle where it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone location. And right under it's where the pinpoint's going to be. It's going to be 9:08:36, 42 miles an hour.
Next slide, 25. Slide 25.
The upper halfway portion of that box, you're going to see the circle again, the orange circle. That's going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And at 9:08:42, we have the Suburban traveling approximately 45 miles an hour.
After passing that location, does the defendant's vehicle start to accelerate?
It does.
Going to slide 26. Tell us what this references.
So we also have Maggie Murdaugh's phone location. This is just another data point. There's several throughout the road. This one is showing 9:08:54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 27.
This is going to show you another overview of this data point. in location to Maggie Murdaugh's phone, 908-54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 28.
This one's further down the road past Godley Farms Road, just for a reference point. This is 909-06, traveling 48.6 miles per hour.
Slide 29.
This is another data point in reference to where the phone location is, 9:09:18 p.m., traveling 49 miles per hour.
And slide 30.
This is going to be another data point at 9:09:18, traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
Slide 31.
This is also going to be another one on Moselle Road, coming up to Dobson Road. It's going to be 9:09:24 p.m., traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
And then slide 32.
This is also going to be another data point on that road, 9:09:42, traveling approximately 54 miles an hour on Moselle Road.
All right, going to slide 33. Has our sort of map orientation changed?
It has. This is still on the drive to Alameda. I believe this is going to be 63 or Snyder's Highway or Walterboro Highway. This is at 9:13:30 p.m., showing a speed of 68 miles an hour on that drive to Alameda.
All right. I'm going back to slide 3. Do that real quick. And the slide that we were just seeing when the orientation changes, can you come down real quick and kind of describe generally what we were looking at when we started and then the where we're at on that slide that we were just about to look at?
All right, so where we started on this drive would have been right up here, 4147 Moselle Road. 4147 Moselle Road. This would have been Moselle Road that we just showed all those data points. Would have made a right onto Dobson Road and then a right onto 63 Snyder's Highway. It's approximately somewhere around here on Snyder's Highway where that data point you just looked at.
All right, returning to slide 33. All right.
And right there is going to be approximately where the data point is at.
Okay. And what's the speed there?
68.7 miles per hour.
Going on to slide 34.
This is going to be at 9:14:36, showing approximate speed of 69.4 miles per hour. It's going to be on the top portion.
All right, moving on to slide 35.
This is going to be at 9:16:48, showing approximately 70 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of your screen here, coming into Varnville.
All right, and down at the bottom center of the screen, what is that? Right here.
That is going to be the Alameda property, and just to reference, this is going to be coming into Varnville.
All right, right here, what do we have on slide 36?
This is going to be the Alameda property. You can kind of see it behind the other record part, but it's showing at 9:22:06. The Suburban's pulling, making a left into the Alameda property.
Slide 37, what do we see here? First of all, orient the jury as to what the map image reflects and then describe the data point, please.
So the map image is going to reflect, you're going to make a left into the driveway. There's a railroad track, I believe here. It's a curved driveway coming in. And then right here is going to be the house. There's a little carport right here. And then the driveway is this whitish part that you see on your screen.
All right, and then up here, generally in the property, we can see a roof and that sort of thing. What generally are those?
Those are going to be some outbuildings on the property. The trees are there's a decent amount of trees right here, but there's, I believe, 2 outbuildings right here.
This white area right here just above the house, what is that?
That's going to be where you would park. It's a paved area in front of the carports.
Where do the data points reflect the Suburban going, though, when it arrives?
The data points for the Suburban, it looks like it went toward like a little bit into the grass, closer to the wood line over here. And that's going to be at 9:22:39.
Closer to the wood line and the outbuildings?
That'd be correct.
All right, and again, what time is the arrival at Alameda?
9:22:39. And this is just, so this right here is going to be a better overview without the
The box.
the box. You can see right here is going to be the driveway leading in. This is where a carport would be, where the vehicles would be parked. And then this is the main house here. Then you have your outbuildings.
Right here, we have kind of a line of data points right there in the grassy area behind the house.
We do.
All right, going on to slide 39, tell the jury what those calculations represent, please.
So this is going to represent the drive from Moselle to Alameda. During that drive, the Suburban reached a max speed of 74.4 miles per hour during that drive and averaged 51.94 miles per hour. And this is the data point with the highest speed obtained.
Was that top speed higher than any speed he achieved when he went to work earlier that day?
That is correct.
Is that average speed higher than any average speed he had when he went to work that day
That is correct.
or returned from work?
That is correct. Let me stay down here.
You can go back up. Back. Then max speed again is what on the trip to Alameda?
74.4 miles per hour.
And the time again that he
9
arrived?
At Alameda,
Yes.
I believe it's going to be 9:20.
Let me back up.
You go back.
Or back up to?
9:22:39. So 9:22:39. He reached his max speed at 9:14:13.
On June 7th, 2021 at 9:22 p.m. is it dark?
That is correct.
All right, we've gone on to slide 40. Please tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to represent at 9:43:18. This is when we first saw movement. And this would be Alex leaving Alameda en route back to 4147 Moselle Road. It's showing approximately 2 miles an hour.
All right, and the time again?
9:43:18.
The arrival time that you just testified?
That's correct.
What was the arrival time? That you
9:22,
testified? And he's leaving at what time?
9:43,
So approximately how long?
20 minutes.
Going on to slide 41, let me ask you this. Does the data reflect that that the car pauses for a period of time while in that driveway area of Alameda?
It does, about halfway between on the driveway.
Come on down and show the jury if you will. I just sent you back. I'm sorry.
So halfway during on this. So this is the driveway right here. So this is the driveway just for reference. We see what looks like a data point, I believe, right here. And if we click on that data point, it's going to be about a minute until this data point will show up leaving the property.
All right, and then on slide 41, we have what's the time stamp that you have on that one? And show the arrow to the jury too, please.
Yep, 9:45:22, and the arrow is going to be all the way down at the bottom, right across the railroad tracks, turning onto the Yemassee Highway.
At 9:45.
That is correct, 9:45:22.
All right, moving on to slide 42. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
This slide's going to show you the drive back from Alameda to Moselle. This is just a data point on Yemassee Highway. It's 9:46:01, and on this one doesn't have a speed.
Going to slide 43.
This is also
orient the jury and tell them the data point, please.
So on the bottom, you have Alameda going through Varnville and then heading up to Moselle. This is at 9:51:30. This is showing an approximate speed of 74 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of that box.
That's the arrow at the top center.
That's correct.
Slide 44. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
Top of the map, you're going to see Moselle. This is going to be on 63. This is going to be at 9:54:24. We have approximately 70 miles an hour.
And the arrow is located where?
It's going to be on the bottom.
Slide 45. What do you have right here?
This is going to be at 9:59:18. This is Moselle Road coming up to Godley Farms Road for reference. Top portion on the left is going to be the Moselle property. This is at 9:59:18, showing a speed of 57 miles an hour.
All right, we've moved on to slide 46. Tell me about that one, please.
So this is going to be the arrival into Moselle. This is showing 10 o'clock on the dot, showing 7 miles an hour, making a left into the main driveway.
10 o'clock on the dot.
That is correct.
And slide 47.
This is about 30 seconds later. This is 10 o'clock. This is about halfway down the driveway of the main house, showing 22 miles an hour.
All right, slide 48. Tell the jury about the calculations reflected on this slide.
So this is going to be from his drive back from Alameda to Moselle Road. The max speed that was obtained during that drive was at 9:51, 43 seconds, was 80 miles an hour. The average speed was 46.52 miles an hour during that drive.
Is that average going to also, though, can include that minute where the car paused at the driveway in Alameda?
That's correct.
The top speed was what?
80.16 miles an hour.
And at this time period, would it have been dark outside?
It would.
Let me ask you this. You're a law enforcement officer that works in this area of the state, correct?
That is correct.
And have you, during the course of your law enforcement career, have to respond to emergencies or call for services and that sort of thing?
That is correct.
All right. And this particular road that we've been talking about, these roads, have they recently been paved?
They have.
And was that after the murders occurred on June 7th, 2021?
They were.
Or were you familiar with the condition of the roads and what they were like on that route prior to them being repaved?
I am.
All right. And tell the jury what running code is. If you have an emergency or a call for service, an emergency, what is running code?
Running code is where you activate your blue lights and siren, and you go above the posted speed limit at a safe fashion to get to your arrival in a safe manner.
That's when the cops turn on the lights and they're heading to the scene.
Yep, blue lights and sirens.
All right. And you're traveling as fast as you possibly can and still be reasonably safe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And have you had call prior to this road being paved to run code down that road?
That's correct.
All right. Would you at night, or did you ever at night, on the roads as they existed at the time of June 7th, 2021, run in code with your lights on, run 80 miles an hour down that road?
I would not, no.
And why not? Tell the jury why not.
Due to the time of night, the heavy deer population out there, as everyone could probably see, I mean, deer will run out all the time. And especially with all your lights, it attracts the deer. So it's actually worse having your blue lights on sometimes. The deer actually are kind of attracted to that light. And then also the road conditions. The road was, was a lot of potholes. And
was the defendant's top speeds on both the trip to and from Alameda in excess of any max speed in his trips previous in the day?
That'd be correct. Posted speed limit is 55 on 63.
All right, we've gone on now to slide 49 and tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to be a timestamp of 10:05:06 p.m. and this is showing Alex Murdaugh leaving for the kennels.
And where's the dot on this particular slide?
The dot's going to be on the bottom towards the middle, right by the house.
Moving on to slide 50, tell me what this represents.
This is also showing the drive over to the kennels. The timestamp of this is 10:05:39.
And where's the arrow?
The arrow is going to be on the bottom. You kind of see it by the field.
All right, going on to slide 51, what does this represent?
This is just saying the max speed was obtained 28 miles an hour at 10:05:49 during that trip.
Okay. And then slide 52.
This is showing the Suburban arriving at the kennels, 10:05:57 p.m.
Backing up still on slide 52, can you remind the jury, and we'll talk more about this with the timeline in a minute, but generally what time was the 911 call?
10:06. I do not know the seconds.
All right. And to your recollection, During the 911 call, did the defendant say he was returning back to the residence during that 911 call?
He did.
All right, and so we're on slide 53. What does this reflect?
This would be him heading back to the house around 10:11:54.
All right, slide 54.
This is just also showing him driving back to the house at 10:12:18 p.m.
Slide 55.
This is just another slide at 10:12:30 p.m. showing 32 miles an hour.
And where's the dot?
The dot is going to be on the bottom, and it's going to be on the main drive to the house.
Slide 56.
This is going to be at 10:13:54 showing 2 miles an hour, and it's right next to the house.
All right, slide 57.
This is just showing on that max speed from going from the kennels back to the house was at 10:12:19, and the Suburban reached 35.78 miles an hour approximately.
Slide 58.
This is just showing the drive back down to the kennels. This is during the 911 call at 10:14:30 p.m., showing approximately 24 miles an hour.
And then the final slide in this exhibit, what is that?
This is just showing the max speed at 10:14:25 of 30 miles an hour during that drive.
Does that complete your placing of those GM OnStar data points into the CAS program and these slides that you relate to the jury?
It does.
Your Honor, I'm about to move on to another exhibit that's lengthy. This might be a good time. I would request or suggest a break at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break at this time. Please do not discuss the case.
Well,
Oh my.
Apparently-
Oh,
apparently someone was going 20 to 25 miles, or no, yeah, 20 to 25 miles per hour over the speed, or 15 to 20, or whatever. He was speeding. Damn it.
Here's the
I
most
don't-
important thing.
I-
Did the OnStar place him on the road where Maggie's phone was found at that time? Did they?
Yes.
Right.
That's what I
So
was
didn't
about
he
to
say
say.
he was going the other direction? Didn't he say he doesn't go that
Yes,
way?
he did.
Okay, so that's a lie right there. Besides anything else, everybody was saying, oh no, he would have to go that way and then turn around and go back to the house. Well, yes, he did. They just proved it. That one of the most bizarre theories of the case, that in order for him to do it, he would have had to run around like a chicken to get all of this evidence where it was. They just proved it. That yes, he
No.
did.
No. He kind of been running around like a chicken because Bubba was.
That's right,
up.
because Bubba ate the chicken. That's right. I
Yeah,
forgot.
yeah.
Jeez. Yes.
Gotta
And I
be careful
apologize.
with that one.
Yeah. I'm sorry about the dropped feed and the hot mic stuff like that. That was all of us just trying to work it out. And we figured it out, because of browsers and things like that. But there we go. But yeah. So
Speaking
hopefully,
of hot mics,
yeah, right. It's like hot mics while I'm damning and cursing about computer systems and trying to get you to fix your audio. Like, not nice. I do treat them well. I'm not usually so aggressively mean. That wasn't my alarm, Charlie. That was Wrecker's. Hey, Bearded.
hope you're all awake.
Yeah. It was a joke. What are you talking about? Where's your joke there? I want to see, where were you in here earlier making jokes, Bearded, and I missed it? Like,
Charlie, happy birthday, buddy.
That's right. Happy birthday. Happy birthday,
Mhm.
Charlie Welch. Yes.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Oh,
If it wasn't
Tony.
a motor trial, I'll give you a nice little happy birthday song.
It was maybe in the Discord later. Okay, wait a
Yeah, I'll
minute.
give him the whole Pamela. Was it Pamela Anderson?
Oh, I'll sing the whole thing to him, including the
Mhm.
monkey part.
Oh, he came in and said, "Hey, losers." Oh, I see it now.
Oh,
Hey, you know what, Bearded? It got held by YouTube. YouTube didn't like it because I don't see it in the feed. I only see it over here, Oh, wait a minute. I see. Oh, I'm on Top Chat. Ah! I made the classic YouTube error. That's why I don't see it. All right, now I see it.
I do that
Okay.
sometimes.
Hey, listen. I'm proud to be a loser of technology, a loser of my mind, a loser of all common sense sometimes. Yeah, that's no problem. You could call me a loser.
Mind.
Yep. Let's cancel Bearded just for the day, okay? Oh yeah, even Bearded says cancel Bearded. No, Alex stole Bearded's usual excellent sense of humor. That's what happened. You see, Alex stole it. Alex stole it. Because Bearded
Yep.
usually has an excellent sense of humor. You know.
He
this is-
does.
but he's allowed to have a bad day. Like, he could be off. Yeah. I see it now, Bearded. It wasn't you, it was me. I had it on I had it on the loser stream. I had it on top chat instead of live chat. You're right. I am a loser today. Just lost my mind. Alex stole my loserness. Thanks,
Oh
Pete.
my goodness.
Oh my God. Hey, Pete, don't tell me how great my stream is ever again. Ever. Because as soon as he said that, the whole damn thing went down. Like it was
Yep.
going so good. It was going so good. But you've got
I
one on
know.
backup, right? Like you guys are like the backup. You guys got
Yep.
one ready to go just in case. If I drop back, Wrecker has keys. He'll be able to bring anything up. You guys can negotiate.
As long as I'm not going to the toilet again.
You
hope
didn't
you
have to
guys
tell them
realize
that. You didn't have to tell them that. Like, I don't think they heard that on the hot mic when I'm yelling at you, like, get off the damn toilet and go fix the feed. No, I didn't.
He was on the toilet. I'm sitting here
never
talking
watched-
to myself, and he was on the toilet.
He was on the toilet.
Backup
and
dude
I was...
you are, man. Fuck.
I never
over here
washed my
going,
hands so fast in my goddamn life.
He did.
I
He
was like,
stopped,
I
he
have
stopped
no
to wash his hands.
control.
Yes, he stopped to wash his hands, and I'm like, damn it, get him back here.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but that, you know what? At least the mic wasn't hot then, because I was like completely off the internet at that time. So that was pretty funny. But we told them anyway. But it was pretty funny. But anyway, let's talk. There's so much to talk about this trial. But first of all, somebody pissed in freaking Dick Harpootlian's Wheaties this morning. He came in there crankier than I don't know what.
I'm
Like,
sorry.
and-
I was mad at him.
I know why now, though. I know why now. They probably polled to see how that interview went over and found out that Alex really wasn't getting any sympathy. They all thought he was manipulative. Okay. And then they find out that the OnStar data is coming in because it was late, they tried to keep it out. And when they found out that this testimony right now, this timeline testimony about where Alex's car actually was with Alex in it, okay, driving right by where Maggie's phone was tossed. What did they just show us? Like that he slowed down to toss it and then sped up? Like, talk about
Oh,
nailed.
I got something to show you guys if you want to bring it up real quick, Claire. Are you cool?
Okay.
It's an overhead picture of the parents' house because people were asking where the smokehouse and stuff is. So let me bring that up real quick.
If you do, and then Record, you bring it up. I'm gonna watch the feed. I have the feed ready to pop right back up. So
Yep.
Okay, so display that.
Down there, buddy. So
Erica, I
so
agree
this
with you, by the way. Sorry.
So this
Go
is
on.
the main house. This is the parents' house, right? Alameda.
Okay. That's Alameda.
Alameda. Sorry.
Alameda.
Okay, so-
Alameda. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a second E. We have a street here called Alameda, so I want to add it too. Anyway, so this is the parents' house. Here's the driveway, parking area. You can see a white truck over here. I think this is the carport he was talking about.
Oh, that's not the smokehouse. Yeah, what's the smokehouse?
I do see another building right here. I can't tell what it is. The guy did say there was a bunch of outbuildings under trees, so you couldn't really see them. So I think this is the smokehouse. But on the video, he came in this way, went back here. In this area is where he was parked.
Okay, so that's where the guns are, huh? If they know that, why didn't they
That's
find
why
the
I
guns
keep
yet?
saying smokehouse. Well, because he had a freaking like weeks to move them or something. They didn't go check his parents' property. He had plenty of time to go move him before he was even a suspect.
Mary Beth, I'm
I
wondering
think
why
he-
Go ahead. Why
I
did
just
the
think he hit
tossing
him
of the
here.
phone? Yeah, I think he might have too, but I think they would have found him yeah. But there's a link up there, Bearded. If you want to join us, you want to join the gentleman today. I do have the StreamYard link, and that goes for everybody during breaks. That all you murder minions that have your theories that you want to talk to us about. Like, really, everybody is welcome. As long as you got a good mic and you use an avatar or a photo, I'm cool. Just don't come on camera if you can avoid it for the channel. But Mary Beth, I'm wondering why you think that that's mystifying about the phone. We knew the phone was there, right? You're going to be useless? Okay. Oh, oh, I'm so sorry, Bearded. You're not well again?
Oh
Oh,
no.
damn. Dude. Oy. I wish I could make soup for you or something. Like, this has been a
Aw.
while. I really feel bad. Yeah.
Well, I mean, technically, he could have burnt the wood off of the guns if they had most of those guns were. I mean, those were mostly metal. Most of the shotguns and stuff today are composite, so it wouldn't burn down. He would have had to have hit it
Yeah, he
hit
had
him
to
somewhere, stashed him
dismantle it.
somewhere.
Because you know what would
Yeah.
survive? The barrel, the part they need the most. They don't really
Oh,
care
the
about anything else
barrel,
but the barrel of that
the
gun.
chamber, the whole, that whole area would be there. I mean, you wouldn't be able to get any fingerprints off of it, but that's all they would need to prove that he went and burned it at his parents' house. But yeah, that's like I think it was God, was it Peter? Somebody was talking about, might have been Wrecker, talking about you can't burn shoes; they're just going to melt into a clump,
They
and they're
do
going to
because
know
they're
their
rubber.
shoes.
They're gonna know
Yeah,
their
because
shoes. Yeah.
nothing's natural materials these days. You can't do that like you used to be able to.
No.
So even
Yeah,
clothes
you know what?
are fire resistant. So
Bearded wants to know if we think he did the Murdaughs. I think he did do the Murdaughs, Bearded. He did both of them. I think he did do his wife and he did his son.
there's
He did
just
them
no
wrong.
way around it
Yeah.
at this point. There's
At
just too
this
much
point,
evidence.
it's just finding physical evidence. On the last couple of days, they did a good theory. The forensic educator and chief of SLED, Dr. Kinsey, gave testimony yesterday that Bearded, you should go back and watch that. I got a timestamp. He actually shows what he thinks happened based on the evidence of the other forensic agent
Pathologist.
about the wounds and everything, the pathologist, So this is where a jury is actually not a bad thing. You're right, Bearded, because they are allowed to speculate. They don't have to go with concrete. A judge may say there's not enough. A jury may say, yeah, there's enough to make me believe that he did it because there's a lot going on here. But they just tied him physically to a place that he said he wasn't at a time. He said he wasn't next to a phone that he said he didn't toss out the window. Like they just
driving down a road,
nailed
he
him.
said he wasn't on, speeding, going 25 miles per hour over the speed limit on a dangerous dark. Because let me tell you, I've drove down roads like that all over the place in a truck. You can't see snot at night. You just can't see anything. And if
As
there's
well
any
as-
kind of fog, which is very common in these areas because of the high humidity levels at night, you can't see anything. Like him driving down the road like that is crazy, honestly.
It is.
As
And
well as
good
slowing
morning.
down in the area where he threw the phone as well.
When he
Exactly.
slowed down and sped up, and it's right at that area. But the point is, OnStar has him on that road, has him there at that time on that day when he said he was like that's nailed. Like OnStar just nailed him to something that he stated as impossible, that everybody was saying was impossible, but nope. Ox, good morning. Sorry we woke you up with our really loud discussion. You should have been here earlier. We would have woke you up with shenanigans like dropped feeds and hot mics and all kinds of stuff.
Hey, I just want to
there
say,
was even
for the
bathroom
record,
shenanigans. There was bathroom shenanigans. There was feed shenanigans. There was hot mic shenanigans. There was Beck just like sitting there going, "What the hell is going on here?"
I was going to say, just for the record, I did nothing wrong today.
He did no
Not
shenanigans.
me.
Yeah, mark the
just
calendar. Beck did not do the shenanigans at all today. He had no part of it so far. So far, I will say. I can't speak for the rest of the day yet, but he been a good boy.
Vic was just sitting here twiddling his thumbs going, This is a really nice place to be right now. Me and Claire in the background. The hell's going on? Why the hell is the house burning
Yes,
down?
like what? Like, why can I hear you? Wait, why can everybody hear you? Like, what's going on? Like, just like, are you on Discord on your computer? Yes. Why? Why are you doing that? Like, I'm just like, it's like when I get upset, I'm so rude, and I didn't mean to be rude to you, Wrecker. I was just like, I was freaking out. Yeah.
Okay, so
Wait a
real
minute,
quick
why
before
can't you-
I bring this picture back down, does that help you guys at all? I can
Yeah, the
try to
visual.
find something clearer, but
Yeah, I want to
just
see
that's
that
the best.
smokehouse. Like, I don't know. Why do they
Yeah, I'm
keep
pretty
mentioning
sure. Oh, wait a
the
minute.
smoke? They keep mentioning the smokehouse,
There's
but
another
there's no
building.
evidence in the smokehouse at all. Like, nobody said they found any. Oh yeah, look at that. Wonder what's the okay.
There's another building. Yeah, so I think this is the smokehouse over here. I don't know
Okay,
what this
maybe.
white thing is, but I think because I don't see any other buildings underneath the trees. Nothing. You have to look for like square objects. I've done this before. But yeah, this is the only thing I see. So I think he said this is the carport. This must be the smokehouse. This must be like a barn, equipment.
Yep.
Did you just admit
It's
to a murder?
okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an open
you
barn,
found
so
this
it probably
place?
just has equipment in it.
Yeah. Hey, Bearded, I'm with you. I want a full 3D model with animation, which demonstrates the actual events. I want the whole CSI thing. I like them on a television show. Yes, I do. I absolutely do.
We would
Yeah, I
like it
do.
all
And Anna,
CGI with action and explosions.
exactly. I want it. I want it all. I want it all.
Michael
I
Bay
want it all.
needs to direct it.
Mm-hmm. That's it. All right, so we're all ready for the feed now. Thank you for switching back. And there we go.
No problem.
Zoom in and enhance. Oh, yes, I want that too, Bearded. And I want all the visuals, and I want the scientist. I want an actual scientist up there. Yes, in
I
a
want a
lab coat
3D
telling me the whole
view.
thing. Mm-hmm. That's what he said. He wants
3D view. Yeah.
3D
there you go.
model with animation demonstrating the actual events, and he wants zoom in and enhance. And I want the guy in the lab coat scientist talking to me about it at the same time, because I'm like,
Yes.
greedy
And I want the
like that.
pathologist back because she's amazing.
Her and Dr. Kinsey. If you put Dr. Reimer and
Kinsey
Dr.
was so
Kinsey on the
great.
same stream, I don't know what I would do. I really don't.
And I love the
Yeah.
fact that they have like talked about it, and she was like, "That's not my side of it. You go ahead."
Yeah.
Like she
Oh,
admitted it. Nope, I'm not
yeah.
a crime scene person. I do
Listen.
the bodies.
I have an announcement to make about the channel for Monday for you guys. Not only we're
Ooh.
going to have a regular crime update about what's going on legally with the Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell case, and also Brian Kohlberger, but later that evening at around 9:30 EST, we're going to have a molecular scientist come talk to us about the science of evidence.
Ooh.
Doesn't that
And what
make you
time
just
is
like
that
all hot and
Eastern?
bothered? That's 9:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific. All right, gotcha.
6:30 Pacific. That would be like 2 a.m. in the morning, maybe like say 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30 in the morning if you're in the UK. Sorry, and it's
If
going to
you're in
be
Australia, see you for lunch.
yeah, see you for lunch. If you're in New Zealand, I'll see you around lunchtime, maybe on your break. But yeah.
If it's lunch in Australia, I'll be out of work.
Oh, what do you mean, Bearded? It needs to be an edgy
Oh
woman.
yeah, you
Like,
will be.
I know it's not like I don't want you to watch Bearded. I actually want you to be here, but you could set your alarm. Come hang. No, I know you don't feel good, Boo. I would never ask you to do that. And Anna, I'm sorry you're not feeling well either. Not just Bearded. Yeah, I know. You can't.
Welcome back
See,
always.
I know you can't. I know you don't feel good, Bearded. You can't even type my name right. Like, what's going on? Oh, my keyboard does that all the time because it's like Bluetooth. It skips letters. What time
really?
Eastern? That would be 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sandra. I will be putting up the stream over the weekend. The Monday true crime stream is already up, but I will be making that tonight.
The crime scene
yeah,
person needs to be in. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
They do,
you're right.
they do, because like on CSI, I love her. I love the girl from CSI. She's like really cool.
Oh my God,
Mhm.
all those shows. Some of them are really
Yeah.
hot too. I like it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not bad to
Well,
look at a pretty face while you're listening to crime stuff.
yeah, but bearded
Mhm.
wants them edgy. They gotta be like all that. Yeah.
Well, if they're
And the
really into
pickle.
crime scene shit, they're probably a little nuts anyways. So they all should be a little edgy.
Bearded says, who you having on for Monday? He's going to get them on his channel first. I'm not telling you. There you go. No, Bearded, you don't feel well. What are you
That's
messing
not
with
right,
me
bro.
for? That's okay. If you did, you know how I am. If you did get them on your channel first, I would just come watch it on your channel, and I would actually be happy for you because it doesn't matter. It's about the content. See? Yeah. I don't care about firsties or all that stuff. Like everybody goes on everybody's channels. Yeah. Can't we all just swim in the same pond? Like, right? What's all this
Can't we
separate
all
puddle
just get
stuff?
along?
Yeah, can't we all just get along? I know I'm so diplomatic. Don't you hate me, Bearded? I'm trying to do the right thing. I know. It's just so disgusting. I'm just one of those kind of people. Yeah.
I
Hey,
hate how the
Cle-
cameraman keeps edging us by like bumping the camera and making it seem like they're gonna start.
Do you see
They're
that?
finishing their break all the
they
I
time.
just
thought it was the
randomly
feed.
do that.
And then you'll
I
see
swear
somebody's
they do
head
it.
in the corner, right? And you get all excited. And
Mm.
I don't pull the feed up anymore when I see that because, like, they come and they pop their head in the corner a little bit and then they go away. Yeah.
They've been blue
Well,
balling us too many times.
hey, now this wrong
Hey,
stream
Claire.
here, Wrecker. Yes.
I have a poll here that includes 12,967 votes. 6% undecided, 10% hung jury, 6% not guilty, 78% guilty.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know
now
what?
it's over 13,000 votes. Yeah.
Yeah. Fitz News has been running it every single day, and he's not once come up not guilty. The
know.
highest percentage has
Yeah.
been guilty, and the other highest percentage I saw was guilty, but not enough to convict. That they were worried, like they really thought that he did it, but they were worried the jury wouldn't see enough evidence. I don't know what that has said in the last couple of days because I haven't been able to pull up anything while I'm streaming. You know, of course, I don't want to use the resources, but yeah, that's a lot. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of people.
That is a hell of a lot of people.
Oh,
78%.
Bearded, you can come on right now because the stream is the link is right up there, boo, up there pinned
Yeah,
to
come
the
on,
top.
buddy.
I invited you. I'll even leave so you can have it. Oh, wait, the jury's back, but I'd even leave and you could hang out with the guys by yourself if you want. Like, I don't know. Since I'm not
Claire.
cool enough for you to hang out with or anything, Lou.
If you're not in
Like,
here,
I
Claire,
hear
I'm
you.
leaving.
I mean, no, Luke only wants to hang out with you cool guys, not with the bear. Like.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question.
Okay,
I
wait.
talked to Mr. Waters. He thinks he's probably going to go close to lunch until the election. And then we probably got 2 hours across on this witness. So we've got some short witnesses, some long witnesses once they rest. We've got a motion for directed verdict. Which I don't think will take that long, 15, 20 minutes. I mean, I don't want to start a witness today and finish him on Tuesday if it's a long witness. So should we tell maybe some 30-minute, 40-minute witnesses to be here about it? I just don't want the court to sit here or have to go home without maximizing use of your time.
Well, certainly, I do not like a witness to be on the stand over the weekend because we end up starting back at the beginning. Pardon?
It's a 3-day weekend. It's not just a weekend. I mean, it's,
Yeah, right. You know, we have to be flexible. I don't know how long all this is going to go. Is this your last witness, Mr. Waters?
Barring some need for an audible, yes, sir.
So you should be ready to do some witnesses today, I would think.
yes, sir.
Assuming the case proceeds beyond directed verdict.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll, you know,
Thank you. I think you've answered. You don't want to start a 3 or 4 hour witness this afternoon.
not at all.
Yeah, okay, well, that answers the question. We may come up a little bit short, sort of hard to gauge, but we've got some relatively short witnesses, and then we've got rather long witness.
I understand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I want to put on the record that I received a note from the jury after returning from lunch yesterday. The jury somehow thought that they would elect their own foreperson. And asked me if they, whether there's a reason for appointing someone else or if we could keep the same foreperson. I don't know who gave them the notion that they would select their own foreperson. And I know, as I told them, that it's done differently in different places. I appoint forepersons, and I did not change. I did not accede to them saying we already have a foreperson. But that was the reason I gave an explanation right after lunch, explaining to them that the fact that you are a foreperson doesn't give you any more authority than any other juror. But I want to make this note a part of the record.
If I could also, if we conclude this witness, and obviously I would request at the conclusion of that witness that there be at least a brief recess just to do an exhibit check and any housekeeping. If we are going to rest at that time, if I could have an opportunity quickly to do that outside of the presence of the jury.
Okay.
2 short witnesses, it sounds like, at best this afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Very good. Bring the jury.
Did I just hear Dick Harpootlian say he wasn't ready to present after he squawked all week about finishing at the end of the week and making the telling the state that they had to wrap it up because he was ready to go, and now he's not ready to go? Like, what? It's upside down world today, is it not? Like, wow.
Well, he's friends with Alex Murdaugh. Maybe he just thinks he's fucking special too. I don't know. They all do, apparently.
I wonder how good of friends he is with Alex Murdaugh.
Well, if he
seems to be kind of a bit buzzed out, if you get what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I agree. I am ready. Boom. I am not ready. Boom. Thanks, Pete.
He's trying to get the family members. He just talked to the cousin. He just talked to Randy Murdaugh, and he's talking to Buster.
Continue.
May it please the court, Your Honor.
All right, here we go.
All right, Special Agent Rudofski, we just finished with the GM OnStar data. That was 524. And again, just to remind the jury, prepared 2 timelines. One is 520, which is the big one, correct?
That's correct.
With a more expansive timeline relevant to June 7th, correct?
That's correct.
And surrounding days, correct? And then this one, which is 519, which is a condensed version of this that focuses just on the hours, the evening hours of the day of the murders, correct?
That is correct.
All right. At this time, I'm going to publish 519 to the jury, and let's discuss it. All right, just real quick, I want to go through this opening page, and this is the condensed one, 519. Is that correct up on the screen?
That is correct.
All right, and has your name on it, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then we have a reference guide right here, and if you would just explain just some of the various sources of information that have been admitted before this jury that you ultimately synthesize into this summary timeline.
Okay. What we have here is we're going to have cell phone cell bright extraction report. It's going to be for Paul Murdaugh, which as you go through this timeline, PM is going to refer to Paul Murdaugh. We're going to have AM, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's cell phone extraction, and then MM, which is going to be Maggie Murdaugh. So anytime you see the abbreviations, that's what it's going to refer to. We have their cell phone extractions here. We also have the FBI telemetry report. We have the FBI CAS data. We also have different reports from the phones, like the Axiom reports. We have an ALPR report in here, which is actually probably not in the condensed one. That's going to be automated license plate reader data for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes. We're also going to have some Snapchat data, and then data from Rogan Gibson, Paul Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh's CDRs, which is the call data records from Verizon.
Let me pause you real quick. So we have extractions. Tell the difference to the jury, and I'll mean to point out with the stick, between an extraction and then CDRs or cell data records, please.
So the extraction is going to be what, like Britt Dove testified, what he actually extract out of the phone. And then the CDRs is going to be what Verizon testified, which is going to be their records of phone calls and text messages. So two separate data sources from two separate entities.
All right, and continue on, please, with the remainder of the data in your summary timeline.
We have referenced here a couple different like Knowledge C database. That's kind of like the Axiom database. It's just another database that was, records were provided to me from. We also have a PMPED building access log. And then in the big timeline, we have the 911 recordings. And then just want to point out a Dylan Hightower extraction. That would have been the first phone extraction of Alex's phone 2 days after the 7th.
All right.
And then we have the GM OnStar data.
Okay. All right, and then down at the bottom here, we have some color-coded things on the left of the screen and then a box on the right. So quickly explain to the jury what those reference points mean, please.
On the right of the screen, you're going to see the 2021 Suburban log file excerpt. Farkowski from FBI had that Excel sheet with all the different colors and everything. This is going to be a reference guide, so when you're going through this, what the colors actually mean on the data.
Right,
and
give
then
an example what you mean by that.
So you're going to see kind of that reddish, pinkish color. That's going to mean that the infotainment center is booting up. So when we go through this timeline, you're going to see that data section highlighted with that color. That's what you'll know is happening with the data. If you see pink, it's going to be a propulsion. When you see blue, it means that it's either in and out of park. And that's kind of just how we're going to be reading it as we go along the timeline.
Right, and then these addresses have colors over here, and just we don't have to go through every one, but the first one, that red one, what one is that?
4147 Moselle Road.
All right, so if we see that little red box with an arrow on it, that's Moselle on the map.
That is correct.
And then the green is what?
It's going to be Almeda, the Almeda property.
Okay. We'll talk about the others as we go through. All right. All right, let's start moving through it. Just give me 1 second. All right, starting. All right, so this timeline, this condensed timeline begins roughly when?
Around 6 p.m.
All right, on what day?
June 7th, 2021.
All right, and let's start at 6:04, and I want to move through this expeditiously, and we'll stop and talk about some specific entries as we go through, okay? All right, and so starting there at 6:04, does Paul Murdaugh have any phone activity?
He does. He calls Will Loving. And as you can see in the parentheses, it's going to say PM extraction. That means it was pulled off of Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction, just for reference.
All right, and Will Loving, that's the individual that testified weeks ago.
That is correct.
And 6:08, what activity we see on Paul's phone?
He makes an outgoing call to Dad, which is identified as Alex Murdaugh. It shows answered, but 1 second long.
All right, and what was the source of that information?
That was from Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction. It does not show up in Alex Murdaugh's original logical dump or the second one from Britt Dove, but it does show up on his CDRs from Verizon. So that'd be the records that Verizon actually keeps for the phone.
All right. And can a user of a phone affect the CDRs that are with the Verizon phone company?
They cannot, no.
Or can the user affect what data remains on their phone?
Yes.
And frequently throughout this timeline, do we see instances in which there was a call logged on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but was missing from his phone from the extraction?
That is correct.
Don't leave the witness.
Can you explain any difference between the CDRs as it relates to Alex Murdaugh's phone and whether or not there's any missing call logs on the extraction from his phone?
As we go through this extraction, you're going to see that multiple instances, we're going to have calls showing on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs that we could not find on the logical extraction or the Britt Dove full extraction of Alex's phone. And that's going to be notated on the bottom if it was not in the extraction.
All right. It's 6:09:48. Do we have any communications on Maggie's phone?
This is going to be a iMessage from Maggie Murdaugh to Paul Murdaugh stating, "You okay getting little foot massage? Then I'm heading home." And that was obtained from Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh's phone extractions.
It's 6:10:01, going to the bottom of this page, that being page number 2. Is there another message from Maggie to Paul Murdaugh?
This is also going to be iMessage to Paul stating, "Love you and Blanca cooked you dinner."
Moving on to page 3. And what does this reflect right here?
This is going to be from FBI agent Matt Wild. This is going to be from his report. This is for Paul Murdaugh. You're going to identify that on the right-hand corner where it says Paul. Just for reference, anytime you see a map, if you look on the right-hand corner, it's going to tell you whose map that is for.
All right. And just generally remind the jury what this map reflects, please.
This is just showing generally where the cell towers are located and where the area, whenever like a phone call or text message, where it was pinging during that time for Paul.
And these little red things right here with the angles on it, what are those reflect?
That's going to be where the cell tower is and what angle the call would have originated or take place from.
All right. And down at the bottom, what's the first time recorded for Paul's cell phone as it pings on these cell towers?
It's going to be 6/17/42.
And can you describe to the jury generally where these cell towers reflect Paul's phone is moving?
So it'd be the Beaufort area down the right-hand side, moving up towards Moselle, which you can see in the far right corner, that little badge-looking red dot.
All right. Up here at the top center, what is that right there?
That's going to be an arc. It's just a distance arc.
But the red dot, what is that?
The red dot, that's going to be 4147 Moselle Road.
All right. And what times does Paul's phone ping off any cell tower near Moselle?
6:53 p.m., 7:05, and 7:30:05.
All right, and we see a 3 right there. Does that refer, or what does that 3 refer to as it relates to that cell tower location near Moselle?
It's just going to show you what side of the cell tower it's on, what arc.
And what time does it first ping on sector 1 facing Moselle?
7:05:33 p.m.
All right, moving to continue on page 3. We have a time reference at 6:20:53. Can you explain to the jury what, if anything, that indicates?
We have Maggie Murdaugh. She received a phone call from Proctor Marion. That's how it showed up in her phone. Through the phone number, it's actually Marion Proctor. That's just how it relays in the phone. It shows rejected.
All right, and after that, what, if any, communications were there?
Right after that, at 6:21:28, Maggie Murdaugh sends a text message to Marion stating, "Can't talk, getting food massage. We'll call you back." That was from her phone extraction.
Moving on to 6:23, are there any communications with Maggie and Paul?
There are. Paul sends a message to his mom at 6:23:27 stating, "What did she make?" And then Maggie replies back shortly after saying, "Country fried steak and mac and cheese."
Below that, we have a orange and blue box. What does that represent?
So this is going to be from the FBI telemetry data from that Excel spreadsheet that's already into evidence. And this is just showing with that color coordination I talked about earlier. The orange is going to show a system startup, And from previous testimony, that could be, unlocking a car, locking it, getting in close range with the key fob, opening up the rear hatch, just something that makes, when you get in your car, you kind of hear that noise before you start it up, the telemetry. It's just inner workings, anything could really cause it.
Well, I'm asking you, going back to that map, the incident location at Moselle where Paul and Maggie were found murdered, what county is that in?
That's going to be Colleton County. And then if you look, we have the pink, which is going to kind of show propulsion, and then blue, which is going to show some kind of shift in the vehicle transmission.
All right, down to the bottom, 624, what is that?
624-2, that shows from the FBI report, telemetry report, that the Suburban shows a device connection.
That would be Alex Murdaugh's phone?
That'd be correct.
Moving on to 6:24 p.m. Is there any data points as it relates to the defendant's Suburban?
It is. We have one at 6:24:18 around the PMPED law firm.
All right, and what time is that? No, 6:24?
6:24:18, correct.
All right, and that map there, is that a data point from the CAS data that you just explained to the jury?
That is correct.
Moving down, we have some various messages from some of the individuals. Is that right?
We do.
Okay.
We have Alex Murdaugh receiving a phone call from Jay Parker at 6:25. 6:27, Paul is sending a message to Britt saying maybe Saturday. He calls Robert Boyle shortly after. And then at 8:38 p.m., Rogan calls Marianne Dempsey.
And to your recollection, what is Marianne Dempsey to Rogan at this period of time?
I believe it's a girlfriend currently at the time.
All right, moving on to page 5.
Mm-hmm.
What does this map represent? And who is this from, this map?
This is going to be from Matt Wild from the FBI. This is directly from his report.
And what phone does this map reflect?
Top right, it's going to say Alex Murdaugh with associated cell phone.
All right, and then there's a box below that. Explain to the jury again what that box represents.
So the box below that, that's going to represent all the times that the pings were logged that Matt Wild actually put in the report.
And then the black circle with the angle in the middle, what is that?
That's going to show you the cell tower and then the kind of angle that the calls or texts would have been in.
And what property is in the sector of that cell tower?
4147 Moselle Road. It's identified by that red badge looking dot.
All right. On here, this box with the times, those are times of what again?
This would have been times of activity, cell tower that they would have data on.
In the 6 o'clock hour, what is the latest time period that you see Alex Murdaugh's phone reflecting activity?
6:52 p.m.
And then after that, what's the next time period that you see him reflecting activity?
The next time showing on the map is going to be 9:04:24 p.m.
Does the defendant's cell phone reflect any activity between 6:52 and 9:04?
Between 6:52 and 9:04, there's no activity reflected.
At least on the cell pinging.
That is correct.
All right, at 6:40:01, what activity, if any, is reflected?
Paul calls, it's going to show up as PA in the extraction, which is Alex Murdaugh based on the phone number. It shows it was answered. It was 2 minutes and 29 seconds long. This call also does not show up in the phone extractions for Alex Murdaugh, just on his CDRs.
It was in the defendant's CDRs?
That is correct.
All right.
And it was also in Paul's phone. It shows the phone call.
6:42, and what if anything's reflected?
We have a Suburban device connection to iPhone from the FBI report at 6:42:48, and at 6:42:54, we show the Suburban arrives at 4147 Moselle Road based on the GM OnStar data.
All right, and going on to page 6, is that your CAS map reflecting that data point you just described?
That is correct. It's going to be the 6:42:54 data point.
And what happens at that moment?
That's when Alex Murdaugh is going to arrive back from the PMPED law firm from work that day.
All right, moving on. 6:43:50, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Maggie Murdaugh's phone had a missed call from PA, which is Alex Murdaugh. It shows missed, but also it shows up in Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but does not show up in either one of the phone extractions.
And moving on, we have a couple of the orange and white boxes. Tell the jury again what those reflect.
So these are just going to reflect some kind of system boot up. Doesn't mean the car moved or did anything. It just means that door was opened. It just something triggered the car to kind of do a little internal boot up from previous testimony.
At 6:53:44, what if any activity do you see?
Paul Murdaugh calls John Marvin. It shows 1 minute and 42 seconds long, and that's based off of Paul's phone extraction.
So your understanding, when you see those times of the call lengths, does that also include connection time as well?
It does. Based on previous testimony from Verizon, that could include how long it takes to get the actual network connected.
All right. And then at the 7 o'clock hour, what if any communications are on Paul's phone?
So Paul sends a text message to Claude CB Rowe saying, "Are you coming tomorrow?" And then shortly after, he sends another text saying, "Sunflowers died. We need to plow them under ASAP." And that was based off his phone extraction.
Moving on now to page 7. We have some activity at 7:02:29.
We do. Maggie Murdaugh calls Alex Murdaugh. It shows 2 seconds. And this also does not show on Alex Murdaugh's extraction. It shows on his CDRs. And it also shows on Maggie's phone that Maggie called Alex, but does not show on Alex's phone that that call was there.
Missing from his phone, though, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Missing in the call log of the phone.
All right, 7:03 to 7:11. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
His phone's showing approximately 165 steps taken during that time frame.
And then what happens at 7:04?
704, through the catch data database, it shows that Paul Murdaugh is at the residence of 4147 Moselle Road.
Does Maggie's phone reflect any activity as we move on to the 7:04 time period?
Her phone showed that between 704 and 817, her phone was showed a Bluetooth connection to MBUX 95224, which is her Mercedes-Benz.
And so anytime we see MBUX 95224, what, if anything, does that represent?
That's going to reflect her Mercedes-Benz.
MB for Mercedes-Benz?
That is correct.
All right. Moving on, at 7:05, does Maggie call anyone?
She does. She calls Marion at 7:05:13. It shows answered 7 seconds.
At 7:05:55, is there any reflection of the communication between Alec and Maggie Murdaugh?
There is. Alex sends a message to in his phone. It's Maggie May, stating, "Paul said you were getting a petty. Call when you done." That's from the Alex. That's from the extraction.
All right. Moving on, do we have any communications between Maggie and Paul during this time period?
At 7:05:32, we have Maggie calling Paul. It shows answered 1 minute and 31 seconds.
And then does Maggie attempt to call Marion again?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, that would be at the bottom of the screen.
Yep, that'd be
Right
the
now.
7:07:49. Maggie Murdaugh calls Marion. And when it says Marion, it's Marion Proctor.
All right, moving on to page 8, we have another map. Can you generally explain what this represents to the jury, please?
So in the top right-hand corner, we have Maggie Murdaugh with associated phone number. We have 2 points, 4147 Moselle Road in the red, and the green's going to be the Almeda property. When you're looking at this map, number 1's going to be closer to Charleston, and it's working its way. Maggie is working her way towards Moselle in this map.
All right, and the first time period you see on dot number that's numbered 1,
It's going to be 7:07:49
and
p.m.
the latest time period you see on the dot that's numbered 5.
That is correct. That's going to be in the Walterboro area. It's going to be 7:50:20. 7:50:20 is going to be the latest dot, and that's in the Walterboro area.
All right, moving on. looking down at 7:09:43, what if any activity do we see on Maggie's phone?
Maggie calls her mom. It shows answered 8 minutes and 17 seconds long.
Would that be Ms. Brandstetter?
That is correct.
We have an orange box. Tell the jury that quickly, please.
So that's just showing a system boot up. Could have been getting close to the Suburban, unlocking it, locking it, opening up a door, or it could just be some kind of internal components based on previous testimony from the FBI.
After that, we have 2 entries. Can you tell the jury what those 2 entries are, the time periods, and what they represent, please?
Yep. So the next 2 entries is going to be 7/14/13 to 7/22/19. It's going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 208 steps traveled during that time period. And the one below it's going to be 7/15/35 to 7/21/52. This is going to be from Alex's phone, showing that approximately 200 steps were taken during that time frame. So we have 208 steps taken from Paul during his time frame, and then Alex is around 200 steps traveled.
And both those time periods for those steps for Alec and Paul, are those generally roughly the same?
Generally the same.
Consistent?
That's correct.
7/18/44, what if any activity do you see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a text message to CB Rowe saying, "Call me, please."
Going now to page 9. At the top, those 2 entries, again, explain those 2 entries to the jury.
So the first entry is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone from 7/25/03 to 7/34/47, and it's showing 139 steps taken during that time period. It's an approximate. 7/28/35 to 7/37/11 is going to be Alex Murdaugh's iPhone, showing approximately 47 steps traveled during that time period.
All right, 7:30 p.m., we have another data point indicating Maggie's trip home to Moselle.
That is correct.
All right, we got another map. Tell the jury what this one is, please.
This map's just showing that, her phone was pinging at starting at 7:30.
Whose phone is this?
This is
again?
going to be Paul Murdaugh. It's going to be in the right-hand corner. It's going to say Paul Murdaugh with the phone number on top. This is just showing where his phone was pinging on June 7, 2021, starting at 7:30 and then all the way to 8:40 p.m.
All right, we see 2 cell towers there and then some arcs. Where do those arcs intersect?
The arcs intersect close to the property at Moselle Road.
And if you would, just tell the jury the earliest time that's reflected here and the latest time that's reflected here.
The earliest time reflected is going to be 7:30:05, and the latest time reflected is going to be 7:40:21 p.m. on June 7, 2021.
So Paul's phone is at the Moselle location according to the data.
That is correct.
All right. Bottom of page 9. Do we have any communications between Maggie and Marion Proctor?
We do. At 7:31:13 p.m., we show a call from Maggie to Marion at 7:39, which is the length of the call.
7 minutes and 39 seconds.
That's correct.
Does that include connection time as well?
It does.
Do we have any step data on Paul's phone in the time period around this time?
Paul's phone shows between 7:35:10 and 7:41:43. It shows roughly around 171 steps traveled during that time frame.
7:37 and 7:38. Do we see any activity on Paul's phone with some of his friends?
Yeah, Paul receives a Snapchat message from Michelle Beck stating, BC, I have short-term memory loss. And that was based off his phone extraction. And then Paul Murdaugh receives an iMessage from Megan Kimbrell stating, Paul.
All right, moving now to page 10. Going to 7:39:55. Can you tell the jury what that data point reflects on your summary timeline?
So from earlier testimony, you've seen this this video. This is just a thumbnail picture, and this is when it's showing it was created in Paul Murdaugh's phone. And we have a little screenshot of the creation time. It's going to show 7:39:55 is when this thumbnail was created in Paul's phone.
And remind the jury what video that is. I see we got a thumbnail there, but
Yep.
what video is that?
This is going to be that Snapchat video that was sent to a few friends of the tree. You have Alex Murdaugh on the tree that's leaning over.
All right. And again, this is when that video, at least the timestamp, was its creation.
That's correct, based on previous testimony, yes.
7:41 to 7:48. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
We show that 29 steps were traveled on his phone, approximately between 7:41 and 7:48.
All right. And just talked about the Snapchat video. Looking at this map, whose phone is this? And explain these data points to the jury, if you would, please. Or whose phone is this first, if you would, please?
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone, and below it, it's going to be his iPhone location data. So this is not going to be Verizon location. This is going to be location data directly off of his phone.
So this is GPS data that's more specific.
That is correct.
All right. And we see a number of dots up here. What is this area up here generally sort of in the center of this image?
That's going to be the kennel area, and then there's that little house,
The cabin?
the cabin.
All right. And what time periods in that upper box do we see GPS data on Paul's phone up there in the kennel cabin area?
We're seeing between 7:45 and 7:54 is location data for that area.
754, 756.
7:56, sorry, it's hard to see.
All right. And then we have two data points at the bottom.
Mhm.
Is that where is generally that on the property?
That's going to be what previous testimony talked about, like a dove field. It's going to be past the main house, closer to the Godly Farm roadside. And that's going to be a data point at 8 and 42 seconds and 8 and 44 seconds.
8 p.m.?
That's correct, 8 p.m., June 7th.
Oh, darn it. And then down at the bottom of page 10, is there any step data on Paul's phone?
There is. It shows approximately 89 steps traveled
On
during
what time periods?
7:45 p.m. to 7:55.
Moving on to page 11, we have a map. Tell the jury whose phone that is and what that data point is, please.
So this is going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be Verizon location data. And what we see here is the tower and then the arc of the tower. This is going to be in the Walterboro area. The time is 7:50:03 p.m.
All right, and moving down, we're starting to see some references, and there's a little battery symbol on the side. What does that represent?
So that's going to represent battery life. So right here, this is going to be at 7:52:28. It's going to show Paul Murdaugh's iPhone battery at 7%.
And in your review generally of Paul's cell phone data, was it generally consistent for him to continue to use his phone even if he had a low battery life on it?
That's correct.
And is that also consistent with the testimony from David Grubbs from yesterday, the day
Previous
before?
testimony, yes.
All right, below that, 7:55 time period, we have two entries. Can you explain those two entries to the jury and how they relate to each other?
So 7:55:44 to 8:05:28, we have Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 262 steps traveled. And a close time frame from 7:55:32 to 8:05:07, we show Alex's iPhone traveling approximately 270 steps during that time period.
And then at 7:56, what is reflected as it relates to that Snapchat video?
This is when the Snapchat video referencing Alex Murdaugh would have been sent through Paul's Snapchat account to his friends based on previous testimony.
And it was created, you already testified to this, but it was created when?
I believe 7:39:55
And it was sent out to his friends when?
at 7:56 p.m.
Moving on to page 12 at 7:57, does one of his friends respond?
Yes, he receives a Snapchat message from Brian Murdaugh
Oops, sorry.
stating, "Damn, man, needs some straps. Oh, it."
All right. Now we're moving into the 8 p.m. hour on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, we have a map here. First of all, in the right corner, whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his iPhone location data.
And starting up at the, it's sort of the top center, more to the right. Where does that location generally?
That's going to be the little cabin on the property.
All right. And what is the data point? What's the time on that data point up there?
I believe it says 8:06:20 p.m.
All right. And then we see the dots sort of moving down. And in what direction are they generally moving?
That's moving towards the main house on the property.
All right. And then down at the bottom of the screen, at what time do we see that data point stop at the main residence?
8:14.
What's the first data point?
8:08:45 and then 8:14.
Paul's at the main
PM.
residence at what time? First?
8:08:45 p.m.
All right. And just on page 13, we have some earlier data points. Is this map kind of out of order just a little bit?
It is. So this is just going to be earlier data points at 8:05:14 and 8:04:45, just showing some location data from his iPhone.
So that one should have gone before this one, the one at the bottom of page 12,
That is correct.
which reflects Paul again getting back to the main residence at what time?
8:08:45 p.m.
Looking below, again on page 13, do we see two entries for Paul and Alex's phone? And if so, please explain to the jury what they are.
So for Alex's phone, we show between 8:05 and 8:09 that his phone approximately took 54 steps traveled during that time period. And then for Paul, we show 8:05:46 to 8:15:24. We show approximately 303 steps traveled during that time period.
Moving on to page 14, do we see that same map again of Paul's phone reflecting him arriving at the residence at 8:08?
8:08:45, correct.
And then still pinging there at what time, at the bottom time?
8:14 p.m.
All right. Again, at 8:07, what if anything do we see?
At 8:07:20, we see that Paul is sending Snapchats to a few friends. That's based off his Snapchat records.
All right, the next entry is in purple, and then there's kind of a line going from that. Explain what that purple reference, that time period references, and then the line that travels down the side of your timeline. Explain to the jury what that's going to represent generally to the various phones as we go forward.
As we go forward, anytime you see purple, that's going to represent Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And for this instant, it's going to represent on the left-hand side, the line going down. Anytime you see a line next to something, that means whatever it says on the left. So if it says device locked, it means the device was locked during those other time periods. So this is going to show from 8:11:08 to 8:31:15 that Maggie's iPhone was locked. And as we move down, you can see it continue to the next page. That means during those times it's locked.
All right, so we'll see multiple of those as you go forward, just explaining time periods where various devices were locked or other things were going on.
That is correct.
All right. Moving on to page 15, we have a map. Explain to the jury whose phone this is and what it represents.
So this is going to be for CB Row, and this is a overview map. You can see Augusta, North Augusta area, and it's showing the sector and the tower that it's pinging off of at 7:13:15 in the North Augusta area.
You say 7:13 or 8:13?
I'm sorry, 8:13:15.
All right. So CB Rowe's phone is pinging over here, way over here in Augusta. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving to the next map. Whose phone is this? If you could tell whose phone this is, and then what data points you see on this particular map.
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone location data. So it's going to be separate from like Verizon location data. And this is showing at the area of the main house, bottom left. And the data starts at 8:14 and goes all the way to 8:35:07.
8:35. Paul's phone is located where?
At the main house, 4147 Moselle Road.
And down at the bottom of page 15, do we have any step reference for Paul?
We do from 8:15:55 to 8:21:45. We're showing approximately 140 steps traveled.
Paul arrived back at the residence about 8:08, you testified, is that correct?
That is correct.
At 8:17 and 14 seconds, what, if anything, do you see on Maggie's phone?
So it's highlighted purple in reference to Maggie. It's going to show that her phone ended at the connection to the Mercedes-Benz, which is the MBUX 95224. It shows that it's unplugged.
And what does that mean? What does that reference mean as it relates to Maggie's phone and the Mercedes she was driving?
It means that she unplugged her phone
From that
from
vehicle?
that vehicle.
And the data generally reflects that she's at the residence at that point?
That is correct.
Paul 8:08, Maggie 8:17.
That is correct.
Alex's last data point on his phone was 6:52, right?
That is correct, based on the Verizon records.
We have at 8:17:44 p.m., do we have a battery reference for Paul?
We do. It shows that his iPhone was at 4% battery life at that time.
As we continue forward, do we see Paul continue to use this phone?
We do.
At 8:17 to 8:18, what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing approximately 38 steps taken during that time frame.
Right. And that would be after her phone disconnects from the Mercedes.
That's correct.
8:19 p.m., what do we see on Paul's phone?
We see that he connects to a PRTC Wi-Fi and that he receives a Snapchat message from Ansley Wilson stating he got the magic touch. He also sends another outgoing text message or Snapchat message.
Right. Now, PRTC, his phone connects to PRTC. What is PRTC?
So PRTC is going to be the local internet telephone provider for this area. So it's just showing a Wi-Fi connection.
And was PRTC, to your knowledge, providing services to Moselle Road?
They were providing services to the main house and then the cabin.
All right, going below that, we have a series of communications. And whose communications are these going sort of back and forth, a series of communications?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's series of communications.
And I'm not going to read each one or have you read each one, but are these generally communications going back and forth with his friends?
That is correct.
And on this page, they start about what time and continue through about what time?
Start around 8:23 and go all the way to 8:29.
Well,
I think we keep on going down. Yeah, about 8:30. It's about 8:23 to 8:30.
all right, at 8:30 to 8:33 p.m., what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing that her phone took approximately 42 steps traveled during that time period.
All right. And that starts at what time that Maggie's phone starts reflecting steps?
8:30 p.m.
About 8:30. Going on to the next page, page 17. Going back just real quick on page 16, generally that series of communications with Paul and his friends, is he generally responding fairly quickly to the communications back and forth?
He is either, it's their Snapchat and iMessages. He's responding and using those two applications very frequently.
Now we're at the top of page 17 at 8:31 p.m. Describe to the jury generally what this data entry is.
So this is going to be a group message from John Marvin Murdaugh. It's talking about how they're planning to go visit their dad tomorrow and asking if anyone else is going. Listed here, everyone that's in that group message.
And that's generally a number of family members.
That is correct.
And the dad they're referring to is who?
It's going to be Alex's dad.
Mr. Randolph.
That is correct.
And based on your knowledge and investigation, he had a turn for the worst health-wise around this time?
That is correct.
All right, well, let's talk about that very quickly. That did the defendant receive, or did his phone receive that text?
His phone and Maggie's phone both received the text message.
And did the defendant ever read that text, according to the phone at least?
According to the phone, it was not read until the following day, 6/8/21 at 1:44:49 p.m.
And that text came in at what time?
8:31 on the dot.
And did Maggie read that text right away, at least according to the phone, her phone?
She did not.
All right. And when did her phone finally read that text?
Around 8:49:26.
What time?
8:49:26 is when Maggie read that text.
8:49.
8:49.
At 8:31, what, if any, entry do we see?
So at the 8:31:15, Maggie Murdaugh's phone unlocks and does orientation changes. And then at 8:31:18 to 8:49:26, we show that her phone was locked.
At 8:31, there's an orientation change. Does the data reflect that her phone was unlocked at that period of time?
That is correct.
All right. And then what happens after that at 8:31 and 18 seconds?
Her device is locked until 8:49:26.
8:49:26, is that correct?
8:49:26.
All right. At 8:32:25, we have an entry in green and then a line going down. Can you explain to the jury those time periods and what, if any, significance they have?
So green is going to reflect Paul Murdaugh. Anytime you see green, it's going to be Paul, and purple is going to be Maggie. That's reflecting that his iPhone moved approximately 283 steps during that time period. So on the left-hand side, as we go down, and you're going to see other data entry points, if you see the green next to it, that means that those steps are being traveled during that time frame.
And now we have a map. Whose phone is that?
This is also going to be Paul Murdaugh's, and this is going to be his iPhone location data.
All right. And where is that iPhone location data located?
That's going to be at the kennel area of the property.
All right. And tell me the time periods that he is at the kennels at this point in time.
At this point in time, he's at the kennels at 8:38:07 p.m., 8:44:53, 8:44:55, and 8:44:56.
What happens at 8:40 while Paul's phone is at the kennels?
Paul calls Rogan Gibson. It shows answered for 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Starting at what time?
8:40:20.
If you have about a 4-minute call, what time does that end?
8:44.
At 8:44:34, what, if anything, does Paul's phone indicate?
So at 8:44:34, Paul Murdaugh initiates a FaceTime video call with Rogan Gibson. It shows answered 11 seconds long. And that's based off of Paul and Rogan's information.
And then at 8:44:55, what does it reflect on Paul's phone?
This is when this video was extracted and created through Paul's phone, which shows Alex, Maggie, and, well, You can hear Alex, Maggie, and Paul in the background.
That's the kennel video at
That's
8:44.
That's a kennel video that's been in previous testimony, correct?
Following below that, at 8:47 and 8:48, does Paul continue to communicate with his phone?
He does. He uses the iMessage feature in his phone to send a couple messages to Megan Kimbrell. And it looks like it's based off of movie recommendations.
Are those communications for 10 minutes or just for a couple of minutes or a minute or so?
A minute or so.
Going to the top of page 19.
Mm-hmm.
What time do we see there?
8:48:29.
All right. And what's going on? What's Paul doing?
He's receiving a message from Megan, and we have some backlight on data at 8:48:56.
All right. And the next entry, tell me the time periods for that entry.
8:48:58 to 8:49:01.
All right. And what happens there?
Paul Murdaugh's phone that's the last time that it was unlocked,
Ever?
ever. 8:49:01.
And the next activity that we'll see on Paul's phone occurred when?
We have a backlight off from 8:49 to
Going back to 8:48 to 8:49:01, you said that was when Paul's phone was last unlocked?
that is correct.
And continue on with that data entry, what does it indicate? What's the next time ever that Paul's phone shows any activity?
10:18. That's when.
And the 8:48 to 8:49
Oh,
PM?
I'm sorry. Next activity notification is going to be the Rogan Gibson call at 9:58:35. That's the next time that any activity or notification shows up on his phone.
Looking at this entry with the green line on the right side, what are those time periods there and what do they represent starting at 8:49:01?
Starting at 8:49:01 to 10:34:23, Paul's phone shows device locked.
Was it ever open again until it died at 10:34:23?
It was not.
8:49:01 is the last time before that Paul had ever unlocked his phone.
That is correct.
Just a few seconds later, does Maggie's phone reflect any activity?
It does. 8:49:26, so approximately 26 seconds later, her phone unlocks for a text message notification, and it implements an orientation change.
And was that text message about Mr. Randolph that you earlier referred to?
That is correct, that group message. I believe it was in response to Lynn.
And at 8:49:31, here in red, what happens to Maggie's phone? Just seconds later.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone locks forever
Forever. Until when?
until it's recovered the next day at 1:10 p.m.
On June 8th.
on June 8th by law enforcement.
Do both Maggie and Paul's phone lock forever around 8:49?
They do.
At 8:49:35, does Paul's phone receive a text from anyone?
It does. It receives a text from Rogan Gibson.
And what does that text say?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, referring to his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. that shows unread.
You never read that.
Never read it.
According to the investigation, is that the conversation that Paul and Rogan were actively engaged in starting at 8:40?
That is correct.
The kennel video was at what time?
8:44.
And then the defendant repeatedly denied that he was ever at those kennels with the victims just minutes before their phones go silent forever.
Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Leading. Leading.
Don't leave the witness. Restate the question.
Did the defendant repeatedly deny ever being at the kennels at that
Yes.
time period?
Yes, he did. Various interviews with law enforcement.
And was that kennel video, what time was that kennel video?
8:44.
And what time did Paul and Maggie's phones go silent forever?
Answered several times.
Objection is overruled.
8:49 is when their phones went silent forever.
At 8:53, do we see any activity on Maggie's phone?
We do. At this time, as you can see to the right, her phone is locked, but we do see that 59 steps were traveled over the period of 8:53 to 8:55.
And that just means the phone was moving, correct?
That is correct.
Do we see some orientation changes as well?
We do. Between 8:53:08 and 8:55:32, we see various orientation changes, which would indicate that someone has the phone based on previous testimony.
Moving on to page 20. At the top, we have 8:55, and we have a reference to a data point. Can you explain that to the jury, whose phone that is, and just generally what that is based on information gathered in the investigation?
8:55:48.
8:55:48, yes, sir.
That's just a internal application running in the background for Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It's just the iPhones will take a random snapshot of what's going on in the phone. So that's just reflecting that there was some, behind the scenes stuff happening in her phone. It's not saying that someone was actively using it.
Hold on for me just real quick. Right here at the bottom of page 13, we have a reference to step data on Alex's phone.
That's correct.
And what are those time periods?
8:05:35 to 8:09:52. It's showing 54 steps traveled.
All right. We're turning to page 20. What suddenly happens to Alex's phone around 9:02?
Pretty much wakes up
And what data point is reflected?
from 9:02:18 p.m. to 9:06:47. It shows 283 steps traveled.
And how long? How many minutes roughly?
5 minutes, 6 minutes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 521 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
This is going to be a paste spreadsheet for Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh that I created.
Your Honor, this time I would offer States 521 into evidence.
No objection.
Admit it.
No, the only, please. In general, if I could have the screen. All right, tell the jury real quick, as we look at this exhibit just admitted, just generally, we have at the top, tell them quickly what this is and what these columns represent. Explain this chart, if you would.
First column entry, that's just going to be from all the various entries from the phone data. We have a start time, we have a end time, we have the time elapsed in between the estimated amount of steps, and then we have a steps per minute calculation, which is going to be the far right.
And the steps, those are the data entries in this timeline that you've been testifying to as reflected from the phone data.
That is correct.
And then the last column is just a simple calculation of steps based on the time periods of those readings.
That is correct.
And the last step readings that we have on Paul's phone are from what time to what time?
The last step reading from Paul's phone is 8:32 to 8:42.
We have one for Maggie as well, is that correct?
We do. Her last time frame is going to be 8:53 to 8:55.
And then down at the bottom, who do we have?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's pace spreadsheet.
Let's talk about this a little bit. If you would, start with entry 21. And what time periods is that? This is Alex's phone, correct?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Right, time period.
6:52 to 7:02.
How many steps?
Approximately 283.
And how many steps per minute based on a simple math calculation?
Estimated 29.34.
All right. 22, time period, steps, and steps per minute.
7:03 to 7:11. Approximately 165 steps. Estimated 19.26 steps per minute.
24,
24 is going to be 7:28 to 7:37. Approximately 47 steps. And estimated 5.46 steps per minute.
25,
7:41 to 7:48, showing approximately 29 steps, 3.97 steps per minute.
26,
26 is showing 7:55 to 8:05, 270 steps, approximately 28.2 steps per minute.
28,
28 is going to be the 8:05 to 8:09. It's showing approximately 74 steps at 17.28 steps per minute.
and as you testified, that was the last entry on Alex's phone before we get to the 9 o'clock hour. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what time was the video again?
8:44 p.m.
Let's talk about 27. What's the time period there?
Time period's gonna be 9:02 to 9:06.
How many steps?
283 steps, 70.75 steps per minute estimated.
He was a busy guy right then, wasn't he?
It appears.
What was the average steps per minute from 902 to 906?
70.75.
And was that far in excess of any ratings on his phone in those prior entries?
According to this table, yes.
Could I have the computer back again, please? We have a map here on Paul's phone. Tell me very quickly what that represents.
We do. This is going to be based off of Verizon records for Paul Murdaugh, and it's showing 903.22 and 903.30, just showing what cell towers it was pinging off of.
Again, is his phone still locked during this time?
That is correct. Paul and Maggie's phones are still locked at this time.
Bottom of page 20, we got a pink box. What does that reflect?
That's from the FBI telemetry data, just showing a system startup with the telemetry system.
On which
It's gonna be,
vehicle?
Alex Murdaugh's 2021 Suburban.
Is there a CDR reference to Mary Ann Dempsey attempting to call Paul?
There is
Mary Ann Dempsey again is who?
Rogan Gibson's girlfriend at the time.
We have 2 entries after that. Can you explain those entries to the jury and tell the jury what those are, please?
Yep. So at 9:03:52 to 9:04:23, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight is on. At 9:04:23, Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds in his CDRs. This does not show on that Dylan Hightower first extraction or the second extraction. And it also shows missed on Maggie's phone extraction.
That one's missing from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct. In the call log, it is missing.
At 9:05:15, is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh calls Randolph Murdaugh, 18 seconds. Does not show on Dylan Hightower extraction or the second extraction, just on the CDRs.
We have a pinkish box. What does that represent?
Pinkish box can represent that system startup for the telemetry data for the 21 Suburban.
At 9:06:12, what happens?
Between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, Maggie Murdaugh's phone implements orientation change from portrait to orientation sideways.
That starts at 9:06:12.
Yes, and it goes to 9:06:20.
The orientation starts to change. What happens 2 seconds after that orientation starts to change?
At 9:06:14, so that's 2 seconds afterwards, the phone receives an incoming call from Alex.
Was that call on the call log when Dylan Hightower downloaded the defendant's phone?
It was not.
Nine 9:06:14 and 9:06:15. Are those referencing that missed call that showed up on Maggie's phone?
That is correct.
And 9:06:20, we're still seeing an orientation change?
Yep, that's when the orientation ended.
Moving down to the bottom of page 21, we have a bluish and a green box. Tell the jury what that is.
So according to the FBI telemetry data, the blue is going to indicate a shift in the transmission, and then green is going to show driving.
The Suburban's underway?
That is correct, according to the telemetry data.
At the bottom of page 21, is there another call from Alex Murdaugh's phone to Maggie's phone?
There is at 9:06:52. Alex calls Maggie. It shows 7 seconds long. And that's based off his CDRs since it was deleted off the call history.
It wasn't on Alex's extraction, correct?
It was not.
2 missed calls?
2 missed calls.
Moving to page 22, at the top, what, if anything, does Alex Murdaugh's phone show in relation to the Suburban?
So it's just showing that, the device connected to the car. When you get in your car, your phone will pair. It's just showing a device connection to iPhone.
And then the next entry, there's a time range there. Explain that time range to the jury and what that means.
So starting at 9:07 and going till 9:44.
9 what?
Sorry, 9:31:44. Her backlight is off.
The backlight is off. That entire time period.
That entire time period. It was on, but now for this time period from 9:07 to 9:31, it's going to show off.
Going to this map, is that some of the cast data that you did that you testified to the jury?
It is. This is a previous slide that we had up. It's showing at 9:07:06. The Suburban is leaving 4147 Moselle Road.
2 calls to Maggie. Does the Suburban just take a quick right and go down this road right there to the kennels, or does it just continue straight on?
It just continues straight on.
Doesn't stop by the kennels for a second, does it?
It,
Does it stop by the kennels?
His vehicle does not stop by the kennels.
Keeps right on going.
It's right on going to Moselle Road, makes a right.
Going down to the bottom of page 22.
This is just another data point. It's showing the approximate location of Maggie Murdaugh's phone when it was located. And at 9:08:36, it's showing 42 miles an hour on Moselle Road. And in reference, we're coming up to Godley Farm Road on Moselle Road. This is at 9:08:36.
And then we have, below that, we have a reference to a data point that you previously showed to the jury at 9:08:42.
Yep, it's going to be on the next page.
All right.
It's going to be at 9:08:42. It's showing approximate miles per hour of 45 in reference to where the phone was found the next day.
And what's the speed on the defendant's vehicle at that point?
45 miles an hour.
And is Maggie's backlight off during this time period, this entire time period?
Her phone is locked, yes. And the backlight is off.
At 9:08:58, what do we see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Going to check on M, be right back." This shows unread in Maggie's phone.
Moving on, does Alex's phone reflect a series of calls being made?
It does.
Tell me about the first one.
First one's gonna be at 9:10:47. Alex calls Buster. It shows 60 seconds long. That's based off of CDR since it's not in his phone extractions.
And that's again also missing from that entire series of events around the time of the murders that was not on Alex's extraction when it was downloaded.
That is correct. It's not in the call log.
I'll move on now.
Been asked and answered.
Down at 9:12:14, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
Alex Murdaugh calls Chris Wilson. It shows 42 seconds long. That's based off his CDRs because it's not in any of his phone extractions or call log.
It's connection time as well.
It does.
Moving on to page 24, we have a map. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
This is going to be an Alex Murdaugh location map from Verizon. It's going to show at 9:12:14 what tower and what sector it's pinging off of, and then at 9:18:46 what tower it's pinging off of. The red dot's going to be Moselle. Green one is going to be the Alameda property.
Moving on to the next map, is that similar information of the defendant's trip from Moselle to Alameda?
It's similar. It's just going to show you the coverage areas for each tower.
And then on page 26, what does this map reflect?
This is going to be Verizon records for CB Row. Far right, the little red dot, that's going to be Moselle. Blue dot is going to be CB Row's home in Brunson. This is just showing the cell tower data at the time frame of 9:14, 9:20, and 9:21.
And?
In 11:37 p.m. This is close to Fairfax, just for reference.
He's pinging in the arc near his home over here in Fairfax, is that right?
That is correct. The home's
Where's
gonna be
Moselle?
Moselle's going to be that red dot to the right.
At 9:18:46, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
At 9:18:46, Alex Murdaugh calls John Marvin Murdaugh. It shows 106 seconds, and that's from his CDR since it's not on either phone extraction call log.
All right, we're on page 26 now. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
There's also going to be Verizon records from Alex Murdaugh's phone plotted. It's showing starting at 6:20:34 all the way to 9:46:35. It's showing from the cell tower in the sector of Alameda.
You said 6:24 or 9:20?
I'm sorry, 9:20:34.
So roughly 20-minute period at
Rough-
Alameda.
Roughly 20 minutes, correct.
Moving over to page 27, what is this map?
This is just going to be a zoomed in picture from the previous one. Just showing the same time frame, just showing a little bit more zoomed in from the cell tower in proximity to Alameda.
At 9:20:34, what if anything happens on the defendant's phone?
At this time, Chris Wilson calls Alex at 9:20:34. It shows for 131 seconds, and we got this data from his CDR since it does not show on either one of his extractions. And during that time, Claude CB row at 9:21:36 calls, but Alex does not answer it.
And again, his phone was pinging back at his house in Fairfax at that time period, correct?
That is correct.
We see the blue and green box. Tell the jury what's happening with Alex's Suburban at this point.
So at 21:22, which that's military time, is going to be 9:22. Green is going to show vehicle movement, and blue is going to show transmission shifting.
And
telemetry
is that
data.
consistent with the OnStar data at 9:22:49 of him arriving in Alameda?
It is.
And on page 28, is that data point that you just referenced?
That is correct, 9:22:39.
Starting about 9:22, does Alex's phone reflect any step activity?
It does 9:22:39 to 9:32:14. We're showing approximately 195 steps taken on his phone.
At 9:24:13, what if anything does the defendant phones reflect?
He calls Libby Murdaugh, which would be his mom, shows 20 seconds long. That's from his CDRs because it's not on either phone extraction.
And that would be the landline at Alameda.
That's correct.
After that, is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:26:06 p.m.
And then at 9:31:44, is that the first backlight activity on Maggie's phone since that time period you testified earlier about 9:07?
That is correct.
At 9:34, around that same time, is there any communication on Maggie's phone around the time of that backlight activity?
There is at 9:34:14. Rogan Gibson sends an iMessage to Maggie Murdaugh saying, tell Paul to call me. And that shows unread.
Never read?
Never read.
Do we also have backlight activity associated with a missed call to Maggie's phone?
We do at 9:34:20.
Up here at 9:34 to 9:36:20, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight. Is that backlight off?
That's going to be backlight off.
Just the off is missing from the words.
That is correct.
9:35 and 9:45, 10-minute period. Is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It's showing approximately 60 steps taken on his phone during that time frame. And also, as you see on the right-hand side, Paul and Maggie's phones are locked. It's referenced with the lines and the color coordination on the right-hand side.
And those lines have been continuing through the past few
They've been
pages.
continuing, correct?
We have some orange and purple boxes. Quickly tell the jury what those are.
So the orange color is going to be that system startup from previous testimony from Falkowski. And then the pink is going to be engine running propulsion.
And is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:42:17. There's a missed call. And then we have Alex's Suburban showing a device connection at 9:42:49, which is consistent with the data
All right.
telemetry.
Suburban's leaving Alameda around this time?
That is correct, 9:43:18. We show it starting at 2 miles an hour.
We have some additional telemetry consistent with him leaving.
We do.
Is there any activity on Maggie's phone at this point?
So at 9:44:04 to 9:45:04, it shows that her backlight was off.
And is there a missed call associated with that backlight activity or around the same time?
Yes, Maggie Murdaugh received a call from, it's going to show as PA in the phone extraction, which is it's Alex's number, and it shows missed.
And was that call missing from Alex's phone extraction?
It was missing from both phone extractions.
Going down to 9:46:35, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh called Paul Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds long. That's with the connection time. And that is based off of Alex's CDRs. It does not show in either extractions.
9:47:23, what do we see, if anything?
Alex sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Call me, babe," and that shows unread in Maggie Murdaugh's extraction.
And do we see some backlight activity around the time of that text message, that unread text message?
We do, a couple seconds.
We have a map here. Just generally, what does this reflect?
We do. This is going to reflect the coverage area of the cell tower between Moselle and Alameda.
And this is whose phone?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his Verizon records, not location data from phone.
Moving towards the direction of Moselle?
That is correct.
Additional maps consistent with that as testified to by Matt Wild?
That is correct, just showing coverage area.
At 9:52:15, what if any activity is on Alex's phone?
So at 9:52:15, Alex Murdaugh sends an iMessage to Chris Wilson saying, "Call me if up."
Just around the time where he's running 80 miles an hour?
That's correct. 9:51:43 is when we have the 80.16 mile per hour.
All right, moving over to the next page, is there any further activity?
Alex ends up receiving a call from Chris Wilson at 9:52:59. Shows 42 seconds long with connection. That is also not on either extraction. And at 9:53:55, he receives another call from Chris Wilson. Shows 123 seconds. And that is on his CDRs, but not on either phone extraction.
And then from at about 9:56:57, what if any activity do you see on Alex's phone?
So from 9:56:57 to 10:06:57, it shows that Alex Murdaugh traveled approximately 231 steps traveled during that time.
Starting at what time?
9:56:57 to 10:06:57.
Remind the jury what time the 911 call was.
It was 10:06:14.
At 9:57 and 9:58, what activities reflected on Paul's records?
So Rogan Gibson calls Paul Murdaugh, shows 4 seconds, and that's based off of CDRs. And then at 9:58:35, Rogan sends a text message to Paul stating, "Yo."
And that hits Paul's phone?
That is correct. And
Is it ever read?
it shows unread from his phone extraction.
We have a bunch of green and blue boxes. Is this more telemetry data from the Suburban?
This is, the green's going to represent drives and blue is going to represent some kind of gear shifting with the vehicle.
But the GM OnStar data reflects what, about 10 on the dot?
It reflects him pulling into the driveway at 4147 Moselle Road, the main entrance.
And where did the Suburban go first?
The Suburban went directly to the house, bottom left.
It didn't go to the kennels first, it went to the house first?
That is correct.
And what time does it arrive at the house? Or what time right there in that map? That's what, the map at the top
That's what the time that it pulls into the driveway.
Sorry. 1 second. At 10:03:36 p.m., there's 2 entries around that time. Can you tell the jury what any activity you see as it relates to Maggie's phone?
So Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh's phone at 10:03:58, and backlight is on associated with that.
And then starting about 10:04:08, what don't we see for time period?
So from 10:04:08 to 10:46:40, there is a gap in activity. I don't see any activity on Maggie's phone at all through the Knowledge C database.
At 10:05:06, what, if anything, does the data reflect?
It reflects Alex's Suburban leaving the main house based on the GM data.
Going over to page 35. Is this one of your cast maps?
Yes, it is. It's 10:05:06, and it's showing the time the Suburban starts to leap down to the kennels.
And going to the next map, what time is that?
Next map's going to be 10:05:57. That's the arrival time at the kennels.
According to that GPS location data.
Yes, sir, from GM and OnStar.
What's that time again?
It's going to be 10:05:57.
Down at the bottom of the page, what time is the 911 call?
10:06:14.
How many seconds is that from the time that the Suburban arrives at the kennels and he calls 911?
Roughly 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
That's correct.
Do you recall the defendant's statements to law enforcement shortly after the crime? That he went over and checked the bodies and that sort of thing?
I do.
What, if anything, in his statements to law enforcement did the defendant say about what he did when he arrived at the scene?
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check the bodies.
From the moment the Suburban arrived at the kennels, how long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
Another call from Rogan to Paul that never be answered?
That is correct. 10:08:27, never answered.
At 10:11:54, what happens?
This is when Alex Murdaugh was on the 911 call, stated he was going to go get a gun. This was at 10:11:54. This is when the Suburban is showing leaving the kennels.
And down at the bottom of page 36, we see another map. What does that reflect?
That's going to be 10:13:54. And on the next page, it's going to show the map. That's when his Suburban left the main house going back to the kennels.
And what time does the location data reflect that the Suburban arrived back at the kennels?
10:14:30 is when it's going to reflect driving back to the kennels. Or approximately. This is when he's coming into the view of the kennels.
And then what time does the 911 call end?
So the 911 call is going to end at 10:17. And then the step data is what the 10:16:37 p.m. is referring to. That's going to be when his step data ended. I believe it was 594 steps taken.
After the 911 call, does the defendant's phone reflect any activity?
It does. It shows him calling Randy Murdaugh. Shows 16 seconds long with the connectivity time. And that's based off his CDRs. It was not found on either extraction. Then also we have a 1018 where he's sending a text message to Randy saying, please call me emergency.
Is there step activity around this time on Alex's phone?
There is 1018:53 to 1028:05. We're showing approximately 525 steps taken during that time frame.
And does Paul's backlight come on again at 10:18?
It does 1018:08 to 1018:20. We're showing backlight.
Was that after the 911 call had ended?
No. I'm sorry, yes. Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. So 1017 is when the 911 call ended. This would have been at 1018:08. So this would have been right after.
And the last text that hit Paul's phone was from whom?
Rogan Gibson. I believe it said yo.
Paul's phone still hitting, of course, that kennel location.
That is correct. This is going to be off of his iPhone location data.
Where was Paul's phone found again, according to your knowledge of the investigation?
It was found on Paul's rear end, facing up.
Top of page 39, we have a map. What does that reflect?
This is going to reflect Verizon records for Alex Murdaugh, starting at 1019 all the way to 1118, and it's just showing the sector it was pinging off of, and that's in the area of Moselle Road.
All right, we have a range of times there from the 10-ish hour to the 11-ish hour PM of Alex phone being there.
That is correct.
Does Alex's phone reflect a couple of calls that were not on his extraction, but in the CDRs?
It does.
To what people?
It's going to be to Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin, and then Rogan Gibson, and then Christie.
At 10:20:08, what, if any, activity does Paul's phone reflect?
So Paul's phone shows a display on screen auto lock. It's been locked. It's just documenting a auto lock.
Display on auto lock?
Mm-hmm.
And that auto lock can be consistent with what, according to your understanding?
According to my understanding is that auto lock could be, it doesn't recognize like a face, so it automatically locks, or it could be just hitting like on the iPhone, the power button on the side.
And what was the last text that hit Paul's phone again? Who was it from?
Rogan Gibson.
And what does the defendant do just seconds later?
Calls Rogan Gibson.
Was that on the Dillon Hightower extraction?
It was not on the Dillon Hightower extraction or the second one.
You mentioned before that there was a group text about Mr. Randolph's health. And when did the defendant finally read that text?
The following day, so that'd be June 8th, 2021.
At 10:22:09, was there a text that the defendant read?
There was 10:22:09. He received a group text message from Michael Gunn and a few people saying she brought the heat from Miami boys, and it was read the same night at 10:38:42 p.m. An associated picture is below.
The 10:24 and the 10:25 hours, what, if anything, does the defendant's phone reflect?
Alex tries to call Rogan, and then he sends an iMessage stating, call me. And then he attempts to do a FaceTime, and this is going to be the first log that we see on his phone records is going to be this FaceTime call with Rogan on his extraction for the day of June 7th, 2021.
Multiple attempts to contact Rogan. Huh?
That's correct.
At what time does law enforcement arrive on the scene?
Approximately 10:25 is when the first deputy arrived on scene.
10:25?
That's correct.
We see step activity around this time on Alex's phone?
We do. So we had a group of step activity end at 10:28:54, and then we had a new group start at 10:28:54 that goes to 10:37:27. It's showing 320 steps traveled approximately.
And does the defendant's phone reflect any phone activity after that?
It reflects at 10:29:17 a call to Randy that shows answered 42 seconds long. That's also not on the extraction. And then a FaceTime with Rogan at 10:30:31. That does show on the extraction.
That was attempted FaceTime.
That's correct. I believe in previous testimony, Rogan said he was asleep during the time.
Moving on to page 41.
This is going to be a Paul Murdaugh Verizon records. This is just going to show the the tower and then just the location. And you can see Moselle Road within it. This is a 10:34 time period.
Is there a display on activity on Paul's phone, but also a phone call from Nolan Tootin around that time?
That is correct. Correct. Around 10:34, it's showing display on and then a Nolan Tootin phone call.
And then finally, what time does Paul's phone finally die?
Paul's phone finally dies at 10:34:24 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Almost 2 hours after the killing video.
That is correct.
And Maggie's phone stays locked until when?
The following day, June 8th, around 1:10 p.m. when the investigators find it.
When the investigators find it.
That is correct.
I'm gonna show you a couple of exhibits. We're almost done and everybody's hungry. Show you what's been marked as 523. If you're to this trial, states 523. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And tell the jury just where that's from, please.
This is going to be a text message I retrieved from one of the Cellbrite extraction reports. It's be from Paul to Alex.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 523 into evidence.
Your Honor, we would renew the previous objections, have no additional objections. Or 403.
I see the exhibit.
I'm gonna show 523. And this is a text from which person to which person?
So this is going to be from Paul Murdaugh, and it's going to be to, it says voicemail. That's going to refer to Alex. This is obtained from his phone. It's going to be the owner. So that's going to be Paul to Alex.
What's the date?
The date is going to be May 6, 2021 at 10:52:13 a.m.
And what does it say?
It says, I am still in EB because when you get here, we need to talk. Mom found several bags of pills in your computer bag. This is again from Paul to Alex on May 6th.
States 553. See if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay. I do.
Tell me what that is.
This is going to be some searched items that I obtained from Maggie Murdaugh's extraction report.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 553, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Submit it.
And tell the jury what this exhibit is, please.
So this is going to be Google searches. Far left, you're going to have a timestamp. The source, which is going to be Safari, that's for Apple. And then the value is going to be the searched item. And on May 26, 2021 at 11:21 p.m., Maggie searched green gel pill P30. She also searched 11:20 p.m. Green gel pill P30, white pill 30 on one side RP. And if you look to the right, you're going to see a column that says deleted. That one is showing yes has been deleted. And then if we go down to row number 4, it's going to be May 6, 2021 from Safari, white pill 30 on one side RP, and that's also shown deleted. Could you slide it down just a little bit? I just want to make sure there's not another entry. Okay.
Show you Western Oregon States 556 and see if you recognize this exhibit.
I do.
And tell just generally what is this?
This is going to be a text message thread between Alex Murdaugh and Russell Lafitte.
And at the time, where did Russell Lafitte work again, to your understanding?
Palmetto State Bank.
And Your Honor, this time I would offer States 556, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections beyond the 403, 404 objections previously ruled upon.
See the exhibit.
Right, I'm gonna put states 556 up on the screen. And again, tell the people on this text and the time and what it says.
So this is going to be a text from voicemail, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone, to Russell Lafitte. It was sent on June 3rd, 2021 at 3:22 p.m. This is from Alex stating, I need to extend farm credit line another $600,000. My dad will sign also if needed. How much turnaround will that take? And again, that's from Alex to Russell Lafitte on June 3rd, 2021.
Show you two final exhibits, states 554 and 555. And you recognize those?
I do.
And where were those found?
These are found from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction.
Your Honor, this time I don't offer 554 and 555 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Okay. They're admitted.
States 554, who is that?
It's going to be Maggie Murdaugh and her sister.
States 555, who is that?
It's going to be Buster Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh.
Thank you, Special Agent. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch now. For an hour and 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
Wow.
Wow.
Hold on, they're all standing there. I bet you he says something. But yeah, go ahead, Claire.
I'm waiting. No, I'm waiting to see because this is really some testimony.
I'm getting screenshots of everything. I got screenshots through
Yeah.
that entire testimony of everything they put up. So just in
And we'll be
case.
recess.
What did he just say? Did anybody catch what he just said? Something about
He just-
testimony?
He
Something
said,
was less.
He just said, "Don't discuss the case," as far as I heard.
Yeah, and then when you were speaking, he said something. I thought I heard the word testimony. I saw somebody drop something on the prosecution's desk. Oh,
Un momento.
oh, yeah. All right, I'm going to bring this feed down just for a moment. Oh, yeah. Oh, feed troubles and all kinds. Oh, boy. But I was asking in the chat what the biggest piece of evidence to date is the strongest piece that you think the case. Not that you think that they made the case, or not if you think Alex Murdaugh is guilty or anything like that. But the strongest evidence that sticks out to you so far, like from everything that we've heard to date. And I understand that's a big ask because we're in the 4th week of this trial, and there was a lot of evidence.
Right.
But some people came up with some things.
Okay, so he's all he said was please do not discuss the case and something about recess, and the thing that was dropped on Alex's desk was a tissue box.
Oh, okay. And so the judge. Okay, so cool. All right, thank you. I was like,
Yeah, I
I'm
was
like,
gonna say I went back and didn't hear anything. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, neither did yeah. But thank you, Pete, for offering. Thank you, Record, for doing it. Thank you, Beck, for checking back.
Yeah,
But
we got you.
wow. No, thanks. It is fun to do this with you guys, but like I am right now, I'm at the point where I have to remind everybody we still got to go through the defense. And like we've been having a lot of fun with Alex's like timeline and stuff like that. And now we're seeing evidence that some of the joking around that we were doing was like kind of
Actually on point.
it's being documented that way. It's being presented to us that way. that we said all along that the timeline was very tight, right? We said, remember Mandy and I would go back and forth like, yeah, but how could he have that short period of time? And I'm with her on that. It really was a very narrow window. And we've watched the window even get smaller and smaller, have we not?
Okay. Hear
Mhm.
my case out. He
Okay.
hired Usain Bolt.
He what?
It's the only way he
Wait.
managed to check the bodies.
Wait, I actually need you to actually say that again. He what?
He hired Usain Bolt.
Oh God. Okay. All right. No. Okay. All right. But oh God, it's just this testimony we've been waiting for, and I think that's what they were definitely arguing about. Additional late testimony coming in, but when they allowed the GM guy to come in with the OnStar data, that is what allowed this testimony to be presented this way. We all realize that. Remember when they said, okay, GM just answered us now with the OnStar, may we bring it? And they went back and forth. And now we have this timeline and it's all in there. The most damning thing from this particular section of testimony in regards to this gentleman, Peter Rudofski, he actually is putting it all together with the OnStar, and he just literally showed us a map where they showed Alex's car. The OnStar data is saying that that's the vehicle that he was driving, going past where Maggie's phone was found, slowing down at that time as it passed, and then speeding up. Now, the only thing that they don't have any better than that is a picture of him with his arm out of the car throwing the phone, as far as I'm concerned, because his testimony alone said that he wasn't on that road and that he didn't go that way. That's not how he goes to his mom's house.
That was a big piece, yes. Then the slowdown.
Do you remember, like last week, we had the conversation with Mandy back and forth, like about like you'd have to go way out of your way. It would take too much time. It would, unless your speed, like they actually showed, yeah, it would. Normally, you would say this is impossible. Now, add a frantic person, add somebody covering their tracks, add somebody speeding, like and it starts. But how do you explain that the vehicle was there? Like, I can explain it all away with the tight window, except for the physical evidence that places him at certain places that he said he wasn't. Like he said he was never at the kennels, and then we have video that he's at the kennels. He said he didn't go that way. He doesn't drive that way to his mother's. He drives the other way. And yet we now have evidence through OnStar that his vehicle was on that road at that time.
And he was going 25 miles per hour over the speed limit. It took him approximately 4 minutes longer to get to his mother's than normal. Usually an 18-minute drive, it was a 22.
Right. And because he went the other way.
Exactly. He had to speed to make up for the time. Yeah.
Right. But OnStar is actually catching him.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, but OnStar is catching his locations. Like they said that was OnStar data, right? They're not saying that that's just their opinion of what happened.
No,
like
this is a compilation of the OnStar, the phone data, and everything with the GPS thrown in from GM.
Right. So the GPS from GM, from GM is what they're using to actually show him on that road at that time. So they actually have credible, physical, tangible evidence that he was on that road at that time.
Yeah, there's no doubt in their mind. Yeah. Yeah, if it was just the cell phone data, it would not be as accurate for exactly where he is within, whatever that little distance that they showed. But with the vehicle, apparently they can nail it within a few feet. So
yes, that's what they're doing.
I believe the most accurate is about 1 to 2 meters, which is like 3 to 6 feet, which is still incredibly accurate.
Oh yeah. Well, that's right. Yeah, a few feet. In the US, a few is like 3.
It's like down the road a piece, that saying down the road a piece could mean anywhere like around the block to like 7 miles away, depending on what state you live in the United States. like down the road a piece. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well, but I'm gonna pull. I starred some of the comments that were in the chat when I asked that question about the evidence, and I want to bring those up now, little by little. Not too many of you weighed in, and I can understand not wanting to, but if you want to now, like, we're not going to judge anybody about being wrong, right, or anything. Well, the first one was Aaron said, the biggest piece that stands out to him is that they're rich white Southerners. No one kills rich white people here except for family members. It's major social faux pas. I get it. All right. That still stands out to him. Okay. The car data, placing him at the location. Murdaugh's phone was found, and the speeding
Maggie's.
to make up Maggie's phone was found, and the speeding to make up the time taken to go out of his way. Yes, Tony, that's sticking out to me clearly in this testimony. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, because that is the one piece. That is the one piece that puts him in the guilty section above everything else so far. I agree.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And
Because
Liam was like,
why drive the opposite way of your parents' house?
What's unifying the recovered data into a coherent timeline? That's doing it for me too. Placing all these little bits together. This is what the jury needed to see also. Not only us, like, we've been screaming for it, right? All of us have been like, why can't we have anything like that? Now we do, and it's like,
I would laugh if the person who wrote that timeline down just stole the timeline off Twitter.
It could have been like Brandy did it, right? She did a great job. We've been sharing her Twitter. She's been a good, but this was like from a SLED officer. Like, Brandy can't come in there and testify, but the SLED officer can.
Yeah, but the SLED officer just on Twitter, hey, this timeline works really well, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. And Pete says that was 19 seconds it took to check their pulses. No way. That's right. 19 seconds to check their pulses, move the bodies like the way he said to like try to move Paul and all, and then still be in the car by then running. Yeah, that didn't happen. He didn't check.
He should audition for The Flash. He'd be, I mean.
And then Pete says, to get more answers, I should have asked, besides the 8:44 p.m. Snapchat video, what did prosecution present? Exactly, because before this testimony, isn't that all we talked about was that video? Right, really, that was the biggest piece of evidence. Okay. And Beck, of course, he checked the pulses and then went to the vehicle to call 911 in 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh, and don't forget, while he did all that, he avoided any mud or blood.
Yeah, and he checked Paul, and both Paul's arms were underneath him. He should have more blood on him than that. And Tony says,
oh, and
he drove to the house after checking the bodies. How much blood was in his car? Let me just finish these last few, and then we can go back over to all the comments. So I got a couple more here. Yeah, I saw all of it. Okay. Always Createful Kim says the biggest piece of evidence for her is that she now has a clear verification of that I work with idiots. You mean with your job? Okay. I thought this was going to be something. I pulled that up. Okay. You do work with idiots? I'm sorry. Okay. It shows, Ox says it shows that his truck was on that route. Does it prove he was driving? Nope. We have no video evidence of him driving. He may have had a robot. I don't know. But it does say his phone was with him. So I do think, like, did it say his phone was with him? Because I do think that would kind of prove it was him. But it does say you're right, Ox. It only says his car was there. Yeah. Let me just check. Nope. Okay. Yep. Go ahead, Big. What were you saying about your thing? That's it for the comments there that I pulled up. Okay.
Oh, me? Oh, I forgot now. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you forget.
No, it's
I
okay.
just wanted to
I'm
to
ADD.
finish.
I forget everything within 2 seconds. It's not a big deal.
Okay. All right. Oh, God. Graphic.
I want to know. I am actually quite interested in hearing what the defense is going to try and how the defense
Well-
is going to try and spin this, because good luck spinning that. That is a timeline that is set in stone.
Yeah. This is
There's
just
Absolutely.
you maybe like 10 or 15 years ago, you might have been able to argue like, oh, but the GPS information might have been a little bit glitchy and stuff. No, not anymore.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that was
With
so
the
5 to 10 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. But now it's just like there's no way of denying that. They're going to have to pull something amazing out to even put any doubt in that testimony right there.
Agreed. 100%.
okay.
I'm actually kind of curious now to see what the most accurate GPS is, because last time I remember it was like 2 to 3 meters, 1 to 2 meters. Oh, accurate.
Okay, I'm gonna try to pull up Twitter now to see what's going on. Beck, that first link, I'm not getting anything with that first link. What was it?
It's okay. Ignore it. I meant to put ignore
Okay.
it. The second one is the same one.
Okay,
I
the
copied
second
it
one the second one gives us all of that documentation that Fox listed before for all the evidence, right?
Yes.
But they're not.
Yes.
But they're not listing this document. Like that's.
I know. That's why
yeah.
I'm cleaning it up. I screenshotted it, and some reason it grabbed my laptop too. I didn't know it was going to do that. So I'm cleaning up all the pictures right now, and I'm going to send them to you in a bit.
Okay, cool.
Taking out
Yeah,
all the
well,
excess crap.
I am
Yeah,
definitely looking everywhere, like, because that document is like, that's the case right there. So when we're looking at everything, I would like to take that document and go back,
Yeah.
into the
Yeah.
prosecution's opening statements, and whoa.
Now some of the stuff on the like map screen and stuff is a little fuzzy, but you can still read it. But it's the best I can do with
No, I appreciate it. It gives us somewhere to go with it.
Okay, I might be thinking of like more super high accuracy GPS, but according to the official US government website about GPS accuracy, GPS trackers are very accurate and can determine a location within 16 feet or 4.9 meters.
Oh,
That might sound like a little bit of a big distance. However, this
a
is
moving
an
vehicle? That's pretty good.
accuracy. This is an
Yeah.
accuracy percentage of 95%.
Can you
which
link
puts you
that to the
in-
chat, please, so that I can, or so I can put that in the description of the video? I like to leave all these links. That's a very good statistic there. People
That
are gonna
90
question that. Yeah.
Yeah, 95% is scientifically credible.
Mm-hmm.
That is incredibly accurate.
Mm-hmm. And then
I
Tony
agree.
says one way to decide if it was him in the vehicle is that he must have been driving because it was with him and his parents. Yes, I believe so. 16 feet is enough
Yep.
to blow someone to hell with a drone. It sure is. And it
Mhm.
sure is does put you on that road. That 16 feet doesn't take you off that road or in another
Nope.
direction, does it? 16
Nope.
feet is what? Like the car length? Is the car length of a Suburban? So we're talking maybe.
Yeah,
That's
I'd
a
say
bit
closer
longer
to
than
10.
All right. Well, maybe a car length and a half, or even 2 car lengths of a Suburban. Does it take you off a road or that far
No,
away from the
it wouldn't
location?
take you that far away at all.
Yeah. And then does
No.
it skew actually the thing that we just saw with the car slowing down
No, not
and
even
going
close.
faster? Not even close, because
With a
there's no other
95%,
right. Mhm.
yeah, with a 95% accuracy, that is that is nigh impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And
I will say, however, in rare circumstances, GPS trackers can fail too. They can provide incorrect information despite high accuracy rates,
right, I guess
but it is
because
rare.
well, you know why? Because it's satellite, right? And because we all
Mm.
know that things can interfere with satellite, and also because it's technology. And as we've
Mhm.
witnessed with live streams, shit
Exactly.
happens. Okay.
Mhm.
So they're not saying it's perfect, but is it close enough to convict?
Well,
That's the thing. Like,
well,
is it trusted enough to be? I mean, it's pretty damning. Like, I would
in
imagine. Yeah.
this case, so there's a little bit more in this article that says why GPSs can fail, and it says it can also be blocked by bridges, mountains, tunnels, concentrations of high concrete buildings, and so on, which there are none of. Which means that
also, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
which means that the likelihood of failed GPS location would be even lower still.
Now let's remember, folks, he went a quarter mile in the wrong direction down a road. The GPS is accurate within 16 feet. Let's say 50 feet. A quarter mile is a lot more than 50 feet. So no matter how you slice it, he went the other way. He drove right by where Maggie's phone was tossed out. He slowed down right when Maggie's phone was tossed out. And then he sped up and started doing like 70 and then up to 80. So on a road that he typically drove 58 to 62 on. So no, I don't, if that's not enough, I don't know, man. That's a clincher for me. That's one of the things I was waiting on personally.
And this is actually from a GPS company stating all this information. So they technically have a horse in this race, but they're still stating the fact that that GPSs can fail. So I'd lean more on the side of actually believing what they say.
Oh, I agree. And it's not like the government doesn't have all the fancy tools. Like they didn't used to have shit. Could you imagine, Claire? I was going to ask you this earlier. Could you imagine being an investigator back in the day before they had any freaking technology? They didn't even have like cell phones or anything. They didn't have, that's, man, the digging you'd have to do, huh? Without like vehicle data and without like, no wonder so many people got away with murder back in, way back in the day.
I'm tweeting that link. Thank you very much, Ricker. People need to start asking. Like, this is what they're presenting. Let's see. Does it hold up? Let's see.
Yeah.
That's what I want to know. Is it enough? That GPS data definitely appears to blow holes in Alex Murdaugh's recall of the events and what he told investigators all along.
I found
Absolutely.
I found a better one. This is actually from gps.gov.
Okay, if you give me that one,
information.
let's put that there and I'll add it to the tweet too.
And they also say, for example, GPS-enabled smartphones are typically accurate to within 4.9 meters, 16 feet. So this is actually so they are actually talking about smartphone GPS.
Oh, then that's different. Is that the same as what we're talking about here?
No, there's difference.
It could be. It could actually be more accurate. It is basically the same, but for all we know, the GPS inside his car could be even more accurate.
Okay.
I feel like car GPS is a little more accurate because it's It's not basing off of a tower where the tower will say, "Oh, there's this huge space that you could be in." It seems like the GPS on the vehicles are tighter. I mean, I could be wrong, but it seems like that.
Okay, they said for speed accuracy, it's 95% probability. I mean, this is from the Gov site. They're actually confirming the manufacturer's site information. And that why does it go wrong? Things like satellite blockage. This is stuff we're going to actually hear from the defense. Satellite blockage, buildings, signals reflecting off buildings and walls, rural areas, radio interference, solar storms, satellite maintenance, improperly designed devices. In other
Here's where-
cases, how about incorrectly drawn maps, mislabeled businesses, missing roads, or incorrectly estimated street addresses? I don't think we're going to have a lot of that to be able
Here's
to
where
go
it falls
against it.
apart. Here's where it
Yeah.
really falls apart.
Yeah.
There are 2 to 3 points of reference for GPS. There is the car, there is Alex Murdaugh's phone, and as far as we know, there is also Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
This is
Murdaugh's
true.
phone.
Alex Murdaugh's phone may have been off, or Maggie's phone appeared to be off, remember? Because in her cell phone thing, it would have actually shown her in Alex's car, but it didn't yet. Unless it just did on GPS. He did
But
put
it
it in
pinged
airplane. He could get into her phone, obviously, and her phone is now in airplane mode.
Well, too bad he
Yeah,
didn't
that
have
was
more
different.
time to dig through the stuff with all of her friends and her sister to find what they were saying about him.
Was that startling? Did you about that tweet? Okay, about that message about mom finding the pills.
Yeah, I know. But honestly, that to me that leans more towards the defense because they want to use the drug thing as an excuse for why he was crazy. They're trying to use that, and they want to point to that. So
I don't know if
think.
they're trying to use that as a defense because they haven't said it. They were trying to use it as to why certain statements couldn't be put on the record as evidence of something he was saying is true. Because, there's a little bit of a difference. They're not saying that his pill use was a defense that he couldn't possibly have done the murder. That was all about his confession to other crimes. That he was in an altered state and they can't possibly use that. That was a totally different thing. It was about him looking very, really bad about confessing to all these criminals that he had an injury. He was also on pills and that shouldn't be taken. Even though in the beginning of that statement, I clearly heard both of his lawyers say he was confident enough to give these statements. Did they not? Like I heard
They
that.
did.
Yeah,
They did. Griffin
but
and
now they're
Harpootlian
saying
answered the shit. What's that guy's name?
that would be Ryan Kelley. Yeah.
Kelley. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, Kelley. That's it.
They were definitely pushing about having that. They would have liked that stricken, I'm sure, and removed. That appeared to be, it may have come off as sympathetic because he does have an injury and he does have a drug problem by his own admission. And they were hoping that would be sympathetic to the jury, but I'm thinking polls came back not so good. Because he definitely had a different story when he came in this morning. He was really annoyed. He was really aggravated. I think he knew what testimony was coming out today because they always talk beforehand. And I think that the way he wants to present his case is being compromised by the timing. I can understand the defense right now being really perturbed. If you planned on putting on a witness that was going to take a day and a half and you got a 3-day weekend up ahead of you, like that don't look good.
Yeah.
You don't want the jury to have that much time between what you're trying to show them. You want to show it all at once and let it resonate with them,
Which is why Harpo said, I want to wait till Monday or Tuesday for my witness.
And now, but you could see why he's quite agitated because now he's got to jumble around witnesses, just speculating. I did see him talk to Buster. I did see him go and talk to Randy. They're both on his witness list. Now I can pull that up actually. Hold on, because Wrecker, you're going to run the stream, right? Like when it comes back, you're ready. Okay. So you can have that ready. I'm definitely free on my system to pull up all the goodies now.
Let me see if I can do it like this.
Yeah, just so we don't have any surprises. And we want to make sure your sound is good. Like you
Yep, let me just check the
yeah.
sound. I'll bring
Play
that.
bring up any
I'm just
video
gonna-
you want that's not going to blow anybody's ears out.
I'll just bring up a little bit that's back.
Okay.
Can everyone hear this?
I don't hear anything. I hear nothing, Wrecker.
You don't
I
hear
hear
anything?
We hear
Nope.
nothing. Silence.
again.
Let's work on this, Boo. Also,
Then-
we need a bigger picture. Like we need full screen when you do it. Can you do
Hang on a
that?
minute.
Okay.
Zoom in.
Let
I'm
me
glad
try
I'm glad we're
round
testing it.
two.
Yeah, keep going back and forth until you get it coming through. It has
How
to
about now?
I hear it. It needs to be louder,
you
but I
go.
hear it. Can you make it louder?
Facing up.
Yeah, all the way up. Full screen. Let's see if they can hear it.
Top of page 39, we have a map.
Beautiful.
Sounds
Good.
good.
Beautiful. That's
Verizon
good.
records
Yes.
for Alex
Perfect.
Murdaugh.
Yep.
Start 1019
Okay.
all the way.
I'll
Now
take
you
it
can
back
see
down.
where it says that they have to update their system bright and clear there.
Mhm.
That was annoying us. Like we're in the
Yeah,
back
just-
and we're going, do you see the
just-
court system? It says you got to update your system. You got to update. It was annoying.
Right
the
there.
hell out of us.
Update your system, you bastards.
right there. It's like,
Update
just
your
sitting
Now,
there,
to
just
the bottom
going,
of page 39, we have a blue.
We're back here going, they better not lose that evidence, man. Like, we're backing up that system. That is the most important thing I've seen so far. They better not.
Mm.
They better not. All right. Thank you.
Now,
Yeah.
now we just
Thank you.
ruined the whole thing for everyone because they're going to be staring at that update system.
Well, only when they present evidence because that's the screen from the system they're using, not the feed.
Mhm.
But yeah, let me just try to find this document now.
God
The witness list,
Damn,
because
I
I
took
want
a
to
lot
tell
of
you.
screenshots.
You did, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. It's going to compre. Just dump them in Discord for me, and then you can delete them from your system so you have some room.
Yeah, I'm just cleaning them all up and getting rid of the excess crap around the outside of the screen so it looks neater and more professional for you is what I'm doing.
Oh, you're so good.
Like a
You-
slideshow. Yeah.
You guys,
got you.
even in the chat, you guys are all like so good to me. Like you make this so much easier. And
Yeah, but
a
we're
lot
good to
more
each
fun.
other too. Don't think
Mhm.
don't get big headed. It's not about you. We're just good people to everybody.
I'm
No,
so
I'm
happy to hear that. I'm actually just so happy to hear that. Actually,
No, seriously though. Well, you're
Yeah.
putting all this effort
Mm.
into it, and we all appreciate it. So that's my take on it.
Mm-hmm. All right. So let me just read to you from the witness list who they have. It's not that long. The defense witness list is not as long. If you'll give me some indulgence here, Peter. Why did I say Peter? Peter?
I don't know. You hanging out with the Tucker again?
No, Peter in the chat has been giving me good
Hutchins?
ideas on stuff. I don't know. Peter Hutchins, you're on my mind. What are you theorizing over there? I hear you, boo. Something's going on. All right. So the defense only list includes Buster Murdaugh, John Marvin Murdaugh, Liz Murdaugh, his sister, Kennedy Branstetter, Terry Branstetter, Marion Branstetter, Russell Lafitte. Well, we heard that name before. Okay. Jay McGill, Joseph Dingle, Scott O'Quinn, Charles Lafitte III and Charles Lafitte II, Harold Trey O'Matheson III, Megan Kimbrell, Terry Haynes, Kina Treburn, Amy Bauer Esquire, who's a lawyer, Stephanie Stanley, who's a SLED agent. Okay, he's on there. All right, that's a SLED person on there. They're calling Dr. Robin Cotton, who's a head and neck surgeon, Dr. Jonathan Einstadt, a pathologist, Tim Palmbach, a crime scene analyst, Mike Sutton, a crime scene exhibit and animations, Kenneth Zerchi, a crime scene reconstruction person, Jim Persinger, a computer forensics expert, Chip Johnson, a computer and phone forensics expert, William Tobin, GSR and firearm ballistics, Micah Sturgis, Celebrite Digital Evidence, Dr. Amy Broudner, BPA CSI, Lynn Murdaugh Godey, Dr. Donna Maddox, a psychologist, Eric Robinson, Kyla Robinson, and Phillip Stroller. So
Wow,
they're
that was
going to
a
be
mouthful.
coming. They are. So what that actually shows is we're going to hear character witnesses from all of the family and timeline witnesses on who he called and what he did and what the relationships were like, right? We're also going to see pushback on all of the evidence for pathology, crime scene, forensics, cell phone data, the GSR information, all of it. There's going to be pushback. We've got definitely, as you would, the head and neck surgeon. That's going to be the doctor that treated him for the side of the road incident, probably, or someone related to the side of the road incident, or maybe even to contest. Maybe even to contest whether that was an entry wound or an exit wound. Remember, Dick Harpootlian kept saying, "No, I think it's I think it's from the top of the head. I don't think that. I think that was an exit wound, not an entrance wound." A
He's
head and
full
neck surgeon, might be able to help him with that. Okay, I don't know. It's going to be
A
interesting. Is my
surgeon doesn't
point.
know anything about pathology. That's bullshit.
Yeah, but they
There's no,
do know
if that's
about
how he's trying to use
wounds.
them.
They
Yeah,
do
well,
know.
yeah, but not
Well, we
like a
don't know.
pathologist
We
does.
don't know. The list doesn't say who he's what he's using for what. It just says they're
But,
on there. So we'll see. And it doesn't necessarily mean all of them will be called either. So, but I
surgeons are
thought that was
pretty good.
interesting. Hmm.
Surgeons are pretty good with being able to tell how a wound has occurred.
Yeah,
If you remember in the Johnny Depp trial, when Johnny Depp had lied about how his finger was chopped off,
they knew it.
the
Yeah.
surgeon actually called him out and said, "No, that is a
A crushing.
injury.
Hmm.
No, injury from by velocity
Hmm.
or something from
Hmm.
velocity."
The damage was caused with more velocity than just slamming it in the door or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. So they do like they would not be the best one, I agree, Beck, but they do able to offer some different angle
Insight.
to the story and some insight. And I think that's
Yeah.
what Harpootlian may be looking for. And we've heard
Okay.
him inserted in there in places. So I would expect what we hear him inserting in little places is going to be coming through. Hey T King, hey Jin, nice of you guys to join us. I just see you now in the chat. I hope everybody's well. Nice. Hey, you're back, Shill. Nice to see you back too. You good? Hey, Steffi. I hope you're good too. But oh boy, this has
Mhm.
definitely been interesting. Definitely been interesting. So we know
Oh,
that the
yeah.
GPS, like, so for you guys though, like, some people in the chat answered me, like, what has been the most compelling piece all the way from the start? What do you think is something the jury can actually just focus on? Like just one piece that will really kind of not let them let it go
That's a good
so far.
question.
I know the defense hasn't come up yet, but
I think it's too hard to say one piece because it's
is there a couple
um
pieces?
there's so many for me. But like I said, the one of the main things is him going in the other direction of Maggie's phone, where Maggie's phone was thrown a quarter mile down the road for no reason. That was
Mhm.
huge to me. There's no doubt about it. That was definitely a lie. The timelines were all lies. And now, he's going in the direction the phone was thrown, which is a direction he never went in.
Mhm.
So that is huge for me. That's my thought.
I have to agree.
Yeah.
The GPS data is damning.
Mhm. Yeah, the GPS stuff is really sticking. It just kind of adds to all the cell phone. Like when you have more than one source for the same information, it's hard to deny it. It really is. Like when you have more than one source, that's what they were showing with the cell phone video with the dog that Alex was there. They're making them identify the voice, but they're also showing the phones being active and stuff to show that everybody was there at showing by Paul's and Maggie's phones that they were actually there and what they were doing and when they got there and everything. And that it was quite suspicious that Alex's phone was turned off for that hour.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah,
Everybody else
they,
had their phones on them.
and then
And
we heard,
everybody said he was constantly had his phone in his hand too. Don't forget that.
right, that's what I mean. Like there were witnesses that said that would have been unusual because he always has his phone on, you know, even if
Agreed.
he's taking a nap or whatever. And yeah, I don't know.
Yep.
And then the one thing somebody put in there was, remember, he goes in, Paul's phone gets touched, right? After what they suppose is the time of death. Paul's phone gets touched. Maybe whoever touched that phone saw that Rogan was trying to get a hold of him. And then all of a sudden, Rogan got a call from Alex Murdaugh. So
Isn't
did
that
anybody.
interesting?
It is interesting that anybody that contacted Paul during that period of time got contacted by Alex Murdaugh.
Really?
so-
There's an
really,
overlap for everybody?
just about, like, and then he called lawyers, right? And he called friends, okay? And he
Right.
called Paul's friends, but he did not call Maggie's family this is after he found the bodies.
I know that bugs me so bad. Like that's such I don't know. I think that's damning evidence in my case. In my
Now,
opinion.
they could bring somebody forward that says that could be a trauma response, that's not that unusual. I mean, I would expect we're going to hear stuff from people that say that because he discovered the bodies, anything that he says really is going to be convoluted and messed up. And that might be reasonable. I mean, think about it. You find people, anyone you know, even if it's not a loved one like that, but if you come across the dead body like that, like, you know, you could actually not remember the course of events exactly, you know.
Well, there
it
is a
plausible. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Mhm.
You're fine.
I was just going to say it is plausible to suggest that he ran through the scenario in his head, and being the kind of person he is, just believed that he did that.
Yeah.
Which is
Oh,
why
yeah.
he
Hmm.
said it with such conviction, or attested to it the way he did.
And I kind of agree with
Yeah.
Tony here. Regardless of what they say his motive for for making those statements that aren't true, all the phone and GPS data contradicts his statements, and the deleted call history is pretty damning. Not only his statements, even if he does have a reason for misspeaking, why is he trying to cover things up? And also, from the beginning, I keep saying it's not so much the evidence they found, it's what they didn't find that has me. It looks like somebody trying to cover up the crime when you don't have the clothes that you were wearing available for
Agreed.
anyone.
Or the weapons that have been confirmed to be theirs.
On your property, right?
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Always Creapo says, having worked with many surgeons, they have a great understanding of wounds, causes, and directions due to the fact that they see wounds almost on a daily basis. Yeah, I get that. Especially if they're in
American
ER.
ones.
Yeah, in ER
Yeah,
trauma.
I was
gunshot wounds.
the only problem I had with that was that someone at the point of what Maggie and Paul was, they don't go to a surgeon. That's the only problem I have with now, as far as the basics of it, where the organs are, blah 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 blah, you know, all the obvious, you know, doctor stuff. Yeah, I can absolutely, you know, see in their testimony helping out.
And it
with
may
that.
not even be that. I mean, they're just on the list. They may be on there for Alex's head wound, on whether it could have caused him to be foggy headed or troublesome.
That's true. That's
Mhm.
true. Yeah, but
And,
that's also
you've-
3 months later after the murder. So
It
Yeah.
is, and we had lots to be concerned about in those first two interviews, didn't we? Yeah, he'd already
And-
inserted some stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Go
and I
ahead.
can't see the surgeons not being shown the pictures either.
Oh no, they'll see
Right.
the pictures, absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure they'll be able to take a good look at it, look at the wounds and the photos of the wounds and say, well, yes, this
Mhm.
is X, Y, or Z.
Yes, T King. They said he was on the property 20 seconds before he called 911. So he checked both bodies, tried to move Paul, ran in the house and got a shotgun. We forgot that, right? Ran in the house and got a shotgun and then called 911.
No. He did that while he was on the phone.
Oh, he did that while he was on the
No,
phone.
he
You're
he
right.
got
Thank
the
you.
shotgun while he was on the phone with 911. But still,
Okay.
you'd have to leave your car, run over there, check Paul's pulse, pick up his phone, think about it, set it on his leg, run over to Maggie, check her pulse, rinse all of the blood off of you, and get back to the car to call 911 in 20 seconds. Not in less than 20 seconds. Not happening.
I'm sure he must have been training with Usain Bolt. I'm telling you, man.
Yep. Stop it.
That's what it was.
I need to know who this person is. Like, what am I missing? I'm such a dweeb. Like, I don't
Usain
know this
Bolt.
cool.
He is an Olympic, amazing. No one can catch him.
He's literally the fastest man alive.
Okay, that's now I get
broke
the reference. All right.
He broke the world record for the fastest 100-meter sprint, I think, like 3 times.
I don't
Was
know
it
why
3?
he went back to the car to call
Something like that, yeah.
911. I don't know.
He is. I don't call him Usain. I call him Insane Bolt because I can't believe he runs that fast. He does, though. Real talk.
Yeah, that's
Insane Bolt.
I agree. I agree. Like, why go back to the car to call 911 unless he never
Well, his phone
left
was
the
in the
car?
car.
Yeah.
His phone was in the car.
car.
I think he stopped
That's
there,
messed up.
waited 20 seconds sitting in the car, and then said, I can't wait any longer. I have to call him, because he's all freaking out about the timeline. Remember that. He's worried about the time on everything.
And I agree with you, Anna. I think the surgeon is more likely about his injury. Maybe. There's no really way you tell because they only list them. They don't really tell you what they're going to be doing with them. But you can go back and listening to Dick Harpootlian's opening statements. I did link those. I think they're still linked in the description. They're also available on my YouTube channel. In the playlist, you'll see them both there clearly marked. I did unprivate them so that everybody can watch them, not just people who had a link.
Awesome.
Help. There's that. Well, and
Yeah,
I never got out of the car.
I don't think he got out of the car.
I don't think he did either in those 19 seconds. I think he was sitting right there.
I think he sat there staring at them going,
I want to hear that 911 call again. I want to hear him getting out of that car. I wonder if we hear him getting out of the car to go get the gun. Now that you mentioned, Beck, that he did go to get the gun while he was on the phone with them, I wonder if we can hear him leaving the car.
I think he hung up.
What I'm wondering is,
did he hung up before going to get the gun?
No. Nope. He was on the phone the entire time. The dispatcher said to him, he said, all right, I got a gun. I'm going back to down over there. And the dispatcher said, just make sure, sir, that when the police get there, that you set your phone inside or your gun inside the car so they know that you are not a threat. And he said, okay. And she goes, make sure to do that. And he said, I will. So I know that he got the phone. What I'm wondering about, or the gun, what I'm wondering about is I never heard it cock. I never heard doors slam. He left his doors wide open and ran through the house and grabbed a gun, ran back. I mean, he could have. But why wouldn't you cock the shotgun he had in his hand? I would have heard that cock. That shotguns are loud when like you can hear that shit. It's a distinct sound. So that's one of the problems I have with it is I never heard the shotgun.
Wow.
Cocked on and maybe he didn't cock it, but if he's fearing for his life, wouldn't you freaking put the damn shell in the chamber?
You would. Listen, Kim, the computer just told me to celebrate your first super chat. Always grateful. Thank you so much. Just to help with the computer fund from La Familia. And this is Kim and Nikki and A. And thank you so much, guys. And Kim, that means the world to me. I'm going to put it to good use. especially who you say it's from, the familiar. You know, I was like adopted by her and her significant other into the funniness.
Aw.
And thank you, Kim. I'm speechless, as you can tell. I don't know what to say. I'm going to definitely put it towards a new computer, or at least to get this, like, get something going on with this thing so that we can keep going. But as always, Kim, I do appreciate everything you do for us. The excellent research skills. I had so much fun with you with Charlie Brooker, and I'm looking forward to doing absolutely more. And I'm really happy you're here. Charlie, it's your birthday. You shouldn't be doing that, mister.
Damn it,
Well, thank
Charlie.
you.
No sending money on your birthday.
But thank you, Charlie Welsh. A little more help. I appreciate that. I'll be putting it to good use. Thank you, guys. And well, Charlie,
Very,
thank
very
you.
nice
But
of
it's your birthday, dude. It's your birthday.
Mhm.
He's
Wow,
telling me to.
guys.
Oh, now he's telling me to feck off. God. All right, Charlie. We're friends. You can. Okay. All right, I will. I'll stop. Okay.
Take the money and fuck off.
I know. All right. So I will. Okay. Thank
That's
you.
some love right there.
I know. I do. I have great affection for both of them. I would consider them both seriously my peeps. Good peeps.
Yeah, no,
for sure.
they're really good people, both of them.
Mhm. Yep.
I've known about that with Charlie for a long time. He just likes to run his
What are
mouth.
you
He's
guys
actually a good dude.
doing? Hey, what are you guys
Oh.
doing? I'm going to be embarrassed off the internet now. T King, thank you.
Aw.
Tammy, thank you very much. A little more love. Thanks, guys. It's all going to go to a
I don't,
computer this quarter. Yep.
Tony, I do not know, but the main shotguns they showed were Paul's, and I think they did show
Busters. They showed
Alex.
Busters. Didn't they
showed
show
Bust-
something?
Oh yeah,
of
because it was
Busters?
similar to
Yeah.
because it was similar to
Mhm.
Paul's. I think. Yeah, I think that's correct.
Yes, Jen. Don't you dare send your whiskey money in. Like, don't do it,
I
dude.
think
Don't
I
do it.
think one of the alleged missing shotguns was a Benelli, which I believe is pump action.
Yeah.
No. That's not that. That one is that one's not the one you're talking about. Are you talking about the murder weapon? Or are you talking about Paul's or shit? Yeah, Paul's
One
shotgun.
because
Which
it
one are you
was
talking about?
there's three from what I remember. There's 3 missing shotguns and a missing AR.
Oh, I thought there was 1 missing shotgun and 2 missing ARs. Well, not ARs. 300 blackout rifles. We'll call it that.
Yeah. Well, remember one of the 300 blackouts was still with the gunsmith. It wasn't actually missing, it was with the gunsmith still. Maggie was going to pick it up, never did.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. That's right. That's where the other one I forgot about. You're right. Thank you.
Yeah. I think I remember them talking about a Benelli, a shotgun that had this really dirty, cheap camo on
That's
it.
Busters, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, because Paul's had the distinct, awesome pattern, the cool pattern.
Mm-hmm. And then
that was not common.
That was that I believe that was the one that Alec grabbed. That was the shotgun that Alec grabbed, was the one with the camo, the actual decent
From
camo
the room?
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there was I want to say a Remington, but I don't believe Remington makes shotguns.
Oh, Remington does too. I used to own a black Remington 20 gauge. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yep. I had a really nice one. I loaned it to a guy to borrow some money, and then he just decided the $400 shotgun that I gave him to hold for the $150 I loaned him. He decided it was a sale and just kept the fucking thing. So that pissed me off.
Wow.
And I didn't have the paperwork because my friend had bought it and for me. So I couldn't do anything about it. Anyways, not the point. Sorry. But yeah, no, Remington does make shotguns. Really pretty nice shotguns, actually.
Let me see if I can find out what guns were missing.
Yeah, because now I'm curious. I feel like I'm wrong about all that now. I'd appreciate that. I'm still cropping. Not crapping, you guys. Cropping. Quit it, Charlie. No, I can't see the chat. I'm just kidding. I can't see it at all.
I just wanted to say thank you to Autistic Shield and to Ox for the coffee donations that are also going towards the computer system right now. So thank you very much. Those just came through. I don't often check back there, but Shield just reminded me to go look. Thank you very much to both of you. If my mods are like more, my mods are very onto like YouTube like responsibilities. Because I'm like terrible about it, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry I didn't mention. And look, Bearded, you're actually back. Yes. Why don't you? Like the link is up there. Come on. We're going for at least another 15 minutes. He said 2. What time did he say? Wait a minute. Peter posted it in the chat for me, and I should have highlighted it. But
we've got another
because you always ask.
We have at least another 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So come on up. You know, if you won't. There's a link up at the top there. And I'm trying to see where he put it. The smokehouse. Yeah.
It sounds like as well something I was meaning to comment a few days ago. It sounds like they all have a terrible habit of loading random shells into their shotguns.
Yeah.
They
because they
literally
reload
just
their own.
Yeah, they literally just throw whatever they find in there.
Yeah. Well, we have until
not
2:25.
uncommon.
Yeah. It's 2:25, so we have plenty. We have almost a half hour now. That's like good. Hey, Bearded. I know you're muted. I'm sorry if you're coughing, but I'm happy to have you here.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Do you know Wrecker and this is Beck?
I think I've
Nice
seen
to
you.
meet you.
Nice to meet you. I don't think I've spoken to you before, though.
No, I think
hey,
you've probably seen me in chat a lot.
BH, yeah.
or on Sundays, the Saturday streams.
Oh, Luke doesn't come to that madness. Like he's sleeping. Like when I do the midnight, like the late midnight streams with all the craziness.
That's like 5 a.m. for me, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice to meet you both, though. I know nothing about guns really, because my only experience is on games. Because I'm from the UK where we don't have them.
Well, I have. So full disclosure, I've never shot a gun. However, I know. I like to know about stuff that is contentious because of the fact that I'm not for any misinformation one way or the other, and guns are incredibly contentious.
It is good to know about them for to have the information. Yeah, well, he's not American for sure. He's always on me about the gun laws here too.
Yeah, I'm a Kiwi. So
you're a Kiwi.
Yeah, our gun laws have actually been even further cracked down on since the Christchurch tragedy.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. Oh, and it also helped that my supervisor at my work is a gunsmith. Get this, he literally came into work with a 50 cal barrel.
Yeah, I also have a friend who apparently need
to sand it down and clean it up, boy.
He said it. He just set it down there, rested it against the wall. I was like, "Is that what I think it is?" He said, "Yeah, it's just the 50 cal barrel." I'm like, Who made that? I did. I was like, ah, okay.
It's weird. It's weird when you meet people that like in that stuff. Like, there's this guy from school that I knew that we had like a school reunion thing, and apparently he's like now in designing P90s. Like, he's one of the lead designers on the P90s now, which is which is like crazy to me.
No
I was
shit.
like, okay, well, and he's a really shy guy, not someone I'd expect to have gotten involved with guns at all. But yeah, interesting.
Oh, Wrecker, you don't have the feed link up anymore, huh? You just
I
showing.
do.
No, I don't see the feed link. I see your computer talk.
I mean,
Oh,
that's
there
one.
it is. Oh yeah, that one. Okay, you're making me nervous, dude. You're
It's
making
my
me nervous.
job. I meant to make you nervous.
Oh,
Don't screw with her
jeez.
stream,
Like,
bro.
are you well paid for that? Because like, yeah, my God, like, who paid you to make me nervous? Like, I gotta, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some anti-payments or something, you know.
Oh, do I have to make a donation now?
You might if you keep making me
Yes.
nervous. Yes.
$1.50.
For every
$1.50.
$1.50. There you go. No, but someone was saying, yeah, I think it was Anna. She said, "Isn't the 38 missing from when Alex got shot in the head too? There's even more guns missing. Why is everything involved Alex with a gun? It goes missing."
Yeah, one. I forgot.
Yeah. That the brown AR style 300 blackout. It's unfortunately a very common coating, which means that if Alec had thrown it into the black market, it's going to be nearly impossible to find.
Well, welcome, Paul Baxter. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. I know we get a little bit crazy with the theories and all, but we were just entertaining ourselves because of the overwhelming amount of very tedious technical data that was being thrown at us. I think we lost our minds a little bit because
It's probably the most important data, though, right?
it really is, but it was so hard to keep
I was
track
totally
of
into all that.
until this witness. It was kind of hard to track, to tell you the truth, Bearded. It was although we knew how important it was really hard to extrapolate out exactly what they were trying to tell us, because it was just like one comment after one comment of like, this time it did this time it did that. We didn't know what any of it meant until this guy actually painted the picture for us. Well, that means the phone tilted. That means it was moving. That means they were walking. That means, oh yeah, they were right here at this time. Like, he had a different way of presenting it to us on this timeline that really kind of helped paint the picture. Almost like yesterday's testimony with Kinsey, which is some of the best testimony, because he took his knowledge of forensic and pathology and the pathologist's knowledge and report, and he actually acted it out for us, like the positions and what happened, what he thinks happened to the bodies, how they moved, where they went, where the murderer probably was when this all happened, and how quickly it all could have happened.
That's an interesting point, though. Like, do you think that like there are science communicators rather than professionals that are doing the work? There should be like courtroom expert witnesses that are kind of like taking the data from the person who's done the research and then communicating it in a way that a courtroom will understand it.
Point in case when we had our DNA expert come up there, and she was the analyst, and she was there for quite a while on the stand, and yet we didn't understand anything she was saying, or she didn't answer the questions in a manner that we knew if it was yes or no, or if it was true or not. Yeah,
you know, a lot of their work probably like doesn't actually.
Yeah, she wasn't using layman terms.
She did not. And yet we had the forensic scientist, the forensic pathologist who actually was so well educated and had degrees out the whatever, and yet spoke to us in English and didn't get any pushback from the defense. She didn't fall for it. She didn't let words be put in her mouth. She spoke clearly to the jury. You saw her looking right at the jury and speaking to them when talking about the wounds and stuff. Like, her testimony was quite graphic. So, I guess you're right, Luke. It's all in the presentation. Like, this guy Kinsey, he's an educator for the SLED the law enforcement officers all over this state in another state. He's actually quite accredited, and he teaches them about the evidence and looking at the evidence and how to present like the evidence accurately. And he did a really good job in the courtroom because he's used to
You noticed,
presenting that way. Yeah.
yeah, I was going to say, you noticed him and the pathologist were both also professors and teachers, and they laid it out in layman's terms so well. And we really needed that because that was those two are such
Yeah.
vital testimony.
That's right.
Especially
More,
this
and
was a homicide.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I was a little off. The Benelli 12 gauge was actually the one that Alex Murdaugh was holding when the officer arrived.
Okay.
So
All
it
right,
was
so
it
that's
must
the
have
one.
been some other shotguns.
So
It-
that's the one he went into the house to get.
Yeah. It was the one with the really nice camo.
Mhm. Harpootlian? Yeah.
Harpootlian.
Yeah, Harpootlian. Yeah. He was
That's why I
he
call
was
him
the one.
Harpoo.
Yeah. I know people have like started to do that, call him Harpo. Like, that's rude. But I could see where to get it.
Who was just like swinging that thing around like it was nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm looking for her name. The name of this woman, the Savannah Good. Oh, forensic serologist was. The girl was Rachel Wynn, and she actually.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That's
it
right.
was Sarah Zapata. That's who I'm thinking of. The dark-haired young woman who was the analyst for, I think it was Wynn, who told how all the specimens were collected, and she did a good job. But then when Sarah Zapata got up there and was the one who was analyzing the data, she was the one that was talking about all the tape and everything that was on the raincoat, and then the inside of the jacket had gunshot residue. The inside of the not tarp raincoat was possibly used to carry the guns, you know.
She was the one that was talking in like it's like 0 point something percent of a chance of X, Y, and Z.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Yeah. And hey, I agree, Colin. Just call him Carpo because he's acting like a Marx brother. He was acting a little weird, and this morning he's acting like very cranky. He was very antagonistic with the witnesses. Actually, I don't know. Well, will there be more testimony today? Yes, we're coming back from lunch, Liz, and we're going to start with the defense. Yes. The defense's first witness will be Coromor. Yet he has already said that it's not going to be like one of the longer witnesses. He's probably going to do some short witnesses. And yesterday was an early dismissal by 4:30. It was even earlier than 4:30 because they didn't want to extend the cross. He thought the cross would be more than 30 minutes, but it really wasn't. Was it, Beck? Like when he did the cross today, did he spend more than 30 minutes at Kelley? At Ryan Kelley? I didn't think so. It was contrarian. It was right. So yesterday he said we needed the lead because it wasn't going to be that long. But I guess that's understandable. He didn't know for sure where he was going to go, you know. But
yeah.
Always says she prefers SDE to Harpo or Harpootlian, and he sure showed why that she uses that moniker this morning. Yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah, I kind of agree because we call Waters BCE, Big Creighton Energy, because of the way he bounces out of the chair when he does like a redirect, like after the cross has been up there, and he goes boom, boom, boom with the points, and how he can be quite boisterous when he's trying to make a point. We saw a little of that today. Him hammering home some points that he wanted to get across, and he repeated them over and over again. Well,
Is there going to be any psychological stuff? Do you think, Claire?
There is. The defense has a psychologist on there, and that is because Alex did get shot in the head. The defense brought that up again. They actually said in yesterday's testimony on the tape that he was confident to give those statements, but today they're arguing that we should have brought doctors in, and he had a brain bleed, and he wasn't competent for any statement. That's what they're saying. But they have to admit that interview 1 and 2 was done well before that. Interview 3 is definitely done at the time. Yes, we get that. No, interview 3 was in August, and then it was Labor Day that he shot himself in the head. So the only testimony based on being shot at would be the ones admitting that he was taking pills, admitting that he stole money, admitting that he had done things to people that he regretted. That made him look bad as a character witness.
You have to let me know when that's happening.
Oh, don't worry about it, Paul. I know you meant me. No worry at all. It's just like, no. I'm just glad you've been enjoying it, especially the banter back and forth, because we get crazy up here, especially when we start talking about the theories about Bubba. Like, I'm fixated on Bubba now. Like, I want to know. Nobody's telling me where Bubba was during this, and I want to know where Bubba was. Bubba's the dog on the video that is running around with the chicken in its mouth that they're all yelling about on the video that places Alex Murdaugh at the kennels at a certain time. And the dog is it's been in several of the testimonies. This is a dog that doesn't listen to anybody, doesn't follow the rules, is always in trouble. It's one of Maggie's favorite dogs. And the only one that dog listened to was Alex. And that day, it appeared that Alex was mad at Bubba because Bubba was running around with a chicken in his mouth. And you could hear it in Alex's voice. He was a little tense. So one of the theories is that Alex had a shotgun with him and Paul had his blackout with him. And that Alex raised his gun to the dog and Paul got in the way. And the first shot was accidental. Then Paul, as they said in testimony, lurched forward and walked a few steps. Now, if he's holding a gun, that looks like he's coming towards you. And then Alex, as the suspect, falls back and that shotgun goes off again and blew his head off. After that, you got a raging mom coming around the corner. Not only is it her dog, but her son just got his head shot off, trying to find out what's going on. And now you add into that the text that both Paul and Maggie knew that Alex had pills. So I could see now even more in Colin's theory that Alex went after the dog. He was agitated. He was under pills. I could see Paul defending the dog like, yo, Dad, just back off. You're not going to do this, because he knows he's altered and he's going to stop him. And then you can see that Maggie come running too, because she's like, oh my God, a shotgun just went off and Alex is on pills. Like, what's going on? And so you could see a very agitated situation happening and a very volatile, and things happening like really, really quick,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go look. Okay. Oh, so
I don't believe anyone else has come down with COVID, Liz, on the jury. It's all but one person who's still the same. Oh, no, they've changed out 2 people now. I believe. One person was due to time constraints and the other person was COVID. I still can't find where, because I'm pretty sure it was yesterday where they talked about the 3 shotguns. They were going over, Alec was talking about 3 shotguns that were missing and the blackout chambered rifle that was missing.
I don't know, like, because when it comes to those rifles, I'll admit that I definitely get confused between the guns. It just totally does. Just confuses me. Okay, I got an anonymous donation. Thank you very much on the coffee side, whoever it is. I'd like to say just thank you, but it doesn't list the name. It says say thank you publicly, whoever it is. So publicly, I am saying thank you. That's it. It does not say.
I know why it doesn't say the name.
You
Can
know
anyone
why?
guess? Can the chat guess?
Alex is trying to rob my Kofi fund. What?
Alex stole the name.
Alex
He went
stole
for
the name.
He went for the money and missed and got the name instead.
Okay, so there you go. All right. Well, thank you. Alex stole the virus. Alex stole the name. And so, well, whoever it is, thank you very much, Anonymous. I appreciate that very much. It'll all go towards the computer. You guys have been very generous to the computer today. Thank you. Or to the computer fund, rather.
I also want to know what Bubba's gumbo recipe is. I bet it's got to be good. With a name like Bubba.
I'm sorry, Bubba's holding out on that one. Bubba does not want you to know. Like, I can't blame him because Bubba's getting a lot of crap, to tell you the truth. Poor Bubba.
I bet you was gonna put that chicken in that gumbo.
You think so? Maybe it's chicken gumbo?
Maybe, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or he's gonna get experimental and go chicken and shrimp gumbo.
Maybe. I'm not really sure. I don't know. This is like I'm getting emails that people are looking for the link for that document and they're all like very sad. Everybody's apologizing me in DMs like I can't find it. I'm so sorry. I'm like it's okay. Maybe they didn't publish it yet. Maybe it'll come out tomorrow. Or something like thank you. What?
Paul J. Baxter said 3 shotguns Alex Murdaugh thought were missing were the Benelli autoloader, Browning autoloader, and wasn't sure of make. He thought it was a Remington. But sure,
it had.
That's probably why. The Remington pump action.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was going to bother me for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm. That is, I don't know. We've got like 2 minutes before they come back up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I can't even imagine.
They should be coming back very
do.
soon.
Yeah. All right. I'm just like gonna put it back on us. I just want to make sure. And we did check the volume. What? I'm sorry.
I've just been thinking about that theory, and I'm not sure. There's something about it that just doesn't fit
about the falling thinking. Back. Well, the reason
about
with
the whole situation, I guess.
Yeah, and they just it's just adding in all kinds of little things that we've heard about, the dogs and stuff running around, and like Bubba just kept coming up in everybody's conversation about being so stubborn and this and that. And Alex did seem agitated, but now I've got that text between that message rather between Paul and Maggie about finding pills.
And if you actually listen, like now that they mentioned it, if you actually, when you listen back to that Snapchat recording, he says it's a chicken. It's not like he's saying it's a chicken. It's like he's saying it's a chicken. Like it sounds like he's frustrated.
Yes, I agree. And before they come back and I can't put the message up, always would like to just remind you all that for the afternoon session of Murder Minions, there is fresh coffee, tea, juice, and cookies on the back table. Please enjoy and dispose of your trash properly. I am not your mother. Okay. Thank you. Always
that stuff.
in the chat, we post like emojis of food and stuff to each other. Like we're silly. It's yes. Yeah. I do. I open up every stream with a whole bunch of coffee and some Murder Minions. I do have the cutest little Murder Minions. I have to say, someone created some adorableness for the channel that way.
This is the most macabre like coffee and tea.
Yes, it is. It is
coffee, tea,
and murder. always, because we've got like Freddy Krueger, Chucky, Leatherface, Michael Myers. In who's the other one? Oh my god, just a
Jason?
regular. It might be
No.
Jason.
Yeah.
No, it's just one with a knife. I think it's just a minion with a
Oh,
knife.
who's the guy who's got who's really great at walking in the jumpsuit?
Jason.
Jason?
No,
Michael
he
Myers.
wears that white mask.
No, he's on there. That
Michael
one's
Myers.
there.
Michael Myers.
That's Michael Myers.
Yeah.
Right. He's there, but then there's like one murder minion that I can't figure. I think he's just the one with a knife, and he's just like he's just a regular
That's it?
minion
Where are they?
with a knife. They're in the chat here. I'll show you. Here, those guys. They're actually the icons for the members every month. Like if you look at Always Createful, she's got Chucky next to her. Somebody took the regular minions, you know, those little yellow happy guys, and we made them into the serial killers. It's like it was actually quite yeah. That's why because we call the members of the channel murder minions. Yeah, some of them, but it's been fun.
So funny.
We do enjoy good food, don't we, Jen? We're either talking about it here or we're talking about it over in the Discord. It's so sometime during the day, the talk on the channel always turns to food. You know, I'll have to try not to do that when we discuss things with the molecular scientists. I mean, that's going to be, don't try to keep it on task. Well, here's Johnny, definitely Turtle. Yes, that would be a good one too. We'll have to see. I mean, what would
the
be some
random
more?
one's called Burglar Minion.
Oh, is he called Burglar? Okay, so he's just a burglar. Okay, he's got a knife. I mean, he looked well armed.
So
okay, Godless Granny has a request. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was asking about your email, but you didn't put it in the chat. Do you not want to put it there?
Oh no, I
Private
can.
chat?
I thought okay. The channel one.
No, well, whatever one you want me to send those pictures to. I gotta send them so many at a time.
I'm so sorry. I thought you told me to go check my email, and when I did, I had emails from Kofi. I thought that's what you were telling me to do. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot.
Look, I'm psychic. I didn't even know.
Yeah, I know. I will put the best email for pictures in there. That's not, it's not the channel one, but it's the direct one, and that'll go to my drive. I'll give you that one. Godless Granny wants some help, everybody, with the title. She just made a video of Bobby's perspective reacting to Morgue Freak Show, arguing we can rationally prove the Christian God doesn't exist, and she needs a title. And you guys are pretty clever. Maybe you guys could help her out with that. That would be good while we wait. Put some answers in the chat for her, and for you, it's in private chat. Beck, I'm so sorry that I kept you waiting.
No. You're fine. You're fine. I was still working on like compressing, and then that didn't work. I've been fighting with it.
So I have a suggestion for a name. A holy problem.
Yes. Okay. Type it in there for her so she can make a list. Like that is like HOLY, a holy problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
like it.
like the holes in Jesus' hands and feet.
And Always Grateful is making cabbage rolls for the weekend. I'm jealous. I always say if I start driving now, I can make it to her house for dinner. Like, what are you, about 6-7 miles away? I mean, 6-7 hours away.
Isn't Always down in SC, or is that Shill?
No, I think Aaron's in the area of the Carolinas, I believe. I'm not sure. I don't like to I don't keep track of that stuff. I'm like really bad with geography and where people are and stuff.
Don't worry, I'm bad with geometry too.
God's Morgue. Ooh. Wow. That's a very they're back. They're back.
Guess it's back.
Oh, damn it.
Guess it's back. Guess it's back. Okay. And how come I don't hear anything? Oh, there you go. Okay. Just until he calls the jury, because then we'll be break a minute. But he's being real quiet. He's smiling at least, sort of.
Oh, that's good.
You bring the jury. Bring the jury, please.
Okay, now we have like a minute until they sit the jury to talk a little bit. Well,
I found his chair, by the way. Just letting everyone know. I
I
actually
know
found his chair.
you and always, quite a few people were obsessed with that chair, asking me where to get it from, like as if I researched it or not,
It has no price tag on it, so I can only imagine it is an incredibly expensive chair. And from what I saw of it, it is like leather. The casters are really nice ones.
Mhm.
The feet, the leg things are actually made of solid wood.
It sounds very expensive.
It's a very expensive chair. It's got to be
Oh my
incredibly
God,
comfortable.
you could hear the drool dripping from you as you talk about this chair. I'm getting concerned for you. I really am.
Seriously.
Like we're gonna have to do a fundraiser to get you this chair for all the audio work you do for me and stuff like that at the end of the year. All right, here we go. Mute everybody. All right.
Please, court. Good afternoon, Agent Rudofski. Did
Good
I say
afternoon.
that right?
Yep. Sounds good to me.
Let's start first with the GM data that recently came in. I think that may have made things a little more clear, right? We don't really need to look at a lot of those cell phone tower plots now that we have the exact position of the car, do we?
I agree. Yeah, the GM data is pretty clear.
Don't really. At first, you did an analysis of driving to and from the office in Hampton in the middle of the day.
Oh,
not
can
too
you
interested
hear me,
in that, but let's skip to the drive from Moselle to Alameda.
Okay.
Wait, you sound like Newman.
How long was that drive?
Coming back from the
How long did
screen.
it take him from start to
So
finish?
I'd have to look back to drive. So you're referring to the 9:06 time?
Yes, sir.
So looks like 9:07. To 9:22, so about 15 minutes.
And do you need, is it more like 16 minutes? Do you
16
need a
minutes,
pen and
yeah.
paper? 16 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay. And coming back, how long was it?
$9:43. About 18 minutes.
18 minutes?
Mhm.
Okay.
Approximately.
So the top speed and the way back we saw was a little faster, but it actually took a little longer to make the return trip. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Um,
And you're referring to the same drive to Alameda and back.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Are you aware that Senior Special Agent David Owen did a test drive from Alameda to Moselle on January 3rd of this year?
That's correct. I was in the passenger seat of that.
And how long did that take?
I would have to see the data. I don't remember.
You don't have that? You don't know if it was 17 minutes and 35 seconds?
If I was presented with something, it could be, but I do not have that number in front of me.
If it were that, it would be right in between those two times that we just saw for Mr. Murdaugh going back and forth, would it not?
It could, but there was different variables at the time.
It was during the day, wasn't it?
It was. It was.
So on this way back, there's that little 80-mile-an-hour spurt. How long did that go on?
I am unsure of that. It's just the data point is plotted. It doesn't give it just gives you a timestamp. It doesn't say for how long.
In your experience, I think you talked earlier that you would respond to calls in a marked car with blue lights.
Not a marked car, but an unmarked car with blue lights. Yep.
Is it extremely unusual for someone who's on a straightaway in a rural road at night to give it some gas on a little burst?
A little bit of gas, but when it's 55 and you have deer and other environmental factors that play in.
Yes, but it's not that unusual, is it, for someone to give it a little gas on a straightaway in a rural road?
It depends on what a little gas is.
But the overall speed that he went to get from where he was going, coming from to where he's going to, as far as you know, is in line with the test drive that you were in the passenger seat for?
If that is correct, what you mentioned, yes.
So like right in between those two, actually.
Like I said, I don't have that test drive data in front of me, but.
Well, let's move on then to when he drove past that point where Maggie's cell phone was later recovered. And I think that may start on slide 23.
23?
Actually, if you go back one slide. Right. So we're in slide 22, sorry.
22. Okay.
So he's going 37.2 miles an hour here.
That's correct.
And next slide. Now he's still approaching it at 42, so he's accelerating gently. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Next slide. Looks like he is just past it, going slightly faster than he was on the previous slide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Next slide. He's continuing to, now he's a good bit down the road there at 45, but is it fair to say he's continuing a fairly gentle acceleration?
I would say so, yes.
So what we saw as he passed it, he did not slow down and speed up as he went past that point. He continued his same gentle acceleration.
Per the data, yes.
And we won't go through it, but if we went down later to when it goes down to the bottom of the screen, it would show that he slowed down slightly, corresponding when he sent that text, go to see him, be right back. Is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. We'll be done with that. I'm going to now just skip with this data all the way to when he approaches the kennel coming from the house right before he calls 911.
Okay.
The direction he is driving as he comes right up, right before he parks, would he have his, would he be illuminating the bodies of Maggie and Paul?
Per the aerial that I'm looking, I don't know if you want to put it on the screen so we can show, but per the aerial, it would be coming around that curve and it would illuminate at least Maggie's body.
Would the illumination, is it going back towards that space between the barn and the kennels where Paul's body was out?
Like I said, this is just a data plot.
But you could determine that, could you not, from just the last 2 points, because that would show you the direction that the vehicle is pointed.
It doesn't say the vehicle's pointed that direction, it just says that's
but if it moved from point A to point B, being a car, it would have to be.
Yeah, but where
where
it final rests, I don't know which direction it's
But
pointed.
as it's moving.
As it's moving, yes, you would think it would go
Right.
that
So
direction.
so the headlights certainly on Maggie. It would appear from the plot maybe on Paul as well. And does he park near Maggie's body?
I do not know where he parked the first time because all we have is when the deputies arrived the second time. So
On your plot.
On the plot here.
When he comes the first time before the 911 call, where does his vehicle stop in relation to Maggie's body?
It stops before it.
How close is it?
I do not have a
descriptive. Is it very close? Is it pretty much right there?
I wouldn't say it's right on top of it, but it's
very close
in the area.
So as he's pulling up to the scene, he can certainly see one, if not both, bodies on the ground, and he stops right next to Maggie. Is that fair?
I'm just looking at the data provided. I was not there on scene.
But the data provided is the location of the car and the location of the body.
I don't know what he would have saw or what the car would have saw at that time.
You don't know what would be directly in front of his car as it was moving from point to point to point?
I was not out there.
You don't know which direction the car would be pointing as it moved.
We know
from
which direction
point
the
to
car would
point
be
to point?
pointing, but what he saw or what the
Well,
final resting
forget
place
what
of
he
the
saw.
car is.
Is the car's headlights pointing at the bodies as he's pulling up?
I cannot give a definitive answer on that because I was not there, and the data I have.
I'm asking from the data.
The
Obviously,
data
you
does
weren't
not
there.
say.
Allowed to finish his answer?
You must give the witness an opportunity to respond fully. You may proceed.
There is no data that says that the headlights were pointing in a specific direction or at a specific object. So I cannot answer that.
When you say there's no data saying the headlights are pointing in a specific direction, were they not pointed along the line that would connect the last two data points before the car stops and goes in the park?
For the drive, but it does not show. I mean, it could be at an angle. It's such a little dot, but does not show a vehicle in its exact position of it. So I cannot answer that.
Right, and we're not talking about the dot. We're talking about a line connecting two dots.
Okay, but
And
you
a
were
car
asking about
moving
the
along
dot.
that line. The headlines would be pointed down the line, correct?
Objections overruled.
Ask your question again.
We're talking not about a point, but about a line and a
Mhm.
car moving down a line. As it moves down that line between 2 points, would its headlights not be pointed in the same direction down that line?
I would assume.
So he arrives at the scene, gets out, presumably he goes in the park, and then 20 seconds later, first dials 911. Is that your testimony?
Yep.
So pulling up on the scene, body's in his headlight, presumably knows something's horribly wrong, gets out 20 seconds to the first call to 911. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which was actually misdialed 9111, and he had to redial it a second time, which was at 18 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
So he had 20 seconds, and I think there's maybe an implication, or that's not enough time.
Objection is sustained to the comment of counsel.
Sir, may I approach? Is this timer set for 20 seconds?
It is.
Okay. When I say so, would you please press the start button?
Okay.
Now. That was 20 seconds. Would you agree?
Per your phone, yes.
You don't dispute the phone
I do not.
accuracy, do you? If the person getting out of the car had seen the bodies already and already knew something was horribly wrong, do you believe that that is an unreasonably short period of time to inspect and call 911?
I'm here to testify on this data, not the hypothetical. I think you're asking the wrong person on that.
Fair enough. We'll move on. Okay, I'm going to turn to your condensed timeline,
Okay.
which I think is State's Exhibit 519. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 21.
Okay.
And towards the bottom, 9:06 and 20 seconds, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone sideways orientation,
That is correct.
and meaning that her phone at that time went to a sideways orientation.
So between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, from the phone experts, that it started at 9:06:12 and it ended at 9:06:20.
Okay,
Those
but
two orientations.
I'll ask it this way.
Okay.
A second later, what would be the orientation of her phone?
From a second from what? The 20?
After that, yes, at 9:06:21.
I do not know.
Well, then what does this entry mean? If it doesn't mean that it,
There's nothing that says 9:06:21 on here.
right, so what happened at 9:06 and 20 seconds?
It finished its orientation change to sideways.
What does that mean?
So it went from a portrait. So let me get the phone. So it went from portrait to sideways.
And until
in those between the
sorry,
between 906.12 and 906.20 is that is what it's showing. That's why we have the little purple on the right hand side to show that it's connected. It's all one big sequence per our phone experts that have previously testified.
So it would remain in portrait until remain in the landscape orientation until the next change?
I am unsure of that. I'm not a phone expert. So I am unsure of that. I was given this data and this is how it was relayed to me and this is how I have put it in this timeline.
Okay. So if you were to go to page 19, please.
Okay.
And the very last entry there, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone vertical orientation. What does that mean?
So this was all given to me from different, data sources. So how I read this is that the phone has turned to a vertical orientation. So I guess
has turned to a vertical orientation, and
because we have a sideways orientation and then we have a vertical orientation.
Okay. Just keep scanning down until you get to the next orientation change for Maggie Murdaugh's phone, please.
From page 19?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're just looking for the next orientation change.
I believe it's going to be that 906.12.
And what does that say?
Implements an orientation change to portrait.
But the previous change was to portrait, was it not?
It says vertical orientation.
So there's no intervening orientation change. It just goes to portrait and then changes to portrait again?
As I read the data, yes, that's correct. Like I said, I'm not a phone expert. I was given these different pieces to plot, and this is how they've been plotted.
When you're given these pieces to plot, do you ever notice if things don't seem to make sense or don't match with other data? Do you alert anyone?
So we have phone experts that review that. So they have reviewed the data, and I do not know if that's something that they came across.
And you can't tell me with that last, or can you tell me this? The last orientation change here on page 21, is that the last change on her phone until the extraction at the SLED lab?
I'd have to go through and double check. Would you like me to do that?
You may.
Okay. You said orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
Per this condensed timeline, you are correct. That'd be the last orientation change that I see noted.
I mean, that's the last one until the phone was downloaded?
I believe so.
You show State's Exhibit.
That would, now the thing is, this is just a timeline, so it could be in what's already in evidence from Lieutenant Britt Dove, but in this timeline, that is the only one showing.
Okay.
And for orientation changes, we were really only concerned for the day of,
right,
for this timeline.
Show what's been previously admitted as Defense Exhibit 38. And go to the last page. This was previously admitted in evidence during the examination of Lieutenant Dove. It's a complete list of every orientation change recorded on her phone as of the extract is the last one listed, the very last one, the 906 orientation change.
The 906.22 on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. The 906, yep. The far bottom column.
Yes. We show States Exhibit 278. This was also admitted in that examination. This is a photo taken in the SLED lab before the extract, actually 5 days before the extract. This phone is in portrait mode, is it not?
The way I read it, yes, that is portrait mode.
So that very last orientation change we saw was to portrait mode because there are no subsequent orientation changes.
I assume so, yes.
And not landscape as it says on this.
The thing is, before this picture was taken, you have to remind yourself that, SLED got the phone, and then this photo was taken at a lab.
Yes.
So I don't know. I don't know what happened. People, it's been moving around, manipulated. I don't.
But we just looked at a complete list of all the orientation changes, did we not? It wasn't time limited to a particular day. It's everything on the phone.
Like I said, I did not produce that document, so I'm gonna have to go on your word on that.
Let me ask this before we kind of move on from this. It's been stated a few times in testimony, and I think you did as well, that you don't get an orientation change recorded when the screen is off. Is that correct?
That is my understanding from previous testimony.
Okay. So my screen is off. If I turn it, like to get an orientation change, and it's off, if I just stand here for a while, however long, an hour, and without moving the phone, turn the screen on, will there be an orientation change?
That is a technical question for an expert that we had up here yesterday. That I am not an expert, and I am not a phone expert. So
where I'm going with that is simply, you don't know yourself in preparing this timeline whether the orientation changes that you're putting on here correspond with movement of the phone at that moment.
I do not. I'm going off of data I was given from phone experts that gave me the data and has been put on this timeline.
I'm going to turn now to the timeline and really focus on the timeline for Maggie Murdaugh. And I'm going to skip, kind of close to the time that we're.
Are you still on the condensed or the full?
I'm going to be on the condensed the entire
Okay.
time. I'm not going to refer to the other one. And I want to start on page 17 with that group text that Maggie Murdaugh read that came in at 8:31, but she read it at 8:49:26.
Okay.
And I guess the actual reading of that would be on page 19 for your reference. We'll start there.
On page 19, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
You have some screen off on times here, but you didn't put every time the screen went on and off, did you?
I do not recall. I'd have to look at what was given.
So you don't know if the screen of her screen went off at 8:49:28, came back on.
Everything should be on this document.
Okay. Did her screen go off at 8:49:28 and come back on at 8:53:08?
I have a screen on at 8:49:20.
And when did it go off?
I do not see it on here.
Well, let me ask it this way. Do you know that whether the screen went off at 8:49:28 and came back on at 8:53:08?
8:53. I do not unless I have it on here.
And then she has steps that begin at 8:53:15. Is that correct?
For this document, yes.
When you were looking at the step data, did you look at the corresponding distance data that goes to the step data?
I was just provided the timestamp and then the steps.
Are you aware that the phone in the same database keeps distance data with the step data,
I have been made aware of that.
but you have not looked at any of that distance data.
I was told that it's not accurate, it's not reliable, the distance, so, I did not focus in on that.
So would you think that it is possibly, well, just as an investigator, on your spreadsheet, I won't bother to put it up, but you had a bunch of time periods where Alec had steps, different times. Do you think there would be any relevance to whether the number of feet per step and all those different increments was extremely consistent?
Is there any relevance to it?
Would it maybe suggest the same person was walking?
Objections overruled.
I would have to, I didn't do the feet per step, so I'd have to see the data.
I understand that. And the
Yeah.
question is, would there be any relevance to an investigation to seeing that the feet per step were extremely consistent for disparate time periods of the same phone?
I said this was just a tool that we used. It could be, it just was not explored.
And if this time period, 8:53 with Maggie Murdaugh's steps to 8:55:32, if the distance covered in that time were short, meaning she was moving particularly slowly, could that have any relevance?
It depends, but that distance is, we're told, is highly inaccurate, and everything is, an estimate. So even the steps, that's, we're told by the phone expert that's an estimate. That's not an exact number. The same, I would assume, for the distance.
So you don't think, you did not check to see if the speed at which Maggie Murdaugh was moving on that very last increment, the last time the phone says she was ever walking, there was no, how fast is she going? Is she running? Is she creeping? No one looked at that.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Objections overruled.
I did not look at that. No, I cannot say for anyone else.
And the same question for Alex Murdaugh. Did anyone look for, I think you have, over 8 of these increments listed out, whether he was going particularly fast, unusually fast for him, unusually slow for him, the same speed he always goes. Did anyone look at that?
All we have here is the data that is on that sheet.
And you do have these steps per minute, but do you have any data suggesting that within, and I'll pick one just to make the question simpler, Alex Murdaugh's first, well, I'll pick an even easier one, entry number 30.
Okay.
Which is when he's at Alameda and then part of when he's leaving Alameda. Is that correct?
That is correct, based by the time.
And it says 60 steps over almost just a little short of 10 minutes.
I believe so. Yep.
So of course it's slightly more than 6 steps per minute, which would be a
That's
step
correct.
every 10 seconds. So this time period is not saying that he's going that many steps per minute, right? It's saying he walked and then he didn't walk and he walked. Is that fair?
It's just giving us an analysis, a general overview of, our estimated steps that it gives us, and then estimated steps per minute. That's all it is. It's just a general.
Well, I'll just ask open-ended. Why is this last column steps per minute here? Why are you presenting this?
It's just another way to present the data.
So turning back to, I think we were on page 19.
Okay.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone is walking. Now we had from previous testimony an activation of the Siri user interface with the side button. Did you recall that from previous testimony?
I do not, but it could have been.
Okay, you don't recall previous testimony about that. We bring up Defense Exhibit 41. And there's a begin and end. It's all the same time there in the bottom couple rows. You can see 8:53:20.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this refreshes or if you recall, or if perhaps you know from experience that the Siri interface can be activated by squeezing and holding the right button on the phone. Do you know that?
I believe so. If you have it, activated to do that.
So the phone's walking, it's in somebody's hand. Now, this is something that's not in your timeline, but again, was certainly discussed with Lieutenant Dove. 8:54:32, the screen comes on, and a couple seconds later, there's a camera access. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and that's not on your timeline?
It is not.
Okay. Now, that came up in testimony with both experts, and I believe, do you recall Lieutenant Dove said that it was possible to find out what caused that, but he had not himself looked to see.
That's correct.
And I believe investigator Grubb said he did not know why. Is that correct?
I believe so.
But it's knowable, according to the previous testimony,
That's correct.
but no one's checked to see.
To my knowledge, no.
And then after that, there's some orientation changes. And then finally, the screen goes off, I believe, for an more extended period of time at 8:55:36.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after this period, there's nothing else that happens with her phone other than missed calls and texts, except that final orientation change. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Now, does that fact that we aren't seeing anything after 8:55:36, does that mean that she was dead at 8:55:36?
Like I said, this is just data that I plotted.
So the answer is no?
I don't
It
know
does
that
not mean
answer.
that?
I have to go by the data here, and there's no activity.
Right.
You can take that however you want, but there's no activity.
I mean, is it fair, and this isn't trying to be tricky, if use of the phone ceases as
Mhm.
time goes on, it's more and more likely there's something amiss, right? The first second no
assume
one's
so,
using
yeah.
the phone
Mhm.
is normal. I mean, someone might easily go, even Paul might go 5 minutes without using his phone, but as you keep going on, it gets a little more likely something's wrong,
Mhm.
right? Is that fair?
I would say so.
Okay.
But
So
you have it
it's
at
not,
8:50.
it's not an immediate thing that, well, the last you,
Wouldn't be able to finish the answer you started.
I apologize, you're right. I honestly thought he had finished.
Oh, I'm good. Go ahead.
So it wouldn't be fair to say that if the last usage was at some particular second that the person was dead that second, right? It would create an inference that would increase in strength over time that no one's using the phone, something's wrong, right?
I can't answer that. I mean, I don't have the knowledge on that.
Do you recall in previous testimony that Special Agent Owen said with regard to Almeida and I think a blue raincoat, that it would take, in his estimation, 5 to 10 minutes to dispose of evidence already wrapped up from this? Do you recall that?
I do recall.
Okay. So to be consistent with the data you have here, well, let me ask this: how long with the test drives was to drive from the kennels to the main house?
I know we did various ones. I'd have to look at the data. We did at various speeds. It was very
minute,
short.
15 seconds?
That'd be a lot, I would say.
Okay. So, and we know that Alex's phone is at the house, right? From 8, it got left at the house. It's not going anywhere since it was up the house with the family.
I just show no activity on it.
Right.
You can assume it is at the house.
But it started showing activity again at 9:02 and 18 seconds. That's when the steps start.
That is correct. 283 steps.
So from that 8:55:36 to 9:02 with a minute and some seconds to get up to the house, it would have like 5 minutes if it were him to do everything and get back to the house in his house to the phone. 5 minutes.
I think you're missing that the phone was actually locked at 8:49 for Maggie's phone. So the 8:55:36 is just when the backlight is off, but her phone locks forever at 8:49.
But it's moving around, right, at 8:53. You didn't look at the speed at which it's moving, but that could tell us something. There's a Siri activation. I'm just asking my question, Your Honor.
What's the question?
Her phone is moving around starting at 8:53, comma. There's a Siri activation near the start of that time, comma, and then there's a camera activation during this time and some orientation changes, and then it goes off. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know how fast the phone was moving during that period, but that is known, just no one has looked. Is that correct?
So everything is estimation with the phone. It does not track your exact, speed or distance or steps. It's all estimated. So an exact numbers is unknown.
And you have, I assume from your testimony, you don't know why someone would take Maggie's phone but not Paul's phone?
I would not know. I mean, I'm not there.
I mean,
I would not
given
know.
your job as a SLED
Mhm.
agent, I mean, would the fact that the camera was, the phone was in someone's hand and it was an attempt to take a picture, would that be an inference you could draw? as
He
to
never
why
said
that
it
phone was
attempted to
taken?
take a picture, from what I heard, but you'd have to ask a technical expert on exactly what that camera function was for.
Well, you see, the thing is that the technical experts, they're not going to say either, are they? It's some investigator is going to have to make some inferences from the data. And the question is it a fair inference that if the camera's in somebody's hand and they're trying to take a picture, that might be why the killers take that phone and not the phone that's in somebody's pocket?
So the way I,
Your Honor.
What's the basis for the objection?
Argumentative.
The response to, by the defense, any response?
Your Honor, I'm asking the investigator whether,
You're asking in response to the objection is argumentative.
Your Honor, I do not believe it's argumentative. I'm asking if an inference would be fair.
I overrule the objection.
so the inference I'm looking at it is that the camera was trying to identify a face to unlock, which it did not. So that is the inference that I would look at that instead of taking a photo from a layperson perspective.
Right, except that's not an inference an investigator would make, correct? A technical expert would go and see what triggered the camera activation and tell that to an investigator, correct?
I was not, but I am not the technical person.
And I think we covered in some previous questioning that the testimony has been that that's knowable, but no one has checked. I kind of switch over to Paul.
Okay.
And just to sort of summarize everything up, there doesn't seem to be any missed activity until the unread text message from Rogan at 8:49:35. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it correct that his screen does not ever come on again until after the 911 call?
Is screen coming on?
Yes, sir.
I believe it dies shortly after at like 10:30, so I think 10:36.
And I'm aware of the screen
Okay.
coming on after the 911 call, but I'm asking, did it come on at any time between this text from Rogan and those after 10 o'clock times?
Let me just double check. I show a display screen on at 10:20:08.
Okay, so the answer is no?
It does turn on. That's what you asked, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking if it turns on before the 911 call.
Before the 911 call. For the whole day?
Well, it would be about an hour and
An hour.
10 minutes, but
I'm not seeing a screen on before the 911 call. And that 9 to
So
10 o'clock
incoming
time
text
frame.
messages or calls, if they were received, did not cause the screen to come on.
That is correct.
Is it possible, and I understand this may be a question for a technical person, but is it possible that that's because the battery was at 2%?
Like I said, I would not know that answer.
Did anyone ask, hey, why isn't the screen coming on these notifications?
Unfortunately, I think it's hard to tell, with the experts, but that would be my assumption that it would be either low battery.
That's
Trying to conserve the battery because you don't want the light takes so much power. So I would assume that would be the answer.
So after whatever happened after 8:49, his phone is not prompting him. It's not lighting up when things come in.
I don't know if it's vibrating or whatnot, but according to the data here, it is it's not lighting up.
Now, I think the previous testimony was that whoever, if anyone saw his lock screen before the phone went dead, after the 911 call, would have seen the yo text. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
They would have also seen this 849 text, right?
The 849
35.
35.
Or at least a notification that there were multiple texts, correct?
I would assume so. That's correct.
And there were at least 4 incoming calls from Rogan between 9:10 and 10:08. Is that correct?
I'm going to go off of your account.
9:10 and 28 seconds,
Okay.
9:42 and 17 seconds. I think there's one at 9:57,
Okay.
one at 10:08.
Correct.
The one at 10:08, that would be during the 911 call, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be during the 911 call, before Alex Murdaugh leaves the scene to go up to the house and come back.
Based on the data, that's correct.
We don't actually know why the screen came on those 2 times, do we? At 9:10 and 18, and then 10, 18, and then 10:20.
We do not.
You know how long the screen stayed on those times?
I do not have that.
You don't know if it was 12 seconds? Okay. At the second one of those, the 10:20:08 screen on, doesn't the Alex Murdaugh's phone indicate he's walking at that time?
So it, we have a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean he's walking during the whole time, but that is what the
Was
phone.
this the
That's
start?
what,
I'm sorry. Let me just ask: is this the start? Your Honor, it's just a clarification.
Did you? As soon as the witness starts talking, then you start talking. Who's talking? Were you talking? Well, go ahead.
so the phone parses the data. It gives you a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean they're walking during that whole time. It just takes a start time and end time and gives you that data.
Sure.
So to say that someone's walking during the whole time would be, unreasonable.
After the 911 call, was Rogan the first person Alex Murdaugh called?
After the 911 call,
Yes, sir.
calls at 10:06:14. That you said Alex called?
Yes, the first person he called after hanging up with 911. Was it Rogan?
I have at 10:17:46, he calls Randy Murdaugh.
And that's his brother, correct?
That is correct.
Who was the second person he called?
He iMessages Randy and then calls Randy Murdaugh again. And then John Marvin.
John Marvin is another brother, correct?
Yep, at 10:19.
And then the third time person he calls is Rogan, is that correct?
At that time, yes.
And is that about 2 minutes and 30 seconds after that first screen on time?
That is correct.
So not immediate, not the first person.
think you're referring to that question that was previously during the 911 call. This is all after the 911 call.
Right. The question is, it's about 2.5 minutes after Paul's phone screen comes on that there's a call to Rogan, and it's the third person that Alex Murdaugh calls. Is that correct?
That was at 9:08. Wasn't the screen on?
No, 10:18 and 53 seconds.
That'd be correct.
So I think we went over that anyone who was looking at could see what was on Paul's screen, would see multiple missed messages, calls from Rogan right on the screen.
I would assume.
Even a call coming in during the 911 call.
I would assume, but
Okay. So as an investigator, do you think it would be terribly unreasonable that after calling other family members, someone would call the person who is the best friend of the dead son, who had multiple missed messages and calls, and even a call coming in during the 911 call? Is calling that person to ask what happened, what's going on? Is that, to you as an investigator, an unreasonable thing to do after calling other family members?
I would, as an investigator, I think that would be very odd given the scene and the whole situation that you're on the phone constantly. Yes.
That you're standing there next to your dead son, his phone is ringing for
Yep.
someone, and you call that person after calling other people.
Yes,
would be
because I
unreasonable.
am standing over my son and wife, and it's just witnessing that for the first time. I would think that would be, to have someone on their phone constantly like that right after, given the scene and the situation. Yes, as an investigator, I would think that is very.
It wouldn't be someone trying to find out what happened.
At that moment, that would be the last thing that would probably come through my mind as an investigator, looking at the scene, is trying to figure out what happened minutes after I discover it. I'd be in a state of shock if that was me personally.
And speaking of a state of shock, I think you have in the timeline later on, he reads some spam text message about, I think there's a picture of a woman in a bikini.
I wouldn't call it a spam text message. It's from Michael Gunn, who would be one of his friends.
A group text.
A group text, yeah.
And then he Googles the name of a restaurant in Edisto Beach. Is that correct?
That is what comes up on his phone extraction.
And doesn't he also call a videographer he hadn't spoken to in years?
Can you give me a page number to refer to?
Yes. Page 42, Brian White, last entry.
That's what the data shows.
So he would seem to be in a state of shock. None of that makes any sense, does it? You're not going to Google the
I'm
name
not.
of a restaurant after you find your son murdered.
I'm not Alex Murdaugh. I don't know what he was thinking at that moment. Probably wouldn't be on my phone.
Really, you wouldn't be calling family?
I might be calling family, but I wouldn't be.
The testimony
Googling
was
and
that
doing
Rogan
stuff.
was family.
If you ask a question, if you want him to answer, you have to give him an opportunity to answer. Proceed.
I would not be Googling and doing other things with my phone, no.
You think he was, do you believe he was Googling a restaurant, or do you think he was fat fingering the phone because he was in shock?
I have to go off of the data, and that's what the data shows.
And you believe that calling family and calling someone that the prior testimony was like another son is unreasonable in the circumstances?
I would say so, yes. Given the fact that you just arrived to the scene, yes.
And had just arrived back to the scene, had actually been there at that point, 15, 20, 25 minutes, correct?
That's correct. I'd be doing anything I could to help my loved ones.
This now kind of turning back to Maggie's phone. Her screen was on at 9:06 and 12 seconds, right? That last orientation change.
Let me flip back to it. You said her screen was on?
Yes.
What you said? Yeah, her phone was locked, but her screen, yeah, for the orientation from previous testimony, the screen had to be on for it to log the orientation changes.
So there was some movement of the phone between 9:06 and 12 seconds and 9:06 and 20 seconds.
That'd be my understanding given previous testimony. Correct.
And in this period, 9:02 to 9:06 and 47 seconds, Alex Murdaugh is walking, I think, 283 steps in that time period.
In that timestamp period, correct.
Yeah. But her phone is not. No one's walking with her phone, correct?
The phone is not logging any kind of steps. I don't know if someone's walking with it, but it's not logging steps at that time.
But at that time, Alex Murdaugh's phone is logging steps.
His phone's logging from 9:02:18 to 9:06:47. I believe her last log was in the 8 o'clock, the 8:53 to 8:55.
And at 9:06 and 14 or 15 seconds, Alex Murdaugh calls her phone, correct?
That's correct.
So he calls her phone while walking. Or in a period in which his steps are being recorded by the phone, to be specific.
There's a begin time and an end time. He could have stopped walking a couple seconds, couple minutes into it. It doesn't give us that precise data from these phone distractions.
And that time period that he stops walking is 9:06 and 47 seconds, correct? And the car, the Chevy Suburban, starts a second later after that, right?
From the data, correct.
So it's a fair inference that he ends that by walking to the car, getting in and turning it on.
I'm not sure when exactly he got in the car or how long he was sitting in the car before, but this is what the timestamps show, and this is what the vehicle start time shows, and the end time for the steps.
So his phone is stepping, walking, while he calls Maggie's phone, which is moving, but not stepping with him. Is that what the data shows?
That's your inference on the data, but.
Well, I mean, breaking it down, his phone is in a period of steps, correct?
Unknown when there is steps during that period.
His phone is in this time period of steps, correct?
Correct.
Her phone is not. Her phone in this time period where the phone call's coming in, 9:06, 12 seconds, 20 seconds, there's some motion because there's an orientation change, correct?
That's correct.
And he's calling the phone during this period that his phone's in steps, right, at that moment, right?
I cannot say that he's actually in steps at 9:06:12.
Yes, and you said it, but his phone says there's this period that he's walking, and in that period, between the start and end times, he's calling her phone.
That is correct, but you can see during the 911 call too that there's times where someone could be stopped, someone could be walking, so we don't know if we stopped at 9:05:15 and the orientation changes and he's right at the car. I don't know that.
Do we know, we'll put this, do we have any evidence that her phone and his phone ever moved together? Not speculation, but evidence showing that they're moving together. Same person moving at the same time with both phones.
Moving together, like physically moving or functioning in like?
Yes, that they're both moving. The same person is carrying both phones. They're moving at the same time.
I would argue that between 9:06:12 and 9:20, that the same person has both phones.
Because there's an orientation change and no steps on this phone.
You have an orientation change starting while someone's calling, looking at the phone during that time period.
And would it perhaps be reasonable that someone has that phone and an incoming call comes in, the screen says Alex Murdaugh, and it gets tossed out a window? Is that another fair possible explanation?
That could be your explanation.
Why would that explanation be less fair than what you just said, based on the data?
So how you interpret the data.
On the drive to Alameda and back, did Alec take any detours from the expected route?
Not that I could see. The route matched up with his interviews.
And in your timeline, we occasionally see these, I guess, infotainment systems coming on, but nothing else happening. The prior testimony was that even the FBI engineer doesn't know why that is. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. He said it could be, you get close to the vehicle. Sometimes when I don't know if you newer GM vehicles, you get close to it and you can kind of hear a little buzzing noise. It's almost like the system's booting up. That's how he described it to me. Could be the key fob being closed. It could be the car unlocking, locking, door opening. Just they don't know what actually caused it, but it's just booting up and running in the background.
When you were looking at the sort of going in and out of park data, did you look at the data for other days than June 7th?
I did not.
So you wouldn't know whether on other days there are periods in which it seems to go in and out of park repeatedly in a short period of time?
I would not.
You wouldn't know if that happened on 6/4, 6/5, or also 6/6?
I would not know. I was focusing on June 7th, 2021.
Would looking at those other days and seeing the same thing happen inform your interpretation of seeing it going in and out of park on 6/7?
I was just looking on the day of the murders.
I mean, if it did that every single day, would it seem unusual to also do it on 6/7?
That'd be a question for Mr. Fakowski, who actually looks at that data.
Would it?
Profession. It would.
He's going to make inferences about behavior based on the data, or is he just going to say what the data is?
He could say what the data is, but I wouldn't know an inference. I don't know someone's driving pattern and how they shift, and how would I know that?
And he would?
But how would I know that?
Well, the question really is, if it happens every day, is there anything unusual about it happening on 6/7?
A period of days is not every day. You'd have to look at I would assume a wide range of days to get.
How many?
I don't know.
If it happened every day for the preceding 3 days, would that be enough?
Every day is a new day. I would not, something could happen different on a different day. I mean, I don't know how you could compare that data. You go different places, you do different things happen during drives. I don't think you could accurately show that.
You showed sort of towards the end some text messages, and one of them seemed to make a reference regarding possible drug use. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that was dated May 6th.
Do you have it? Do you have the copy pulled out? Are you referring to the text from Paul?
Yes, I am.
To Alex. Okay. I have May 6, 2021 at 10:52.
And then there was some Google searches by Maggie Murdaugh.
That is correct.
Are you aware of a text from Alec regarding pills to Maggie on May 7?
I would have to see the text.
Show you what's been marked as offense 138, which I believe.
Yep. I am very sorry that I do this all to you. I love you. Yep.
No objection to the exhibit, Your Honor.
All right, offer what's the largest defendant's 138.
Submit it.
Okay, hold on. So this was Mr. Murdaugh's response to the being confronted about the pills that you previously read.
I can only assume this is from Alex to Maggie. The text message I read was from Paul to Alex.
So his family was aware of his drug issues, correct? I mean, from the texts.
I would assume from the text.
And he was aware that they were aware, correct?
Correct.
And they appear to be loving and supporting.
Well, this is Alex to Maggie. If you read other text messages, she never responds to this that day, from what I saw. So I don't know, unless you have what she sent back, or if you can't ask them, I don't know if they were loving and supporting of it. This is from Alex to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to see further text messages. I beg the court's bill. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
May it please the court.
I was guilty.
All right, we have the computer up. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have you go to the jury room for a short break.
Well, we're on a stretch break. That was difficult to get through. Following and following. I know he's doing his job, trying to contradict the evidence. Basically, all he proved is that I agree that people can look at evidence in one way and data in one way, and everyone can interpret it slightly different. Going for like a 10 or 15-minute break here, it looks like. Wow. Yes, it was hard, Halko, wasn't it? I mean, I was getting a little sleepy. Bearded, I'm not following that case, but someone told me it's quite interested. I did look at the Sarah Edwards case. That was like wild. I was very disenchanted with that one. Whoa. But it's interesting.
Oh, God
yeah,
damn.
I know. Bearded has a good point, though. The experts look at data in an informed way. Lawyers are not experts, and I get that. They're trying to just throw doubt. And this witness did deflect back a lot, saying that's not my information to speak on. I'm only making a timeline based on the information they gave me, but I'm not going to speak on the accuracy or how they got it or what it interprets to. I'm not the expert there. So that was good pushback, because they'd have to go back to the original witness for that data, which they didn't push like that on. So, I don't know. This is something. What do you guys think of? Does that mean he's in shock that he's Googling restaurants after he finds a dead body? Or does that mean like more towards, like what Bearded said, more towards like a planned scenario, that he saw what he expected to see because he did it? So he's not really that upset about it because he knew it was coming. And so, yeah, he's just killing time, doing what he normally does until the police get there. And that's using his phone. and doesn't think, and he thinks because he's on airplane and he's getting rid of all the information that nothing's going to be there.
Damn, what was I going to say about that? There was something I had earlier. Let me think.
Liz, Liz Stewart. I did the Larry Millett preliminary also. I actually reported on it. I didn't stream the preliminary hearing, but I did bring up to date on it. Like I say, report like is in document it for you what happened, not as like a reporter or anything like that. But we spoke on it on my Monday regular show. And the judge did decide that there was definitely enough there for him to face his murder charges and there'll be a trial. That was awful. Some testimony there was like, wow, the family all came forward too.
Yeah. Oh, I know what I was going to say. In my experience, people I've known, when tragedies have happened in my family or other people I've talked to that have had to deal with stuff, normally whoever has the first bit of information calls one person. That person calls somebody. Then they just call everybody else together. That's been my experience. Like you call someone and say, oh my God, this happened. And they're like, okay, I'll talk to my kids and my husband. And then you're like, okay, I'll call, I'll go deal with this. And then the family calls everybody. Him trying to call everybody is really weird to me. And it has been since the beginning. Why didn't his family call each other? Why was he calling everybody?
Yeah.
Anyways, that's just my thoughts. Yeah, really. I know, right? Andre?
Yep. Answer, I do believe at one point he did. He said, I did not gather the data. You should ask the cell data guy about that. I take from the expert and made the timeline. I think he said something along those lines, but yeah, I agree with the answer. He should have just said, you're asking the wrong person. And he did try in many different ways to say that in many different ways, but yeah.
What was it that Bearded was saying?
Turtle. He's talking about another case. It's another case.
Yeah.
Colin still thinks Bubba was the straw that broke Alex's back, making him need more Oxycontin. I mean, it could be, but there's the accident theory and all that commotion, and then there's the planned out theory and all of that too. And you know what? There's actually evidence to support both. So I don't know at this point, I can clearly say I have no idea what happened. I just really think that he's looking guilty. I don't know if it's because of all his lies. I do know that does skew me a bit when he doesn't bother to tell the truth. But they're going to try to present the fact that he was in shock and that's why he lied. But then again, we got all the financial crime information to say that he just lies in general anyway. So what are you going to believe? Right?
Oh, I figured it out, Claire. Figured it out just now. Bubba grabbed the chicken. That was the chicken that the drugs were hid in. Alex stuck it up its ass. He was afraid he was going to lose his drugs. He grabbed the gun to shoot the dog and was just spazzing out and just shot everybody else instead. That's what it is. The drugs were in the chicken's ass. That's it. That's my new theory.
Now that would be a hell of an egg to lay.
These funny dad jokes. I can't believe I'm up there with the two of you clowns. Oh my God. I'm like sandwiched in the middle of you too. And I'm like, oh my God.
Hey, MC, I wonder if you stuck it in the oven and cooked it that way. If maybe, all the chicken would be infused with opiates, and then you could just walk out handing out little pieces of chicken to people and get them all fucked up,
Just handing out chicken to all the homeless people, all the people,
that's what I'm saying.
All your neighbors and stuff, and then
No, I just give it to the homeless people. They need a break of mental stuff for the day. They have shit lives.
I was like, just stop. Oh my God. Bubba wouldn't do that. I'm sorry. Well, and Bearded, I understand. When the trauma like that could be the other way too. Instead of Googling and acting like that, you definitely are tucked in and not using your phone for stuff or reaching out to people. And what really matters to me is who he was reaching out. He was reaching out to the people that were on Paul's phone. That was odd to me. And who he didn't reach out to, which was Maggie's family. He's sitting there waiting for the law enforcement officers. He's Googling a restaurant, but he's not calling Maggie's parents to tell her what happened, or his sister that she was living with and just came from. He didn't talk to them. He's Googling. He made sure he spoke to the lawyers. He made sure he'd called Buster. He made sure he called anybody that was on Paul's phone to find out what they knew. But here we go. We're back. There's a bunch of not happy people walking.
I think everything is messed up today because the bald guy for the state, I can't remember his name. He's wearing tan and Harpootlian is wearing blue. And I think that screwed up everything.
It's a Matrix thing. So
Yeah,
Jim
'cause they switched
Conrad.
colors.
Okay, so Jim Conrad and Dick Harpootlian
through
have messed with it. Oh my God, they've messed with the
they messed with the vibes. They switched suits. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And Waters is in a light colored suit today. No, he usually is though.
Yes, he is. He always wears something.
Yeah, when he
special.
was
You
in
know,
the dark suit, it threw me off. I was like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, because you're right. He always wears a lighter tan
he
and gray
does.
suit.
Yeah, but he wore a tie, very much like the witness's tie earlier today. That kind of threw me off. I was like, "Are they wearing twinsy ties? Are they trying to upset Mr. Harpootlian?" I don't know. Like, it was a little strange. I don't think it had anything to do with it. It was probably an accident, but you know what his behavior is like? Someone who is trying to emulate what they expect someone would do in that order. These are the comments that mean this is why Bearded and I speak a lot. Exactly. It's like he's mirroring what he expects other people to see him do and say. And that's why when he did his first 2 interviews and I was paying attention to all the extra information he was adding that they didn't ask, because the story he wanted told. I was totally on the suspect thing.
Yeah.
Yes. And Godless Granny said he was doing due diligence here. He was Googling where to hide a body. Exactly. Of course he was.
Too
Just
late
like any,
for that.
yeah,
He
just
was
like
trying
any
to
killer.
Google how to get rid of guns that I hid in my parents' smokehouse. That's what he was doing.
Special Agent Rudofski, a couple matters I have up on the screen. This is from your cat slides from the defendant's trip coming back from Alameda. Is that right?
That's correct.
And going to this next slide, and this is the trip. What was the max speed the defendant hit on this trip back from Alameda back to Moselle? Approximately?
I believe it was around 70. I'm sorry. So the trip back to Moselle, that would have been around 80.
80?
Yep. The previous
And
one was around 70.
Did the data, while he was still at Alameda, did it reflect that the vehicle paused for a period of time in the driveway before continuing?
It did.
And would that pause affect that average speed that you calculated?
It would.
In that time?
It would.
I want to go to page 22 of your condensed timeline.
Okay.
And up at the top, tell the jury what time period the data reflects that Maggie Murdaugh's backlight was off.
It shows from 9:07 p.m. to 9:31:44 p.m.
And during the entirety of that time period, does the data reflect that her phone was also locked?
It does.
Could turn to page 18. Page 19, my apologies.
Okay.
From 8:53 to 8:55, what does the data reflect? Any steps logged on Maggie's phone?
The data reflects Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone shows 59 steps logged.
Can the data tell who was holding that phone during that time period?
It does not, no.
If you could turn to page 39, please. At 10:20:08, What happens, if anything, on Paul's phone?
Paul's iPhone, it shows display on, screen auto lock.
Screen auto lock?
That is correct.
What is your understanding again of auto lock?
My understanding of auto lock, so the phone is already locked, but it's just an automatic feature that when the screen turns on, it just auto locks. It just logs it as auto locks, even though it's already locked.
Could that be from not recognizing a face?
Either a face or, pushing the button on the side, but yeah.
What's the next entry on your timeline after that screen on auto lock on Paul's phone at 10:20:08? Very next entry at 10:21:25.
Alex calls Rogan. So at 10:20:08, we have that screen on and auto lock, and at 10:21:25, Alex calls Rogan Gibson.
In preparing this timeline here today for the jury and for this investigation, what was your specific job with that timeline?
The specific job was just to take all the data that we collected throughout this whole investigation and put it in one concise document.
Synthesize it together in one timeline.
That is correct.
From multiple sources.
From multiple sources.
Provided to you by experts.
That is correct.
Thank you, Special Agent Rudofski.
Anything further?
I think there was some a question was asked about peak speeds to and from Moselle. Did you look to see if he passed anyone on the way there or back?
What do you mean passed anyone? Like a vehicle?
Yes, that his car passed another vehicle on a 2-lane road.
I don't know how I'd be able to tell that with this data.
So you don't know if a very fast peak speed was simply gunning it past another car?
I do not. But at that late night hour, I would think that'd be with, the area, not a lot of people out.
I mean, that's just total speculation. You don't know if there's another car out
Just
there or
like
not.
yours is total speculation
Right.
that he passed someone.
You don't
That'd be
know.
correct. Yep, I do not know.
Yeah. You don't know if there are any other cars out there to pass. You don't know if he was passing another car. You just don't know, do you?
I do not, just like with your first question.
And you also don't know why Paul's phone, the screen came on those 2 times at 10:18 and 10:20, do you?
I do not physically know.
That second time that the phone came on was at that moment, Alec was actually on the phone with John Marvin, correct?
At what time?
The second time that the phone came on, 10:20, and I believe it was 8 seconds.
So at 10:20 and 8 seconds, that's when we have the display on. And then at 10:21:25, Alex calls Rogan.
And at 10, when the display comes on, at that very second, Alex Murdaugh was on the phone, his phone, with John Marvin, correct?
If you do the math, I believe so, correct.
And this was also during a period in which, according to his phone, he's walking around, though again, we don't know if he was walking that exact second, but it's during a period of steps.
It's during
correct?
a period, correct.
Walking around on the phone with John Marvin. No further questions, Your Honor.
Let's step down. From the state.
Your Honor, as discussed, we request a very brief recess for housekeeping matters.
All right, the housekeeping matters are noted. Any further witnesses by the state?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
State rests for housekeeping matters.
The housekeeping matters, and then, yes, at that point, the state would formally rest. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for another break. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, What kind of housekeeping matters have to be done before you rest your case? Like,
I
I
don't
think
know. I'm wondering.
I think is it.
I
Are we going to hear it in front of the jury? He's standing up like he's going to talk to the judge. Like he ain't going nowhere for this break. Like the break is only for the jury, so they don't hear.
Yeah,
You
no,
know what I
Waters
mean?
just buttoned his jacket and he unbuttoned it. But he crossed his arms in front of him like, I'm not moving. I'm standing right here.
Mhm.
What the housekeeping matters do you have?
I just wanted to do, as my practice is just one final exhibit check, make sure that there was nothing missed. It will just take a moment, Your Honor.
That's smart though, because once you say you're done, that's it. It's good to double check.
that witness just essentially gave the defense the middle finger.
Perhaps we could
Yes.
do it while the
Well,
jury's
what about
out.
this?
You can formally.
That's why I did it in the manner in which I did it. We'll do it that way.
Okay, thank you.
What was that about, Jim? What do you
Whoa, whoa,
care?
whoa.
He's checking it. Like, yeah, he's checking the evidence. What's the big deal? He wants the jury there to see that. No, you don't. Bearded says 3 things we look for in a murder case: opportunity, means, and motive. Yup. Do we have all 3? Don't need to put the gun in his hand. Do we have these 3? Yes, we do. We have the means because all the weapons were from the property. He was there on the property at the time. Do we have the motive? Kind of, sort of. They say that the pressure and trying to cover up everything that was going on in his life is the motive. Opportunity, like I said, he was right there, and there were
He
guns.
even asked them to come to the house.
He
Both of them.
actually asked them to be there.
Mm.
So, there are, but then there's the timeline, and then there's the spacing, and then there's like what they call plausible reasonableness of it. Like, could he have done it this way? Could he have done it that way? But yeah, we've got murder weapons that were proven to come from the scene, from the site, but they're missing. But they know that they've been used on that farm before, and they are more likely to be murder family weapons than not. They are being identified as a shotgun of Paul's in something else, right? Like a 2 weapons that were probably Paul's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, you're right, because they found shells and stuff all over the place, and when they matched them up to the shells by Maggie and Paul, those were the only shells around there. For some weird reason, they must have cleaned up in that area. And when they matched those shells, it was chamber scratches, ejection marks, all that were matched up. Correct.
Yeah, they matched up to the shooting of things, testing out the gun with his friend Will Loving at the back door by the gun room on the little porch there. Paul being the one to use the gun, and then Will Loving identified that gun as being Paul's and one that he used often, and that they were shooting there that day. And they found numerous casings that matched the same type of casings in striations or whatever they call those markings as in wounds found in one of the bodies. So they played one gun that way. Then they found other ones in the field where they often go and shoot at ducks or up in the air and all over the place. And they found multiples all over the area there of the other weapon.
Yeah,
that
and
was also
shooting
found.
and the shooting building,
And
the shooting shed,
the shooting
or whatever
range,
it was.
the shooting shed or whatever they call that, like some kind of
Under the lean-to, they found a bunch of those cases, in which they also matched up. Yep. So I mean, it pretty much looks like both of them were Paul's weapons to me.
Yeah.
Oh, here we
The
go.
casing sealed it for Bearded. He's done.
The evidence tending to prove the charge in the indictment, then the defendant is entitled to a directed verdict. The court should consider only the existence or non-existence of the evidence and not its weight. In this case, Your Honor, the evidence is exclusively circumstantial, and in State v. Dent, the South Carolina Court of Appeals in 2021 explained that the standard to be applied when the state relies upon circumstantial evidence is that all of the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If their circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. And also another legal doctrine that we would point out is his mere presence at the scene of a crime without more is insufficient to constitute guilt. The reason I say that legal doctrine, Your Honor, is at most what the state has proven and offered of proof is that the defendant was at kennels at 8:44. He misstated that he was there, or he lied about he was being down there, and that raises a level of suspicion, and that they have concocted a cell phone timeline to come up with a time of death without any actual evidence of time of death. And there is no direct and frankly circumstantial evidence presented that the defendant shot and killed his wife Maggie or son Paul. As the evidence established, the murderer would have had blood and biological material on him or her. The murderer would have had blood on his or her clothing. The murderer would have murder weapons. The murderer or murderers would have evidence of disposing of murder weapons on property or vehicle. And there's no evidence that Alex Murdaugh had any of this. He had no blood from the brutal murder of his son Paul. He had no DNA from Paul on his clothing in an area where you would expect to find it if he had shot his son, which he did not. There's no GSR on his clothing or clothes that is inconsistent with Alec holding a shotgun for protection. The state has proven at most that he was at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. The state does not have proof of time of death. The state does only have proof of when the last time Paul and Maggie used their phones. Most importantly, and as I mentioned earlier, the law is clear. Mere presence at the scene of a crime is insufficient to establish guilt. Although, to be equally clear, Alex Murdaugh was not at the scene of the crime at the time his wife and son were murdered, and there's no evidence that he was. And for that reason, we move for a directed verdict.
Yes, sir. By the state.
Your Honor, looking at the evidence that's been presented by the state, first of all, without detailing every bit of evidence, there's been ample evidence of motive evidence presented in this particular case. The years of embezzlement and theft and the exposure, very significant exposure that the defendant was facing as June the 7th approached, would include the loss of a job, the loss of a career, the loss of his bar license, the loss of years of wealth, the potential to lose everything, in his own words. You've heard evidence about a confrontation June 7th on those matters that very day, as well as the boat hearing that was upcoming and the effects that would have. Also heard extensive evidence of the defendant's financial condition on that day as it moved forward. Also evidence, Your Honor, of his ongoing narcotics addiction and how those particular things were relevant to what was going on as it related to the victims. There's been evidence, and again, as Your Honor is aware, the evidence must be taken in the light most favorable to the state, that family weapons were used to murder Maggie and Paul. You've heard evidence from the defendant's own mouth about a missing shotgun, and of course we have extensive evidence about the missing blackout, that being the replacement gun. Of course, you've heard evidence that the defendant claimed that was missing at Christmas time, but there was evidence from Will Loving that gun was present and being used, including at the side of the house as late as turkey season, just a couple months prior to the murders. And that from the firearms expert, that the cases found around Maggie's body were cycled through the same weapon. The murder weapon cycled the same cases as weather cases that were found at the side of the house, consistent with what Will Loving testified, as well as at the shooting range across the street. You've additionally heard that the same exact brand and weight of ammo that was used to kill Maggie was found throughout the property, as well as the same buckshot and birdshot ammo as well. There's been evidence presented by the state as to the defendant's trip to Alameda and his interaction with Shelley Smith after the murders, as well as the bringing the raincoat in. Additionally, that he left and moved his dad's truck in the four-wheeler, and that the raincoat contained high levels of GSR. There's been evidence presented in this particular case inconsistent with the defendant's statements to law enforcement, multiple changes of clothes that particular day, as well as evidence from Blanca that the clothes that he was wearing in the Snapchat video were never seen again, as well as the fact that the earlier clothes that he was wearing were not seen either. You have evidence that the defendant claimed that he was unaware that Maggie was coming to Moselle, or he did not ask for that, but you've heard evidence from multiple sources, including a text message that he specifically asked the victim to be present on that day. Your Honor, he was found in possession of a shotgun that cannot be excluded as a murder weapon that also had Maggie's blood on it. And then, of course, Your Honor, we have extensive phone and other digital evidence, and I don't need to reiterate the last witness, but that's been presented from multiple witnesses and multiple sources of a timeline. The defendant, of course, claimed that he was never at the scene, and the evidence shows, pursuant to the state's theory and reasonable inferences therefrom, that he was at the scene, contrary to what he told everyone who would listen. Just minutes, he's at the scene with the two victims, just minutes before, under the state's theory and a reasonable inference from the evidence, the victims were killed. Additionally, his conduct in the timeline after that, there's a number of reasonable inferences about that are consistent with the defendant's guilt. And to summarize a month's worth of evidence, that is the summary. I'm happy to address the timeline more, but I know that Your Honor just heard it in great detail.
There's a motion for directed verdict that's made at the end of the state's case. The court is concerned with whether there is any evidence, either direct or circumstantial, which reasonably tends to prove the guilt of the accused, or from which the guilt of the accused may be fairly and logically deduced. In this case, we have had, is it day 20 now? I guess 18 days of direct and circumstantial evidence. And the law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. Nor is a greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. Cases can be proven by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of the two. At this stage of the proceedings, there's evidence to support a guilty verdict if it is believed by the jury. I therefore deny the motion for a directed verdict. Ready to roll? Defense?
Rock and roll, Your Honor.
Rock and roll. All right, well, let's take a 30-second stretch and bring the jury out and press on.
Everybody stretch.
That was a lesson, and people don't often get to see that. That happens very often at the end of the presentation of a state's case, especially something as big as a murder. It is a shot to have the judge actually decide whether it should go forward or not at that point. It's expected, especially when something like a lifelong prison sentence, a guilty verdict is you're staring that down. It's also very common in execution states to where they would be executed. So you know, it's not that uncommon, and I would expect the way this trial went, if they didn't do it, I would be wondering why. Because we must admit it is a very circumstantial state, is it not? We don't have a murder weapon. We don't have his hands all bloody or a confession. Like, come on.
Yeah. Granny said it's standard practice in every criminal trial.
Yep. It's very common, but we just don't hear it. We don't see it. Right. Mm-hmm.
Where was Adjourned's message or comment? Hold on.
It's up there. It's up there again. Like she was like,
she was talking about turkey season. Oh yeah, hold on. It was turkey season a couple of months before the murders. How is that even relevant then? It was months ago. The point was Alex said that the gun was stolen out of Paul's vehicle in December, but they had it in turkey season in March-ish, April-ish.
You have heard
it proved another lie.
State's
case, just another lie. Yeah.
Now the defense's turn, and you may call your first witness.
All right. Coroner Richard Harvey, please.
You saw her tell him the name, right?
Richard
Yeah.
Carver.
Richard
Mhm.
Harvey, coroner. Yes.
Mhm.
Here we go.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You would, sir.
He's got his hand up so high, looks like she's got a gun. Okay, that wasn't
In
funny.
testimony, I think Mr. Waters, you're going to formally rest.
May it please the court, Your Honor. In the matter of the indictments of the defendant Alex Murdaugh for the murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul, the state of South Carolina rests.
The state is rested, and now it's the defendant.
BCE. He just had to do it. I knew it. He
And
just
we
had to.
rest. Well, you
My name
officially
is
have to
Richard
say it
Harvey.
anyways.
Mhm.
And Mr. Harvey, you are an elected official here in Colleton County?
Yes, sir. I am the coroner of Colleton County.
Okay, and briefly describe your duties to the jury so they understand what a coroner does.
We basically investigate any death that occurs outside a hospital, any death that dies within 24 hours of admission to the hospital, any emergency room death is reported to the coroner's office as well. And primarily our responsibility is to do an investigation as to the cause of their death, including medical records, autopsies, and that's basically my responsibility, is to determine what the cause of death and the manner of death is.
So, you don't have a medical degree, though?
No, sir.
Okay.
But I was one of the first medically trained coroners in the state of South Carolina.
Okay. And how long have you been coroner?
This is my 30th year.
30th year. So let me talk a little bit about in general. Well, no, let me just go ahead and cut to the chase here. You have a file with you, and I believe it's a file concerning the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
I do.
And how did you get notified of their deaths?
I was actually notified by one of my deputies who was on call that evening. And any time there's a homicide along that lines, in most cases, I attend those. And he was on call. And basically he told me he also has another job because he's only part-time. And he told me, he says, look, I can't stay. He says, I've got to work tomorrow morning. And he says, I hate to dump this on you, but he says, but this is going to be yours.
So you took, well, first, let me back up for just a second. Did you respond? And if so, what time did you get to the scene? And I'm going to lead you and say in Moselle.
I was notified at 23:04, which is 11:04 in the evening.
Okay.
And I arrived on the scene. Let me back up there. I arrived on the scene at 23:04. I was actually notified about 22:30 by my deputy who was on call.
So 22:30 would be 10:30?
Yes, sir.
So you got notified at 10:30. You got on the scene at
11:04.
And were you by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Did you process this scene? Did you have somebody did you take photographs or something?
Yes, sir, I did.
So the photographs in your file
Yes,
are
sir.
your photographs?
Yes, sir.
And in taking those photographs, did you, for instance, go into the feed room and take some photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And had that crime scene been processed by SLED at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything to, and I'll be frank with you, there's some footprints that have been identified as law enforcement or perhaps your folks that were in the feed room, perhaps in blood, before SLED had finished processing. Are those your folks or SLED or who, do you know?
I'm unaware of those.
Okay. So when you took those photographs, did you take precautions how do you not disturb evidence?
We've always kind of followed a pattern of we follow the same path in and the same path out. Therefore, we don't cross over into any possible assailants.
Okay. And again, you're preserving evidence it's a homicide, so this is your
Correct.
case, right? And you do that pursuant to state law.
Yes, sir.
And we've received your photographs. Thank you for those. And I think you gave them to SLED also, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you perform a function also. I've looked at the death certificates of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, and you have a time of death of 9 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go through when you begin to examine the body to determine the time of death. Tell me how you do that.
Well, initially that evening, when I initially got there, I was told that SLED was coming, which I knew, depending on where SLED was coming from, it depends. It could be an hour, it could be 2 hours. It all depends on what part of the state and what group is actually coming to you. My initial processing was that I went and checked both bodies, and I simply put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold? Is the body warm? And one of the other things we check for is what they call rigor. And rigor is basically when a person dies, the body goes through this process, and as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up. And when I initially got there, that was all I did initially because I knew SLED was coming.
So with rigor or rigor, I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it rigor.
I call it rigor, but so if you allow me to say rigor.
That's fine.
I've never said rigor. Was there rigor or rigor?
There was not.
Okay, so these folks had been dead less than a couple hours?
1 to 3 hours typically is what they say that rigor should start developing.
Okay, and in terms of trying to estimate or get it a little bit closer than 1 to 3 hours, you took your hand. Show me what you did, and you did it both for Paul and Maggie?
Yes.
How about, let me see how we get this. See it. Could you step down here, please?
Sure.
And they were laying on the ground, both of them, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you move them?
No.
Okay, so.
They were covered with a sheet initially when I got there.
Right, so let's have you stand over
Okay.
here so the jury can see me. And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
I have to think now which way Paul was laying.
I'm not worried about
Right,
whether it was left
okay.
or right.
Basically what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit. And that's one of the central areas of your body without using the only other choice is a rectal thermometer. And in most cases, when you have that many people around, I'm not going to pull somebody's pants down to utilize the rectal thermometer. So I stick my hands in their armpit, and like I say, I can get an idea, how warm they are.
Okay, and you did the same thing to Maggie?
I did the same thing to Maggie.
And you concluded on your death certificate 9 o'clock.
It's strictly an estimation.
That's a guess.
It's a guess.
Okay, could have been 8:30.
Could have been 8:30.
Could have been 10 o'clock.
There are no witnesses there to tell me exactly what time this happened.
Do you carry a rectal thermometer to do specific measurements?
Well, usually what I'll do is I'll get it from fire rescue, the ambulance, and I'll borrow theirs. And yes, I do rectal temps.
But you didn't do it on that.
But we didn't do it that night, no.
And that's the reason the death certificate says 9 o'clock.
Right. That was an estimation from what I found as far as the warmth of the body.
Okay. Thank you for indulgence. I just want to make sure that we understand each other. Your statement of 9 o'clock. It could have been 8 o'clock.
It could have been 8 o'clock.
Their death could have been the result of being shot at 8 o'clock.
I basically looked at 2.5 hours from the time that the call came in to the time I actually got there.
So they could have been shot at 10 o'clock.
Could have been.
Or any time in between.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
Oh my God.
United States.
Mr. Harvey, you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night?
No, sir.
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the temperature decreases roughly at a rate of 1.5 degrees every hour.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
And it's also affected by the ambient temperature in the
Correct.
area.
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think, ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees. But if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the weather.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
If they were covered by
Yes,
a
sir.
sheet, that
Which
would,
they were at that time when I initially got
that
it.
could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could
Mhm.
affect it.
That could, yeah, that could
And
definitely.
you had
drop.
rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both of
Not hard.
their hairs were, heads of hair were dry.
Okay. And all those are factors which reflect what the actual time of death is.
Yes, sir.
Yet temperature is key.
Yes, sir.
And the only information you have is that the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
and that usually begins to occur within 1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
Correct.
hours. So that's the time frame that I was looking at.
Okay. And you walked around the area, got close to them at that particular time.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct? And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Yes, sir.
2 questions.
Sure.
Do you remember when SLED showed up?
I do have probably the times for that. I did not see SLED on here, though.
Let me perhaps ask another question.
Okay.
Was Colleton County already there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there Colleton County detectives there?
Yes, sir. They're,
Okay. Did any of them talk to you about time of death?
no,
Did any of them ask you what your examination revealed?
no,
Did any of them ask you how you came to your decision of the time of death?
no, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Yes, sir.
Shalane Tyndal to the stand, please.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? If you would, please be seated. State your full name for the record. Spell your last name. Try speaking that mic so they can. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Shalane Tyndal, SHALANETINDAL.
Talked on the phone a couple times,
Yes, sir.
but we've never met, have we?
No, sir.
Okay. I appreciate you being willing to come here on such short notice today. I know you've got other things to do. So where do you work?
I work for the Colleton Sheriff's Office as Public Information part-time, and then for my full-time position, I work for the nonprofit blood organization, The Blood Connection, as the divisional logistics coordinator and calendar specialist.
Okay. My glasses, I'm sorry. So back on June 7th and 8th of 2021, what was your job? What was your job back then with the
I was solely the public information officer at the sheriff's office at that time.
Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to show you a document and see if you can identify this. I think the easiest way to do that is, hold on one second, I'm sorry. Apologize, Your Honor, I've just gotten my two documents jumbled. Here we go. Have you seen this document before?
I'm aware of the Post and Courier publishing things of this nature, yes, but not strictly this document in
Okay, if you
question.
go to the second page. Now, does this, if you look halfway down the page, does that, there is a quote in here from you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it accurate?
This quote was actually coordinated between SLED and us at the time. We received multiple inquiries from the media, and per the sheriff's standard protocol, anytime SLED is in charge of a case or investigation, it's standard procedure to reach out to them and coordinate something with them.
Okay, so the quote from you, this is on the morning, this is the Post and Courier on the morning of June 8th. And the quote contained by you in here, we'll get how that was put together, but is it accurate?
The quote wasn't by me, it was a joint information from SLED and the sheriff's office.
Sheriff spokeswoman Shalane Lowe's referred questions. So, but you were part of the release of this statement.
Yes, it was a joint. Mhm.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer this in evidence.
No, could I look at it?
All the big ones are checking it.
No, I have no objection. We have no objection to the quote, but the article, I hadn't read the article. We just object to the rest of the article, and I think he's agreed with that.
I just want these two paragraphs.
No objection.
No objection to what?
Her quote that she gave and not the rest of the article. We're in agreement on that, if Your Honor is.
Is that what you're offering?
Yes, I'm going to have her publish two paragraphs from this story. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, Your Honor, this is a story in the Post and Courier on the morning of June 8th, which would be the morning after the murders. So what I'd ask you to do is, it's in quotes, would you read this paragraph and this paragraph, publish it to the jury? This paragraph at this time, and then the paragraph right after that, okay? Take it. And would you slow down just a little bit for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, there is no danger to the public. The sheriff's office said, if information is received that dictates otherwise, we will immediately notify the public. Sheriff spokeswoman Shalane Lowe's referred questions regarding the incident to SLED and the Colleton County Coroner's Office. A request for 911 audio recordings was denied due to the ongoing investigation.
What? I'm sorry, she went further than I asked. That's okay. All right, now, so that statement was the public has nothing to worry about, right?
That's what it states, yes, sir.
Okay, now, let me ask you the process for this something like this getting released. You said SLED was involved?
Can you clarify exactly what you're asking?
Okay, so this statement, at this time, there's no danger to the public, the sheriff's office said, you would be the spokesperson for the sheriff's office.
Correct, but this was a joint statement released in coordination with SLED's PIO and us while we were waiting on an updated information to do an actual letterhead release.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is on that, who did you release? Were you the one making this release, or was SLED making? I mean, when I say, I'm talking about physically. How did the Post and Courier get this quote?
SLED and I, PIO at the time, coordinated multiple times through numerous phone calls. There's also emails. This was discussed over the phone due to them being the active agency on the case, but it did come from my email, but it was coordinated with SLED's PIO at the time.
Okay, so SLED signed off on this statement.
From what I understand from speaking with their PIO at the time.
I mean, you consulted with their, now PIO stands for?
Public Information Officer.
Okay, so the Sheriff's Department has a Public Information Officer, you.
Yes, sir.
SLED has a Public Information Officer named?
At the time, I believe it was Tommy Crosby.
Tommy Crosby. Y'all talked and emailed?
On numerous occasions from the time of the incident on further.
And decided this was the statement that should be made?
When I coordinated with SLED's PIO, this is what was mentioned and this is what we had published.
Okay, and what you're saying is there's no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we'll immediately notify the public. Was there a subsequent release given?
After this statement that we put out?
Right.
Yes, there was a joint letterhead release. The initial, what the Post and Courier published was an actual statement. Later on, we actually published a release while we're waiting on additional information.
And that subsequent statement didn't indicate there was any danger to the public. It didn't change this position, did it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did SLED and the Sheriff's Department change its position and put out a statement saying, whoa, now there's something to worry about? Or did they just not mention this again?
When we did the updated release, that same information was also in the body that was sent over to SLED for their approval. Tommy Crosby had taken a moment to look at the release and later, I guess, decided that we took that out of the release and that it was what was published, excuse me.
So, but they never came back and said, there's something to worry about. They just took this language out.
Yes.
Okay. And SLED signed off on that.
We worked on this together, yes.
Okay, but it wouldn't have gone out if SLED hadn't said,
yes, sir.
Let it out, correct? I mean, you get information and then you shape it into a release here or subsequently that is digestible. Maybe that's the best way to put it. You're the wordsmith. You're the one that tries to make it make sense.
Yes, sir. Public information. We're not privy to investigations. We just receive details. And then we take those and turn them into paragraphs so the paper and the media can print for layman's terms to be better understood by the public.
And I want to make sure I understand this. Any subsequent release never changed. Actually, I think you said the subsequent release said the same thing. At this time, there's no danger to the public. That didn't change, correct?
In the updated release that was sent out on letterhead, yes, that was removed.
That was removed.
Yes, sir.
But did they say there is a danger to the public. They never said that, did they?
No, sir.
Beg the court's indulgence for just a moment. One other question. In this story, your last name is Lowe.
Yes, sir. I got married since then. I guess somebody decided to like me. Well, thank you.
Please answer any questions.
And I missed the last question. Did you get married?
Yeah, you sure trying to court me? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'm just- I'm happily married. I am not. I
I'm just kidding.
I just couldn't hear. What was the date of the second release that Mr. Harpoot? I honestly don't know.
Am I talking into you?
Yes, ma'am.
The date of the second is the
Can't hear
same
Mr. Meadors.
date.
I apologize, Your Honor.
The date of the second.
The initial letterhead release was released on the same date a few hours after the initial statement.
So the one he was asking about second was the same exact statement, word for word, that was released earlier.
No, the second, what we initially put out at around, I think before 10 o'clock in the morning, we had received inquiries from Fitz News, News 4, and I believe the Post and Courier. So the initial statement that I coordinated with SLED was what he was referring to. Afterwards, an updated letterhead release, as additional information became available to us, was coordinated with SLED that redacted that information.
And I'm just going to show you for this. Is this the document you're talking about here? And it's dated June 21st. Is that what you're talking about or not?
No, that is not.
Congratulations on your marriage. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Anything further?
Did you think that Mr. Meadors was proposing to you a moment ago?
I don't know. I'm just picking.
No further questions. Thank you.
You may step down. Any additional witnesses today?
Your Honor, as we've discussed, the next witness would be extraordinarily lengthy. It's 4:30. I apologize to the jury and the court for not having somebody intermediate, but we just couldn't find anybody, not knowing when the state was going to rest.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for the weekend. As you know, Monday is a holiday. We will not be here on Monday. We'll be back 9:30 Tuesday morning. I know it's a long holiday, but still do not discuss the case with anyone. And hope have a safe and happy holiday and a good weekend. And we'll see you all on Tuesday morning at 9:30. Today. Okay, we'll see everyone next week.
All right.
Just going to leave it up for a little bit longer, just in case they have something. Wow. The trial has concluded for the day. That
Damn, what happened? Like, we got to the end of it and Claire said, "I'm out." No, I'm kidding.
Claire's having a few technical issues. She'll be back very
Yeah.
shortly.
I figured. So, MC, what do you think of the defense's witnesses so far?
I couldn't tell if they were trying to shoot themselves in the foot or get other people to do it for them.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, folks. We have a very old coroner who does not know about crime scenes. What he's taught to do is say, yeah, the bullet went into his chest and out the back. And then another bullet went into his head. It killed him. He doesn't know shit other than that. He's not a crime scene, and hence no forensic training, folks. I don't know why they thought they could put a coroner up against a forensic pathologist who narrowed the time of death down to like, what, 30 minutes or 20 minutes or something.
I will give it to the coroner, though. He stayed very close to he stayed as close to the facts as he possibly could. Even though Harpootlian wanted other answers that would back his own argument up.
Yeah.
Hey.
And the beer's back. Okay, everyone behave.
Yep.
Please.
Brilliant. Give the chat back.
Put
Brilliant. Give the chat back. What did he do to the chat? I can't even see.
He said he was going to take over because you're gone.
Well, he can. I guess he can, and so could Wrecker, and so can High, and so can you, Beck, as a co-panelist. Like everybody can, but like that was a short ending, right? Like Meadors, what did he ask her? Because I lost sound on the feed. What was Meadors' cross? What actually did he ask her at the end? And they started laughing.
She decided to do a little bit of a stand-up act, and he asked her. I have to go back to it now.
I know that she's trying to court him.
What did he ask her?
What did he ask her before that went on, though? I want to know what they pushed back on, because basically what they're doing here is the rush to judgment thing. They're trying to set the premise that they didn't look at anybody but Alex Murdaugh from the second they got on that crime scene.
Right. Yes.
So what did Meadors, besides being a clown, like from what I saw? Yeah.
Well, he walked up. You know how he gets close to everybody. So he got really close to her and he asked a question. I missed the question. She said, "Are you trying to court me?" Because he was like, you know how he is. He gets up in people's shit. That's what I thought it was about. But I didn't hear the question. So if somebody knows what he asked to prompt her to say that, we would love to know.
Because I want to know what angle the prosecution's pushing back. And boy, was I surprised to see Zelenka up there. Now, if you know, like from South Carolina in the AG's department there with Alan Wilson and everything, Zelenka's been big on this. He's been big behind the scenes with Waters the whole time. He's like the big detail guy back there. He's been with them for a long time. He knows everybody, and he's actually came out for the first time in his trial and did some cross-examination.
Okay. Yeah, I have the last little bit. If we all want to watch the
can I hear it?
thing.
Would you play it for the bear again?
I will play it for the bear again.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was just looking for it.
Thank you for indulging me there. What a nice co-paneler you are.
Look at me.
Yeah, look at you being so cooperative and everything. Are you looking for brownie points and everything? It's like the weekend. We might have to play games or something in the Discord. Duo.
T said he asked if she was married after the incident occurred because she had a different name.
Oh,
Oh,
maybe. Oh, okay. So let's just turn the
yeah.
volume up. This is the whole interview?
Anything further?
No,
This
you
isn't
gotta
the
go back
whole.
just a hair.
Yeah, go
just a hair.
back
You missed it.
because he's not even.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
see.
That's
I
what he
want
was
to.
saying.
I want to see from the second that Meadors started talking to her, because that's when everything went plooey for me. Meadors blew up my
Right here.
headphones. Okay.
Round about
So,
here.
okay, yeah. He leaves. He says thank you. Okay, let's watch from here, please. Thank you for indulging us, everyone. Well, I need to see this. I can't go to weekend without it. It's all right. They don't look pleased.
Which one?
In this,
Any of them.
the last name is Lowe.
Yes, sir. I got married since then. I guess somebody decided to like me.
That was the first funny thing she said.
Well, thank you.
Please answer any questions.
Here we go.
Okay, here we go. So Zelenka's not going to do it. Meadors goes up. Ellis stood up. Okay. Johnny Ellis James. There's Jim Conrad. I don't know who that other guy is on the end.
I don't either. I don't know if I've
David
seen him
Fernandez
before.
is still there. That guy right there that he's talking to is A.G. Wilson. He is the state's attorney, the big guy.
Now, is Fernandez the in the blue to the left of the AG or in the brown to the right?
Nope, he's in the second row.
Oh, damn it. We talked over it.
Okay, back up.
And
Maybe we don't even hear it.
hang on. Let's thank our new member, Erica Gray.
Thank you, Erica. Welcome to Murder Minions. Welcome aboard. If you use Discord, please find me on any of my social medias or when you're here again, and so we can work on your perks. Thank you.
Okay, now I'll rewind it a little bit. There we go. Okay.
I missed the last question. Did you get married?
Yeah, you sure trying to court me? No, I'm just kidding.
I missed the last question. Did you get
About
married?
the last name, she said, when did yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said. I missed the last question. Did you get married?
Date of the second release that Mr. Harpootlian, I honestly don't know.
Am I talking into you?
Yes, ma'am.
The date of the second is the
Hear
same
Mr.
date.
Meadors, I apologize, Your Honor.
The date of the second release was on the same date. In other words, there were two releases.
Same date of
Yeah,
2
they
hours.
released it, then they took it out and re-released it.
Oh, okay. So they're just talking, they're being a mistake.
Yeah,
Statement.
they basically said, you know what, we shouldn't say that yet, and took it back out.
What we initially put out at around, I think before 10 o'clock in the morning, we had received inquiries from Fitz News, News 4, and I believe the Post and Courier. So the initial statement that I coordinated with SLED was the what he was referring to. Afterwards, an updated letterhead release as additional information became available to us was coordinated with SLED that redacted that information.
And I'm just going to show you, for this, is this the document you're talking about here? And it's dated June 21st. Is that what you're talking about or not?
No, that is not.
Okay.
Congratulations on your marriage. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Anything further?
Did you think that Mr. Meadors was proposing to you a moment ago?
I don't know. I'm just picking.
No further questions. Thank you.
You may step down.
Okay, so basically that's how they're going to go rush to judgment, because there was a joint statement by SLED and her office, and there was a
Sheriff's
mess up because they decided that like they wanted everybody to be calm, but they worded it improperly, like as if there was like they had their person already, right? So
Right.
they decided to take that back out because they didn't have their person, but they still wanted everybody to be calm. So they reworded it and they put it out. They did not want anyone to be fear for their life. Remember, everybody was upset at the time. These things don't happen there. and they knew the family was being threatened or whatever, and they were like, you know, is the rest of the family in danger? Is the whole neighborhood in danger? Like this is a terrible event that happened, right? I can understand, and they got to calm them down. Did they not do the same thing in Idaho recently with the Moscow murders? They had to calm everybody down. The whole campus and the whole town of college students were freaking out and leaving because there was these 4 murders. And so they had to be careful with their statements and what they said. They want to calm people down, but still get evidence of anything that looks weird. It's a very precarious situation to be in. Like, so I can
It is
understand how they
very.
got it wrong. But if that's all they have, that's what they're opening. I'm sure that's not all they have. I'm sure that's just what they're giving us for the weekend. Because so far they've got a coroner who takes temperatures with his hand. Okay, to do like, and that's supposed to give us a window of 3 hours, up to 3 hours. Therefore, we can't narrow the window down because he touched the body and it was warm.
Touch my butt. No, I'm not gonna.
I know, please. Like, I do love when you sing, but like, I'm just like, I'm a little
stay
flabbergasted
professional.
here.
I'm
Wow.
I have that last witness. I don't know if it was nerves. I don't know what it was. She was an interesting lass.
Yeah. She was, well,
I
yeah,
think she
she's
was
happy.
nervous because she was talking like this when she got up there, and you know, and when people do that, usually they're nervous. So that's why I assumed it was nervousness.
Yeah, I can see it being nerves. I can.
Mhm.
Is it, everything she moved very deliberately.
That she did. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, I don't know. And yeah,
And
I
she
don't
did
know.
make a few quips that were
She was, yeah, very
easily
uninhibited
nerves. Yeah.
to be in a courtroom, but it could have been nerves too. You never know.
Mm.
Like it could, like if you're not used to being in court or whatever. But then again, she deals with the public relations office, so she is used to being quite social, I would imagine.
Mm.
Yeah, let's put it down to post-marriage jitters. That's right. Like she
Yeah,
just got
yeah.
married. Give her a break.
Post-marriage jitters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she doesn't know what the world's like yet. Like let her be. Like
No.
let her be. Yeah,
Claire,
like,
these days, everybody communicates through email. She probably barely talks to anybody outside of her office unless it's important, you know?
Well, yeah, this is true. But she was
This
very
is true.
precise that it was a joint message. It
Yeah.
wasn't her responsibility, and yet, yes. And did you notice how the defense, of course, they don't bring it up that it's like the first of 2 messages that came out that day. So I'm glad that they did push back if there were 2, and that they retracted it. It doesn't carry as
Mm.
much weight in front of the jury if it got retracted. It was a mistake. They're not standing behind it. Mhm. Right, Verillion. It was a double homicide in a small town where there are lots of guns, but not usually used to blow people's heads off. No, not usually, only after the
No,
hogs
yeah.
and ducks and stuff. Yeah, I know. Like, we're going to give her a break. I agree. But on that, I mean, so we're going to have a long weekend. We'll have 2 shows on Monday. As far as my channel, I think we might be having, I don't know, Record, are we on for tomorrow for a what the F? I don't remember. I'm drawing a blank.
We might.
I'll have to look. I have to look
Yeah,
and
we'll have
see
to look.
who was available. But we could possibly see you all tomorrow night. But on that, I don't know. Beck, thank you so much for hanging out all week and for saving the
Mm.
stream during the week.
It was nothing. No problem. I enjoy hanging out with all you guys.
No, it's so much fun to have someone to talk to about it as we go. Like, and everybody in the chat, you guys too. You guys have really helped me keep it straight. I love hearing what you're thinking about it, what your theories are. So I guess we're all going to think about it over the weekend. And we're going to come back. We will be back with this particular trial on Tuesday morning. Okay. Well, if they're here, we'll be here, willing. Potato computers willing. But it did run pretty well for quite a while today, didn't it? And I just turned the feed over to Record so I could play with Twitter, as you saw, so I could start tweeting some stuff and putting some quotes from Twitter. Those, when I do those Twitter quotes, those are from other people on Twitter and just what they're talking about, to just give you an idea of what other people are saying about the trial at the time. They're from
Right.
reporters and commentators and even some of the legal people. Sometimes I put the names, sometimes I don't. But most of the time, it's just I'm going to start marking it Twitter so you don't think it's me saying it, because
Right.
sometimes it's not me. Like, I'm just telling you what other people are saying just to give you some other perspectives on it. And also, sometimes they pick on things that we hadn't even thought of, actually, or they bring things up. So one thing I will tell you guys, go check Brandy Churchwood. Go check her Twitter feed. She's going to update with the latest from the last testimony from Rudofski. She's going to have all that information from the GPS and that timeline and everything. She's going to have everything on hers. And remember, we were looking at hers prior. That is the Twitter link that I put down before. I will add it to the description, just to give her some. She has it pinned to her Twitter. If you use Twitter, even if you don't use Twitter, if you use the link that I put down in the description later, you will be able to open Twitter without having an account and just at least look at it, because she's not locked. So
there you go.
There you go. You
There
won't
you
be able
go.
to post or anything, but you can look at it. Yeah, you'll be able to look at it. And thank you, Wrecker, from the chat, from Sandra, for the replay. I appreciated
You're
it
most welcome.
because I missed that
I'm-
whole. I've never had StreamYards go completely silent on me like that. Have you, Beck? Like, that never happened to
No,
me
he
before.
was no, it was weird. Like, I couldn't even understand what he said. It
No,
was
I
strange.
lost all sound. It wasn't that I
Oh,
couldn't
did you?
understand him. I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear Record. I couldn't hear the feed.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
And yet, if I clicked on another tab on the browser that I was using, I could hear everything. It was only
Because
the
your
StreamYards
browser
tab.
had control of your browser grabbed control of your sound. That's why.
Oh, we're gonna
Usually,
have
if
to
you
talk.
kill all the browsers and then bring a new browser back up and go back in, usually that will correct it.
That's what I
If
did
that
right
doesn't
now.
correct it, you have to turn your computer off, turn it back on.
I did all of that.
Okay.
I did it all.
But see,
I closed.
you can hear.
I checked to make sure the other tabs were working, and every other tab had sound except for the StreamYards tab. Then I decided to close that browser, restart, and then started a new browser just in case it was a reset problem. I figured I'd kill that bird. And then and right now I'm sitting here on Chrome because I know I don't have YouTube or anything up, so it's going to be perfectly fine. Yes, thank you to the panelists. Thank you to all my moderators. Because I don't have YouTube up, I'm not able to chat as much into the chat, but I want to thank everybody that was here. Thank everybody who absolutely participated in the discussion.
Oh,
Yes, it was a joy talking with everyone
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah,
having
it
a
really
little
is.
back and forths.
And to Kane Cordova, oh my God, I have no clue what that expert at trial was trying to say with all the confusing
Yes.
mats and grabs. It's worth a little bit of a retake if you want to look at it again. I will timestamp it for you, and for everyone. It kind of just mapped out with the GPS data and the cell phone data, the movements of the suburban and certain people,
But
related. But
we have we as in now Claire, we might put together some kind of thing with that because I got all those pictures, so we can
we do.
If there's any like really confusing parts, we can bring it up like maybe during lunch tomorrow and go over it. I mean Tuesday. What do you
On
think of that?
Tuesday. Yeah, I think I will add
Yeah.
it, that little time, that little presentation I have. If the browsers are working right, or I have somebody streaming the stream, I can bring up the Canva presentation that has all the pieces of evidence that we have collected, all the short little videos and all of the little maps that people presented for us, the Pharaoh, video, things like that, the placement of the bodies with that map, the footsteps map. Then also I'll be adding all these little pieces to that particular document, unless I can find the document in whole, which would be wonderful. Like if they release it, that would be great. It's a couple of pages. It's like a whole bunch of pages. I think they might. It looks like it could be released in a PDF or something, and that would be wonderful. But we'll see. We'll see. They have been releasing information after the fact, dribs and drabs, and they did not seal this information, so hopefully it will be out there somewhere. but then if not, I'm going to post all those pictures in the presentation in order, and then we'll be able to go over it, what he said, and we can be able to refer to it. I like to keep that because then we can refer to it back and forth when questions come up. Yeah. But on that,
Yeah,
I think we're
absolutely.
going to, if you guys, what do you got last for the weekend? Last thoughts? I'll start with you, Beck. Last thoughts on this?
Last thoughts are the defense better work pretty hard because at this point, I'm convinced. That's it. The stuff I heard today, the GPS on the vehicle, where he exactly was, where he went to, like when he went to see his mom, he went over, over by the carport / barn area, but didn't pull up in front of the house. But yet he wasn't going to be there very long. Why would you go park in the carport if you're going to be there a few minutes? You pull up in front of the house, you get back in your car, and you leave. So just stuff like there's just too many arrows for me. So that's my thoughts.
How about you, MC Ricker?
Well, as I said before, I don't remember if I said it before you came back or after, but this whole thing just seemed like they were shooting themselves in the feet and getting their witnesses to shoot them. Sorry, the defense seemed like they were shooting themselves in the feet and getting their witnesses to do the same for them. And as well as absolutely just trying to muddy the waters the whole way through. As soon as the prosecution had a straightforward timeline of events, all they could do, all they had was to throw randomly ordered questions that seemed coherent if you weren't paying attention. Just to try and trip everyone up.
Yeah. For me, that's what it is. It's more about the information he inserted into the investigation himself repeatedly, directions he wanted people to go in. It is what is not there. Okay, it is the opportunity. It's glaringly obvious it was those murder weapons were right from the property. So when Luke actually said you only need opportunity, motive, and means.
Hang on a minute. Erica, you'll get a invite into the Discord. If you can post or send either Claire or I the information on the what you're saying, we'd appreciate that a lot, because it would give us a little bit more information on other things as
She's
well.
tying in the Russell Lafitte case, which it did call me into that kind of stuff. And we do discuss those things in the Discord. That's one of the perks of the channel. That's why I gave you my Discord ID, Erica. You want to talk to your husband about that? If you can set that, like if you have one, great. If not, it's not necessary. We could do it on the back of my videos. I have Instagram. I have Twitter. Follow me there. I'll definitely follow you if I know who you are. We can have the conversations and open up everything else. They did just there is so much information and so many cases that are together, that it is hard to follow it all. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, just like Pete's been following it for a while too, and he has some great insights and information here and there. And that's what we do here, Erica. So welcome aboard. You're going to fit in greatly. That's what the Murder Minions do. We all try to dissect it, look at it, we all talk about it, just because we like it. No other reason. It's like a hobby.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
We are addicted to crime.
It's an innocent hobby.
Hey, Boo, we're just heading out. Thanks for the bacon and the pizza and the drinks and the eggplants next to my otters. Lord,
why is she putting peni in there? What's up with that?
I don't know. She put them next to my otters too. That's kind of rough way to start a Friday night, Mrs. Cassandra.
And martinis.
I know martinis is good. I could use one. I don't know about you guys, but I think I'm ready to sign off. You guys, we'll see you all. I will be doing my panels on the shows if you see me there. I don't know about tomorrow night yet. But I'll put something out soon. Definitely on Monday, 2 shows. We've got regular true crime at 4:00. At 9:30, we've got the science of evidence with the molecular genesis, Dr. Silkman. It's going to be lit. Come and talk with us and talk about evidence and how they really look at stuff from a different point of view. A little more scientific would be good. All right. Talk to you all later. Thank you, Beck. Thank you, Wrecker. Thank you, Bearded.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And
Thank
thank
you,
you, everyone.
No, thank you. No, thank
Oh,
you.
no,
No,
thank
thank
you.
you.
All right.
No,
All
thank
right.
you.
All right. All right. Get out of here.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay.
Good night. Good night.
Hey, 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 hey.